In a shabby staff dormitory, Su Yin was lying on a single bed with lifeless eyes, and the words of criticism from his supervisor kept appearing in his mind. Can you still do this? If not, get out as soon as possible. The tone and demeanor were still vivid after a whole day. The alarm rang, and Su Yin turned off the alarm, sat up tiredly, and opened the plastic bag on the table. Inside was a takeaway from a certain group that he ordered in the morning. He ate the cold rice and drank a sip of Xiaoyao fruit soda with a dark green luster. He was full of sleepiness. When will this kind of life end? Su Yin thought in a daze while looking at the dim sky outside the window. Su Yin worked in an electronics factory in 2 shifts. The days of day and night reversal made his heart overwhelmed. Feeling the pain and throbbing of his heart, he lay back on the bed again. Just take a break just a while. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes gradually darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he found that everything in front of him was dark and he couldn't see clearly. At this moment, a transparent pop-up window appeared in front of him, saying, "An abnormal death has been detected, and now a chance to extract a character and be reborn is granted." There are yes and no signs below the pop-up window. What's going on? What is this? System? Su Yin was shocked when he saw the pop-up window in front of him. But after all, he was a person who had been influenced by novels, so he quickly accepted it all. Since you said that I can live again, it means that I'm already dead. Then my mortgage? No, I don't have a house, and the only salary is very tight for daily expenses. Maybe you gave me this opportunity because you saw that I was depressed. Su Yin comforted himself. Looking at the pop-up window in front of him, he took a deep breath and stretched out his finger to point to yes. Buzz, a piercing sound came, and at the same time, a mysterious force entered his body through some unknown means, as if it had set a bond on him. Get the Jujutsu Kaisen, Heaven and Curse Binding Flesh template. Detect that the reborn world is Naruto, so adapt, and the curse binding is transformed into chakra binding. A cold and emotionless voice sounded in his mind, and before he could react, it continued. Transmission begins. Su Yin was stunned by the cold voice and the content of the words, and before he could react, he heard the second sentence. The light on his body lit up, and he quickly stretched out his right hand, trying to grab the screen, and said anxiously, Wait. Unfortunately, it was too late. A burst of white light filled his eyes. You still don't understand the specific meaning? Is there no explanation? Su Yin couldn't help but complain in his heart. When he regained consciousness, he felt that he seemed to be much smaller. His mind was full of chaotic voices, which made him feel irritated. When he slowly adapted to his body, the voices gradually became clearer. Hey, is it really okay for us to do this? A voice that sounded obviously like a teenager asked softly, What are you afraid of? I've seen it before. This family is gone. If we don't come here to find it, where can we get food? A dissatisfied voice sounded, not much older than the boy before, but the tone was much more severe, making the boy's voice disappear immediately, and only the sound of rummaging for something was heard occasionally. Su Yin listened to these voices and just wanted to move, but he felt a sharp pain in his body. It was so painful that he couldn't do anything. He could only breathe normally. Maybe his breathing was too light, or might be covered by the sound of heavy rain outside the house. The two did not notice Su Yan's abnormality. The older man seemed to be particularly confident in his examination just now. He didn't think there would be any special situation. After all, he had done this many times. Su Yin took a breath and seemed to have recovered some strength. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids and found that he was in a wooden house. Thunder sounded from time to time outside the house, and heavy rain poured down the eaves to the ground, as if it would never stop. The cold wind outside the window poured into the house, making Su Yin feel the stinging pain of the wound more and more obvious. He tried to turn his neck, finally moved to a certain angle, and saw the two people in the house. He didn't hear wrongly. They were indeed 2 teenagers, and they looked young. However, they were covered in mud, dirty clothes, and the smell of not taking a bath for a long time, which all explain the situation here. It seems that I have really traveled through time. It's a pity that I don't know much about Naruto, so I can only collect information bit by bit. Su Yin thought secretly. In his previous life, his understanding of Naruto was just knowing the name. He heard that it was very popular and occasionally learned a little from others, but he had forgotten it completely. He couldn't identify the characters he knew, which was basically the same as knowing nothing. Just as he was trying to recall, his eyes suddenly met with the younger boy's eyes. The boy looked at him in astonishment, and even the half bun he had collected with great difficulty fell to the ground. With a click, the figure who was rummaging through the boxes was stunned, turned his head and looked at the boy with dissatisfaction and said, "Yurin, what are you doing?" After saying that, he saw the steamed bun on the ground and quickly walked over to pick it up and wipe it. Yurin also came back to his senses at this time and pointed his finger at Su Yin, who was sitting on the ground in astonishment, and said, "His eyes are open." Su Yin frowned slightly. The situation was not favorable for him. Fortunately, his body seemed to slowly regain some strength in his muscles. As the plug-in arrived, Su Yin guessed. The wound no longer bled, but the pain still existed. Moreover, the hunger became stronger and stronger. His body was craving for food. Su Yin moved his body and felt the dampness on his right hand. He couldn't help but glance to the side. With just this one glance, his eyes widened immediately. Beside him were two bodies lying down, a man and a woman. From the scars on their bodies, it was not difficult to see that they might have suffered some inhuman abuse before they died, but this was not the main reason for his eyes widening. As a time traveler, Su Yin had watched quite a few horror movies and TV shows in his previous life. Although he was frightened to a certain extent, he could still retain basic rationality. But looking at the two bodies, there was an inexplicable anger in his body that spread throughout his body, as if the two dead people were his relatives. Songzhan, he is resurrected? Yurin stepped back a few steps, shocked. Songzhan was also shocked for a while, but after hearing the voice, he quickly came to his senses and said viciously, "What resurrection? It's nothing more than not being dead yet. But it's estimated that he will be dead soon, so let's send him off." As he said that, he also took out a kunai from his pocket that he had picked up from somewhere, and approached Su Yin step by step. If this room is cleared, it can also be used as a resting place for Songxia and the others in the case of heavy rain outside. So he made up his mind and planned to kill Su Yin directly. As for coexisting peacefully with strangers and staying here together, it was not within his consideration at all. At this time, Su Yin suppressed his emotions, relying on the physical strength brought by the short-term increase of adrenaline, and suddenly stood up after Songxia approached. Bumping into his body, he went up, took advantage of the situation, and pressed on him. At the same time, he grabbed his arm holding the kunai with his right hand and smashed Matsushida's face with his left fist. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous attacks obviously stunned Matsushida, and the palm holding the kunai loosened, and the weapon was instantly taken away by Su Yin. Su Yin achieved his goal and quickly retreated, while taking out the steam bun that Matsushida had put in his arms, and kept standing, leaning against the wall, biting off the steam bun in a big mouthful, swallowing it directly without chewing it. At this time, Matsushida also stood up, looked at Yurin and yelled, "Why don't you go up?" Yurin stammered and couldn't say anything. He was also frightened by Su Yin's sudden attack. When he reacted, the battle was over. After Su Yin swallowed the steamed bun and recovered a little, he looked at the two with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "Get out, .tsk." Looking at the gleaming kunai in Su Yin's hand, Matsushida lost his temper. After all, there was no point in fighting desperately. There were plenty of houses. There was no need to fight to the death. Pulling Yurin's clothes, the two turned and walked towards the rain curtain. After the two walked away, Su Yin exhaled and slid down the wall to the ground. Just now, his strength was just enough to hold on and not fall down. The last thing he could do was to get up. Perhaps if the two were more determined, his journey of rebirth would end here. Fortunately, he won the bet. After a while, he made hungry sounds in his stomach. Half a steam bun was of no use. But after digesting it, Su Yin finally had the strength to stand up. After taking a last look at the corpse in the pool of blood, Su Yin walked towards the rain curtain. Compared with the heavy rain just now, the rain was obviously weaker now. Su Yin did not stay between the houses, but walked towards the forest. Although he did not know why the family of three was killed, most of the houses were no longer safe, and he did not have the strength to clean up the corpses. Walking into the woods, he was also holding on to creatures such as rabbits that could be found in the forest to satisfy the energy needed by the body. Su Yin walked this distance, and his fit with the body became higher and higher. Hunger had filled his mind. He felt that he could even hold a cow and chew it now. Perhaps it was God's blessing that an animal appeared in his field of vision. Unfortunately, it was not a rabbit, but a small wild boar. Of course, it was only relatively small. For Su Yin's body, which was only 5 or 6 years old now, this wild boar was big enough. Just when Su Yin found it, The wild boar also found Su Yin looking at the kunai in his hand, and the eyes the light revealed by God. The wild boar howled and rushed towards Su Yin, dodged to the side, and then fight in a roundabout way? Or look for weaknesses? Thoughts surged in his mind, but hunger had long prevented those plans from being completed. He had to defeat it in the most direct way. Bang! Su Yin protected his chest with his arms, and the wild boar's charge hit him right on top. After a slight sound, Su Yin was knocked away for a distance. Blood dripped from a wound on his left chest, but at the same time he also grabbed the wild boar's bristles and stabbed down with the kunai in his hand. Roar! The wild boar kept struggling, and Su Yin stabbed it again and again with a ferocious expression. Soon, the wild boar's struggle weakened and it lost its voice. Chapter 2. Exploration. Su Yin exhaled deeply. His palm, which gripped the kunai, was riddled with countless small wounds, indicative of his inability to hold it firmly. The 4 sharp corners had grazed him. However, he paid no heed to his injuries. Famished, his eyes bloodshot, he ravenously sank his teeth into the wild boar, tearing into the flesh and blood, consuming everything that could replenish his energy. After a while, regaining his composure, he expelled the morsels from his mouth. Slowly rising to his feet, his right hand pressed against the wound on his left chest, which, unbeknownst to him, had already begun to staunch and even exhibited signs of healing. With a sigh, Su Yin stood upright, surveying the lifeless body on the ground. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the abruptness of his transmigration. Gazing at the raw meat scattered about, he felt the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, which provoked a wave of nausea, though he could not bring himself to vomit. He merely wiped the corner of his mouth and pressed onward into the depths of the forest. As dusk settled, darkness enveloped the landscape, casting a veil of danger over the night, particularly for an ordinary person unarmed with knowledge. Yet, Su Yin seemed to adapt swiftly to his surroundings. With the enhancement of his physical form granted by the heavens and the curse, his senses had also been significantly heightened. After replenishing his energy, this newfound perception became increasingly pronounced. As he traversed the woodland, his dynamic vision captured the trajectory of raindrops in the night, while his ears detected the rustling of insects scuttling along the tree trunks. He inhaled the cool, post-rain air, laced with a faint metallic scent of blood. Exhaling a chilly breath, he moved with the agility of a rabbit through the night. Soon, he arrived at a small river, where a few young deer stood drinking at the water's edge. Upon noticing Su Yin's approach, they merely shifted slightly, showing little concern. Had it not been for his recent bout of near-insatiable hunger, he would not have contemplated consuming raw flesh. Kneeling by the riverbank, he cupped his hands to gather the clear water, washing his face and rinsing his body briefly. Glancing at his reflection in the water, he observed his youthful visage, the features already beginning to show a ruggedness, with muscles slightly defined, faint lines appearing here and there. Not bad. I look quite handsome, Su Yin mused, finding humor in his plight. After a day of relentless exertion, though his body had recovered considerably, his spirit was utterly exhausted. Departing from the riverbank and returning to the woods, he utilized the trees to craft a simple container to catch rainwater, subsequently seeking a suitable hollow in a tree where he could shelter from the rain. Gazing at the ominous clouds of nightfall, Su Yin contemplated his forthcoming plans. First and foremost, I must gather sufficient intelligence. This is a world dominated by ninjas, a power structure I have come to understand somewhat, based on my experiences here. The lives of ordinary people are undoubtedly challenging. Thus, my primary objective must be to enhance my strength. Having established his goal, another thought struck him. Was the anger I felt earlier a remnant of the original soul inhabiting this body? Did it not perish entirely but instead merge with me? Having pondered these questions fruitlessly while observing the corpse in the room, exhaustion from the day's exertion soon overcame him. Su Yin closed his eyes and swiftly succumbed to slumber. A sharp clang resonated in the night sky, rousing Su Yin from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he steadied his heartbeat and regulated his breath, relying on his keen eyesight to discern the silhouettes of the combatants. Not far off, in the woods just a dozen meters away, 2 teams, 8 figures in total, were engaged in fierce confrontation. The air was filled with the sound of whistling winds, accompanied by the upheaval of the ground. Su Yin held his breath, concentrating intently to avoid detection. In truth, he was overly cautious, even with a normal breathing rhythm. The adversaries would struggle to notice him at such a distance during their clash. However, the experiences of his journey thus far had instilled in him a sense of prudence, as he aimed to avoid any missteps. After all, caution is never misplaced. From the headbands, it appears to be Iwagakure and Sunagakure, Su Yin mused. observing the agile movements of the combatants, deepening his understanding of the dangers inherent in this world. Before him lay a small team of middle-ranked ninjas from Iwagakure and Sunagakure, typically comprising one middle ninja and three lower-ranked ninjas. Although Sunagakure and Iwagakure were allied during the Second Shinobi World War, this alliance was tenuous at best. In reality, the pacts forged during past conflicts often served merely as a buffer, with both sides ready to strike when the opportunity arose to eliminate their opponent's forces without hesitation. Su Yin was keenly focused on the battle, recognizing it as an invaluable opportunity to comprehend the combat techniques employed by ninjas. He meticulously observed the positioning of the fighters, noting the remarkable coordination exhibited by the two teams. The team leader maintained a vigilant stance on one side, frequently shifting positions in search of an opening. At the forefront stood a lower-ranked ninja wielding a blade, evidently specializing in taijutsu, while behind him was a ninja preparing to weave hand signs, indicating a focus on ninjutsu. Guarding this ninjutsu practitioner was another lower-ranked ninja armed with a short dagger. It seems that ninjutsu specialists require protection from taijutsu practitioners. Thus, if I were to engage in battle, my priority would be to eliminate the ninjutsu user first, Su Yin contemplated, immersing himself in the scenario as he sought a strategy to turn the tide. The sound of clashing blades echoed amidst the gentle patter of rain, punctuated by the occasional launch of shuriken and kunai aimed at the ninjutsu user to thwart the formation of hand signs. Two middle-ranked ninjas exchanged blows with kunai, occasionally flickering out of sight only to reappear a few meters away, leaving Su Yin astonished. Is this the body flicker technique? Just as Su Yin anticipated a prolonged skirmish, a lower-ranked taijutsu practitioner from Iwagakure unexpectedly lost grip of his longsword. The Sunagakure taijutsu ninja seized the moment with delight, brandishing the sword towards the Iwagakure ninjutsu user. Simultaneously, another Sunagakure lower-ranked ninja moved to engage the Iwagakure short dagger user, as if the outcome of the battle was imminent. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The Iwagakure short dagger user was, in fact, a ninjutsu practitioner. The distance deliberately created by the Sunagakure ninja became an advantage for the enemy. Doton, Dori Taiga. The short dagger user struck the ground, causing it to shift and trap the Sunagakure taijutsu ninja. Doton, Shinj Zanshu no Jutsu. The Iwagakure ninjutsu user swiftly burrowed underground, resulting in the Sunagakure taijutsu ninja's attack missing its mark. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the sand-hidden shinobi became ensnared in the earth, their body severed in an instant. The rock-hidden taijutsu shinobi had already dashed to the side of their sand counterpart, swiftly dispatching them with a few deft strikes. The lone remaining lower-ranked shinobi was soon pierced through the chest by a swift thrust of the earth release, earth spike technique. The sand-hidden nin was taken aback by the rapid casualties of their comrades. In a moment of carelessness, they fell prey to the rock-hidden nin, who executed a swift strike with an earthen spear that erupted from the ground. Though narrowly evading death, they lost an arm, rendering them significantly weakened and vulnerable to the rock-hidden's grasp. Su Yin observed the battlefield swiftly shifting dynamics, sinking into silence as he realized that the rock-hidden's lower-ranked shinobi were specialized in ninjutsu. The rapid advance of the rock-hidden taijutsu shinobi towards the sand-hidden was likely a deliberate ploy to lure them into a trap. This misjudgment of intelligence resulted in a complete collapse of their strategy. In the world of ninjas, intelligence is paramount, Su Yin mused inwardly, while remaining ever more cautious in his concealment. With the battle drawing to a close, the risk of discovery loomed ever larger. Suddenly, as the three rock-hidden shinobi began to scour the battlefield, a glint of cold steel flashed by, freezing them in their tracks as if a pause button had been pressed. Su Yin furrowed his brow, unable to discern what had just transpired through his keen dynamic vision. He could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Moments later, the three shinobi spewed blood and collapsed to the ground, leaving behind only a solitary figure wielding a blade. Though motionless, this figure emanated an overwhelming aura, as if a mere glance could extinguish Su Yan's life. In the midst of Su Yan's astonishment, several other figures descended one after another, executing the body flicker technique. After inspecting the bodies, one of the newcomers addressed the figure respectfully. Lord Tsukumo, we have confirmed the fatalities. Let us depart swiftly. Wait. Tsukumo raised his hand to signal, then turned his gaze towards Su Yan's hiding spot, speaking in a deep voice, come out. After a moment of inner conflict, Su Yan reluctantly emerged from his concealment, revealing himself as a mere child. The others gasped in surprise, having failed to detect his presence moments before. Tsukumo furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that such a well-hidden figure would be a ninja, not a child. Su Yan simply regarded them in silence. with a swift movement. Tsukumo executed the body flicker technique again, appearing beside Su Yan. He placed a hand on Su Yan's shoulder, sensing for a moment and confirming the absence of chakra within him. After a brief pause, he spoke, "How did you come to be here? Never mind." Shaking his head, he realized that questioning a child in a war-torn land about their home was a rather foolish endeavor. At that moment, the ninja who had previously spoken respectfully stepped forward, saying, "My lord, our plans must not be compromised." Su Yan's heart raced, and he glanced up at Tsukumo, noticing his hesitation as he weighed how to handle the situation. "We cannot delay." Su Yan raised an arm and suggested, "You could knock me unconscious. By the time I awaken, you should be long gone." The remaining ninjas remained unmoved, their gazes fixed upon Hatake Tsukumo, as if only his opinion held any weight. Su Yan, feeling helpless, could only blink his large eyes earnestly at him. After a moment, Hatake Tsukumo offered a slight smile, scratching his head as he said, "All right then." Su Yan let out a sigh of relief, only to be struck by a sudden sharp pain in the back of his neck, darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yan gradually awoke, realizing he was still in the same tree hollow as before. The corpses of the ninjas had vanished, and aside from the lingering pain at the nape of his neck, everything felt like a mere illusion. He fell into silence, seemingly reminiscing about the battle that had just transpired. As his hand absent-mindedly brushed to the side, he felt a peculiar paper-like texture. Looking closer, he discovered several sheets stacked together. Upon examination, he realized they were currency. Chapter 3: The First Encounter with Xiaonan within the borders of the Rain Country. A nimble figure darted through the forest, evading something unseen. Occasionally, this figure would surge forward with remarkable speed, only to come to a sudden halt, shaking his head before resuming his attempts. This figure was Su Yan. Since experiencing that battle, he had developed a profound interest in the ninja's ability to advance swiftly. Under the influence of heaven and the curse, Su Yan found it nearly impossible to refine his chakra or learn ninjutsu. Thus, he devoted himself to mastering this close combat technique. However, no matter how diligently he practiced, he felt he fell short, struggling to achieve the desired results. Regardless of how he employed it, his speed only marginally increased under the force of explosive energy, failing to replicate the instantaneous movement across several meters. Exhaling deeply, Su Yan was grateful that the influence of heaven and the curse was steadily growing, providing him with adequate physical strength. Otherwise, his body would have long succumbed to the strain of such training. Given my current strength, there is evidently a significant gap between me and the Tyrant of the Cursed Technique War. It seems I will require a gradual recovery and growth to reach that level. He mused that such recovery might necessitate a copious amount of sustenance. Through the experiences of the previous night, Su Yan understood that this nation was embroiled in turmoil, with battles akin to the one he witnessed continuing to unfold. Fortunately, he had discerned the sensation of chakra emanating from the ninja, and though he could not see the chakra within them, he possessed an instinctual awareness of the presence of chakra-bearing beings nearby. As he cautiously navigated around the sites of ninja skirmishes, he made his way toward the marketplace. Now that he had money, it was only fitting to indulge in some delectable food to satiate his hunger. He had no desire to relive the harrowing experience of foraging for sustenance. Nevertheless, from the performance of the Chunin last night, it appeared they engaged in a hand sign process prior to utilizing body flicker technique, with chakra erupting momentarily to achieve instantaneous movement. Su Yan had deduced the principle behind it, yet instead of excitement, a solemnity washed over him. The previous night, Konoha Tsukumo had executed the body flicker technique without performing hand signs, and there was scarcely any fluctuation in chakra, indicating that relying on hand signs and chakra changes as indicators was a flawed approach. Recalling the lethal strike that felled 3 individuals and the overwhelming atmosphere of carnage, he recognized that the disparity between ninjas was even greater than that between ninjas and ordinary people. The pangs of hunger interrupted Su Yan's contemplation, quickening his pace until he finally arrived at the marketplace. What is referred to as a marketplace is essentially nothing more than 2 rows of thatched huts flanking the road. Yet, for this chaotic nation, such a sight is indeed a remarkable feat. The streets are nearly devoid of pedestrians, with only a few scattered shops in operation. Most of those emanate a chakra aura, suggesting they are under the protection of some background force. Su Yan initially intended to observe before making a decision, but the gnawing hunger in his belly, coupled with the enticing aromas wafting from a nearby tavern, compelled him to abandon his cautious approach and step inside. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a multitude of gazes, some scrutinizing, others greedy, and a few ferocious, yet none conveyed any sympathy. Of course, Su Yin did not seek pity or compassion. Ignoring the stares, he approached the counter, at which point the onlookers diverted their attention. A child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, clad in tattered rags and bearing numerous scars, held a blood-stained shuriken, warning all that he was not to be trifled with. It was evident that the risks outweighed the rewards. Su Yin's funds were limited, sufficient only for a satisfying meal, and he placed the silver coins, marred with droplets of blood, on the counter, stating calmly, "I would like to have meat." The shopkeeper glanced at him, then at the bloodied coins, before collecting them and returning to his newspaper, showing no further interest. Turning around, Su Yin selected a corner table to sit at. He had observed the establishment beforehand and noted that, aside from a few chakra fluctuations on the second floor, the patrons were predominantly individuals who had resorted to looting due to the hardships of the chaotic times. Before long, a steaming plate of food was placed before him. The long-forgotten aroma of meat nearly overwhelmed him, yet he managed to suppress his excitement, maintaining an expressionless facade as he methodically savored each bite. His calm and rational demeanor projected an air of mystery. Clang! Another large platter of food was delivered to his table, causing him to pause in surprise. For he realized that his funds could not possibly cover such an abundance. He glanced towards the proprietor, who remained engrossed in his newspaper, oblivious to Su Yin's predicament. After a moment of silence, Su Yin drew the food closer and continued to eat, committing the incident to memory. In no time, every morsel had been consumed. Su Yin licked his lips, feeling more satiated than he had since his arrival. Grasping the shuriken, he disregarded the astonished stares of others and exited the tavern briskly. After meandering for a while and ensuring he was not being followed, he resumed a normal pace and approached a vendor selling various goods. The shopkeeper, an ordinary person, was out conducting business out of necessity. Su Yin casually scanned the merchandise, selecting a few pieces of clothing and a raincoat. After handing over the scant remaining coins in his possession, he turned and departed the marketplace. 3 days later, torrential rain poured down. The howling winds intertwined with the thunderous rumblings of the night sky. A pair of wooden clogs splashed into a puddle by the roadside, sending a spray of murky water mixed with mud into the air. Su Yin tightened his raincoat, his head bowed, concealing his face beneath the hood. This figure was indeed Su Yin, who had traversed numerous places in the land of rain. He remained steadfast in his practice of evading battles when he sensed the presence of ninjas. His journey had been relatively smooth, whenever hunger struck. He resorted to foraging wild fruits and occasionally pilfering food from local vendors. It was only now that he finally grasped his current situation. He was within the borders of the land of rain, embroiled in the Second Ninja World War, which had already raged for about a year. All factions were consumed by bloodlust, with casualties among ninjas occurring daily, and the landscape lay in ruins. The only semblance of peace perhaps resided within the rain-hidden village, though survival there was still a daunting challenge. Moreover, Su Yin had come to comprehend the cause of his original body's demise. Along his path, he had witnessed numerous instances where ninjas, driven to the brink by relentless combat and mental strain, resorted to deriving pleasure from the torture of innocents. While Su Yin understood the motivations behind the ninjas' actions, he could not condone their methods. Was it truly justifiable to exert violence upon the weaker? Was the law of the jungle truly a virtue? Just yesterday, he had witnessed a ninja slowly inserting a blade into the chest of an ordinary person, regardless of the latter's desperate struggles, in the face of absolute power. All was rendered insignificant. This sight filled Su Yin with a profound disdain for the ninja profession itself. Utilizing the occasional moonlight filtering through the rain and his keen eyesight, he discerned that the muddy path beneath his feet was gradually transforming into a rough, loose gravel road. It was evident that prior to the outbreak of war, this area had likely been quite prosperous. As he walked, he suddenly sensed a chakra reaction ahead. Su Yin intended to evade it, but just as he was about to depart, his steps faltered inexplicably. This chakra exuded a familiar aura, perhaps a remnant of the original soul inhabiting this body. A wave of anger, long suppressed, surged forth, compelling him to approach. As he drew near, a terrified scream pierced the air, its owner unmistakably young, nearly the same age as his current form. He held his breath, cautiously advancing towards a thatched cottage, then crouched by the door to peer inside. He beheld a man with his back turned, savagely grinning at a figure within. Quite attractive. Should fetch a good price, the man sneered, suppressing his rising fury. Su Yin's gaze swept across the ground, where several youths, akin to his own age, lay lifeless, blood pooling beneath them. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing a strand of blue-violet hair to flutter. Through the man's gap, he glimpsed the panicked visage of a young girl, who, upon noticing him, appeared utterly astonished at his presence. The man, following the girl's gaze, turned to discover Su Yan's concealed form. Exhaling softly, Su Yan stepped forward. Since he had been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. A glance at the man's forehead protector caused a heavy sensation to settle in his heart. A ninja from the Leaf Village? He murmured to himself. He had heard rumors that the ninjas from the Leaf were the most formidable among the 5 great nations. This was troublesome. Nonetheless, he tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand. "Who are you?" Inghe inquired, tilting his head with a serious tone. In Inghe's recollection, he had never encountered this youth, yet the hatred radiating from the boy's eyes was palpable. "Perhaps he belongs to a family I previously exterminated," Inghe thought nonchalantly. Scratching his head, observing the kunai in the boy's grasp, he smirked mockingly and said, "How curious. I distinctly recall that I always finish off those I kill. How could there be any oversight?" At these words, Su Yan's anger surged within him. He recognized Inghe's intent to provoke him, yet he could not restrain the fury that boiled deep within his soul. After a brief pause, he posed the question he had long sought an answer to. "Why did you kill them?" Why? Inghe appeared to genuinely ponder the question for a moment before scoffing and replying. "Do you care about how many loaves of bread you've consumed?" In the instant his words fell, Inghe swiftly lunged towards Su Yan, delivering a powerful kick infused with chakra that sent Su Yan crashing into the adjacent thatched cottage. The wall of the hut crumbled, creating a small hole. "Is this how you seek vengeance?" Inghe laughed heartily, disregarding Su Yan's state. To him, Su Yan was already a corpse under the weight of that force. "Next time you kill, be more careful. How could you leave a survivor?" Inghe mused to himself. Chapter 4. The initial skirmish of the genin. As Inghe strolled back, a sudden commotion erupted from within the thatched roof hut, indicating that his earlier assumptions had been misguided. His gaze sharpened, and as he turned, his hand instinctively descended towards his ninja tool pouch, ever ready to procure a kunai. With a resounding thud, the scattered straw was lifted, and a figure burst forth, appearing before Inghe in an instant. Startled, he swiftly drew his kunai with unprecedented speed, clashing it against Su Yan's weapon. The sharp clang of metal echoed in the air, and to his astonishment, they found themselves evenly matched in their struggle. Inghe widened his eyes. Although merely a genin, his youth bestowed upon him physical capabilities far superior to those of a child. Su Yan, relying on the momentum of his advance, barely held his ground, a fact that left Inghe astounded as he had not anticipated encountering an opponent of equal strength. At that moment, Su Yan entered a peculiar state. Fueled by anger, he seemed to transcend a barrier, his body and the binding curse aligning more harmoniously. In that fleeting moment of his exit, he successfully executed the body flicker technique. His muscles bulged with power as his right leg, though appearing to descend slowly, struck the ground with such force that mud flew, leaving a deep imprint. The air around him thickened, akin to viscous water, as the scenery on either side rapidly receded. In an instant, the distance between him and Inghe closed, and instinctively, he positioned his kunai before him, delivering a strike that collided with his opponent's. However, when the momentum waned, Su Yan ultimately succumbed to Inghe's superior strength and was pushed back. Not daring to be careless, Inghe closed in for a fierce attack. Su Yan could only rely on instinct to parry the blows, thankful that his enhanced senses and physical prowess sustained him, yet he still bore numerous wounds. He yearned to delve once more into that extraordinary state, but Inghe's relentless assault made it impossible to find an opening. Inghe noticed that while Su Yan's strength and speed significantly surpassed that of an ordinary person, his technique was still rudimentary, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With a mocking taunt, he remarked, "With such skill, do you truly believe you can seek revenge? If I were you, I would hide away and pray I never find you." Su Yan's heart burned with rage at those words, yet he maintained a stoic facade. For it was the soul of his original self that was consumed by anger, not his own. At that moment, Su Yan tirelessly analyzed Inghe's techniques, undeterred by the increasing number of cuts he sustained. Gradually, Inghe began to panic, the frequency of Su Yan being struck diminished. And occasionally Su Yan even managed to inflict wounds upon him. Moreover, Su Yan's strength had not diminished significantly since the onset of their battle. "I cannot let this drag on," Inghe resolved. After a swift exchange of kunai, he hastily created distance between them, forming hand seals. With a puff of smoke, 2 clones of Inghe emerged before Su Yan, both wielding kunai and bearing identical expressions, charging towards him. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Is that the shadow clone technique? Su Yin silently contemplated, his grip on the kunai tightening, yet his expression remained unchanged. However, in Inghe's eyes, this was a different story. Heh, are you dumbfounded? A mere commoner probably hasn't even heard of a shadow clone, Inghe arrogantly mused. The two Inghe figures advanced. One on the left and one on the right, with the main body on the left, deliberately animating the movements of the clone. As anticipated, Su Yin directed the kunai towards the figure on the right. Ha, perish! Inghe sneered. Unexpectedly, with a swift motion, 3 kunai intersected. At the last moment, Su Yin arced the kunai, disregarding the clone's attack and slicing through the chest of Inghe's real body, leaving a narrow, elongated wound from which blood gushed forth. Wah! How could this be? Inghe's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that he had been seen through. However, Su Yin did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. After the kunai passed, he executed a sharp turn, sweeping the kunai's tip across his neck. Victory! Su Yin exhaled with relief upon hitting his mark, but soon sensed something amiss. Why was no blood spilling forth? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the pierced Inghe erupted into a cloud of smoke, revealing a wooden figure pinned by the kunai. Substitution technique? Su Yin gasped, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Watch out. A girl's urgent shout jolted him back to reality. He quickly turned to see a girl in a brown raincoat crouching by the doorframe. Her amber eyes wide with panic as she pointed at the wooden figure. A deep sense of foreboding gripped Su Yin, without a moment to spare. He hastily kicked the wooden figure aside. Alas, it was too late. The wooden object was propelled into a shallow pit, spinning wildly. And Su Yin noticed the explosive tag quietly igniting atop it. Boom! The explosion erupted, sending flames and with splinters scattering. Su Yin was hurled backward, crashing against the wall of the house, slowly sliding down. Wood debris rained over him, and blood flowed down his body like a serpent weaving through the grass. Thud! An inconspicuous pebble on the ground suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. The injured Inghe emerged, leaning against his chest, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Haha, useless fool. Did you think you could kill me? He then turned his gaze toward the girl, coldly stating, Do you dare to warn him again? The girl, who had been covering her mouth in horror, snapped back to reality, seemingly resigned to her fate. Inghe slowly approached her, appearing to intend harm, but in reality, he swiftly retrieved 2 shurikens and hurled them at Su Yin to gauge his reaction, his body poised in constant vigilance. He could not ascertain whether Su Yin was genuinely gravely injured or unconscious. Approaching him recklessly was not a prudent choice. After all, I wasted a precious explosive tag. It should serve some purpose, Inghe thought, aware that the price of explosive tags had skyrocketed during the war, and he had already exhausted his quota. The one he had just used was the last. Relying on purchasing more was impractical. Using an explosive tag against a mere child, Inghe reflected, casting another cold glance at the girl. You shall serve to compensate for my expenses. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across Inghe's face, lifting the blades of grass mixed with blood from the ground. In his dazed gaze, the sound of clashing echoed as a kunai deflected 2 shurikens aimed at Su Yin, who then narrowly escaped the onslaught. Inghe clutched his throat, unwilling to succumb, and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Su Yin, still uneasy, plunged his weapon into Inghe's chest again, only releasing the kunai once he confirmed the absence of life in Inghe's eyes. He exhaled deeply, having executed 3 instantaneous movements in the blink of an eye. First, he seized the moment when Inghe glanced at Xiaonan to approach swiftly. Next, he deflected the incoming shurikens with his kunai. Finally, he appeared before Inghe, slicing through his throat. These 3 attacks transpired almost simultaneously, placing an immense strain on his body. Coupled with his bleeding wounds, the exertion further tore at his flesh, causing Su Yin to kneel on the ground, sensing his body was on the brink of collapse. Are you all right? The girl managed to support herself and rushed outside, softly inquiring beside Su Yin, Are you not able to go on? Just then, a surge of dark energy erupted from the deceased Inghe's body, startling Su Yin, who hastily grasped his kunai. The girl was momentarily taken aback by his actions. The dark mist surged towards Su Yin as if it were drawn to him, entering his body before he could comprehend the situation. In an instant, he felt a warm, soothing sensation envelop him. The previously relentless flow of blood from his wounds began to ease. What is this? Su Yin pondered in astonishment, glancing at his hands before turning to the girl, who still regarded him with concern. It seems only I can perceive this dark energy. Not only has it partially healed my injuries, but it has also enhanced my physical strength. This must be the path to gaining power. Initially, Suyin felt a pang of trepidation. For the mere glimpse of that white-haired figure had led him to believe that even at his peak, he would struggle against heaven and the curse. Now that he possessed the potential for growth, the future appeared to hold great promise. Once the dark energy was fully absorbed, Suyin gradually rose to his feet. The girl, seeing this, hastily stood as well, extending her hand toward him, unsure if she could assist. Ignoring her reaction, Suyin approached Inghe's side, the anxiety of having taken a life gradually subsiding as he seemingly accepted the reality of the situation. He slowly crouched down to retrieve his pouch of ninja tools. Intending to open it, his weapons were all drawn from here. There must be plenty of valuable items. Stop, the girl exclaimed, gripping Suyin's arm tightly, raising her voice. Suyin was taken aback, glancing at the girl, awaiting her explanation. Despite her utmost effort, she could not free her arm, astonished by Suyin's strength. She hastily remarked, "Typically, the ninja tool pouch contains traps set by ninjas, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to cope. Some companions of mine previously opened one, only to be struck by shuriken and kunai that flew out." She fell silent, yet her meaning was unmistakably clear. Suyin imagined himself pierced by the shuriken and kunai, a tightness gripping his heart. He promptly set the ninja tool pouch down and directed his gaze toward Inghe's body, his eyes brightening upon spotting several pieces of silver coins near her chest. A flicker of joy welled within him, though his expression remained impassive as he collected the coins and proceeded to walk away. The girl merely glanced at Inghe's corpse, then bowed respectfully toward her deceased companion inside the thatched cottage before hastily following in Suyin's footsteps. As they walked, she continued to speak. "My name is Xiaonan. What is yours? Where do you come from? It must be quite challenging to survive alone here without companions, right? How can you possess such strength? Aren't you afraid when you encounter ninjas?" Suyin remained silent, his quiet demeanor inadvertently disheartening Xiaonan. However, she quickly regained her composure and persisted in her inquiries. She was deeply curious about this boy, why he traversed this place alone, and how he managed his daily life. All of this piqued her interest. And though she could not fathom why she was so concerned, she felt a sense of security in following him. Chapter 5, Conversation. After a considerable time had elapsed since the departure of the two individuals, two young boys passed through the vicinity and beheld the lifeless body strewn upon the ground. The boy with golden hair furrowed his brow, his gaze swiftly shifting towards the thatched cottage. His eyes widened in astonishment, yet soon morphed into a look of resignation as he turned to his companion, the red-haired boy, who was visibly trembling in fear. The latter's expression was one of sheer panic. Confronted with the gruesome scene, he found it difficult to breathe. Observing his distress, Yuhiko gently patted him on the back, encouraging him to relax. After all, Yuhiko had momentarily evaded the area following the violent clash, only to discover his companion lying unconscious on the ground. After a brief interval, the red-haired boy regained some composure and turned to Yuhiko, who greeted him with a reassuring smile. The confident and sunny demeanor of Yuhiko brought a flicker of solace to his heart. In a soft voice, Yuhiko suggested, "Nagato, let us bury them." Amidst the downpour, the two traversed the forest, one trailing closely behind the other. No matter how swiftly the boy attempted to increase his pace, the girl remained steadfastly by his side, her weary countenance devoid of any complaints. This unwavering loyalty left the boy feeling somewhat exasperated. The duo consisted of Suyin and Xiaonan. Suyin, reluctant to have Xiaonan accompany him, inherently shunned the notion of seeking warmth in numbers. He believed there was no necessity to escort a young girl through this chaotic land. In the previous battle, Suyin had inadvertently saved her life, and she had, at a critical moment, provided him with a timely warning. Thus, he felt no obligation towards her. Suyin preferred to part ways amicably, trusting that she would encounter other small groups, while he would continue on his solitary path. After a moment of resignation, he found himself compelled to slow his pace. Noticing his deceleration, Xiaonan's heart leaped with joy, prompting her to take a few quick steps forward to keep up. She followed him silently, understanding his preference for solitude. Disregarding her presence, Suyin began to contemplate the road ahead. Following the battle yesterday, he experienced an enhancement not only in physical strength, but also in the alignment of his spirit. With the fulfillment of his original aspirations and the liberation of his soul, Suyin had fully taken possession of his body. This transformation was comprehensive. He felt more agile, his senses heightened, and his fusion with the elements and curses accelerated. It was as though he had entered a phase of rapid development. The only constraint he faced was the scarcity of food, for he had yet to identify a suitable means of earning a living. Nutritional deficiencies weighed heavily on him, forcing him to refocus his attention on the wildlife of the wilderness, as meat was the most optimal source of nourishment, at least for him in the present circumstances. Unfortunately, the ongoing conflicts and the convergence of various factions had rendered it exceedingly difficult to find a sanctuary for animals in the land of rain. A faint sound emerged from behind him, prompting Su Yin to halt. He glanced back to see Xiaonan, her face flushed, defiantly shaking her head away. Perceiving his silent gaze, she turned back to him and obstinately declared, "You called too." Su Yin said nothing further, yet he felt a twinge of hunger. Following the sounds of the crowd, he arrived at a roadside lined with 5 or 6 vendors. During wartime, those willing to engage in trade were either struggling to make ends meet or greedy merchants seeking to profit from the chaos. The prices were undoubtedly steep, however. This posed no dilemma for Su Yin, as he spent money that was not his own without a second thought. He purchased a dozen buns and casually tossed 3 to Xiaonan, who caught them with delight. For it had been a long time since she had enjoyed a proper meal since becoming an orphan. As she unwrapped the buns, ready to indulge, she suddenly sensed someone watching her. Raising her head, she discovered a few boys of similar age nearby, eagerly swallowing their saliva as they gazed at her. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaonan approached them, offering one of her buns. The boys seized it, clamoring over each other to claim their prize, while others continued to fix their eyes on the remaining buns in her hands. Frowning slightly, Xiaonan contemplated whether to tear another bun in half for them when they rushed forward, grasping her arm in an attempt to snatch it away. Startled, she tried to pull free but realized she lacked the strength. In her panic, a powerful hand pressed down on the assailant's grip. The boy's gaze darkened as he turned to face Su Yin, who emitted an aura of coldness that felt like a bucket of ice water cascading over him. He sensed a singular message in Su Yin's piercing gaze: "You will perish." Hastily, he released his hold and sprinted into the woods. Even with the courage to rob ordinary vendors, he dared not confront Su Yin directly. His initial intent to seize Xiaonan's food stemmed from a miscalculation of her kindness, believing he could exploit his physical advantage. Su Yin, observing the scene, chose not to pursue and continued walking. He had long recognized Xiaonan's compassionate nature, which was precisely why he hesitated to involve her. Such kindness was a liability in this harsh world. Xiaonan fell silent, trailing behind Su Yin. Her head bowed as she avoided the surrounding sights, feeling a mixture of hurt and frustration. How could I have been so foolish? I knew the outcome. I must not act this way again. She reassured herself inwardly, though she understood that she would likely repeat the same mistake in the future. As Xiaonan was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly collided with what felt like a wall, her head bumping against Su Yin's back. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, rubbing her head as she regained her senses. Realizing that Su Yin had come to a stop, lost in contemplation over the vendors, she peeked around him, her big eyes scanning the area. It was only when Su Yin picked up a bottle of seasoning that she sensed something was amiss and quickly inquired, "Are you planning to make barbecue?" Su Yin remained silent, lost in contemplation. To be honest, even in his previous life, he had never thoroughly understood the nuances of seasoning, let alone his unfamiliarity with the myriad elements of this world. He held no expectations regarding the delightful flavors that barbecuing might yield. At that moment, he heard Xiaonan continue, "I can grill. I often help my family with it, and I am acquainted with various seasonings." Su Yin paused, his hand holding the seasoning turning still as he turned to meet Xiaonan's earnest gaze. After a moment of silence, he responded, "Really? Wow. I didn't realize you could talk." Xiaonan exclaimed in disbelief. Her assumption of his prolonged silence had led her to wonder if he had previously sustained an injury to his throat during battle, rendering him unable to speak. Su Yin felt a sense of helplessness within. He simply was not accustomed to social interaction, not that he was mute. Yet, he found no inclination to explain, choosing instead to continue observing her in silence, which left Xiaonan feeling quite uncomfortable. She patted her chest and declared, "Rest assured, you can leave it to me." Chapter 6. Encounter within a modest wooden pavilion that provided meager shelter from the rain. Su Yin and Xiaonan sought refuge from the downpour. Su Yin meticulously prepared the hard-won deer he had managed to acquire, carefully extracting its innards and endeavoring to clean its hide as thoroughly as possible. Meanwhile, Xiaonan stood by, gazing outside, occasionally extending her hand to catch the falling raindrops, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of approaching figures. Su Yin remained indifferent to her actions. With his heightened senses, he could detect any creatures nearing their vicinity long before Xiaonan could, which ultimately afforded her some reassurance. Thus he refrained from intervening. After a while, as Xiaonan's anxiety began to escalate, Su Yin approached her from behind and gently patted her shoulder. The sudden touch startled her, nearly causing her to jump, but she quickly regained her composure, looking at him with a pitiable expression. Suyin scratched his head, offering a few reassuring strokes to her hair. It was not her fault. With his increasingly refined control over his own body, it was understandable that Xiaonan, an ordinary person, could not hear his footsteps over the sound of the rain. He stepped aside, gesturing towards the deer, which hung suspended by a wooden stake. Xiaonan felt her cheeks flush from the affectionate gesture, and upon regaining her focus, she nodded, gathering the dry twigs she had previously collected and stacking them beneath the deer. Suyin crouched down to retrieve the lighter he had purchased, igniting the kindling. Xiaonan stepped closer, arranging the twigs around the flame to nurture its growth. Soon, the fire blazed to life, and Xiaonan's face lit up with joy as she turned to Suyin. However, he had already moved aside, surveying their surroundings. The smoke from the fire, although partially obscured by the rain, still posed a risk of being spotted by others, but fortunately, their location was relatively secluded. The process unfolded seamlessly. Once Xiaonan had successfully roasted the meat, she sprinkled it with seasoning and handed it to Suyin, her eyes sparkling with delight as if seeking praise. Suyin accepted the deer leg, inhaling its savory aroma before taking a hearty bite, savoring the long-forgotten flavors that rejuvenated his senses. Noticing Xiaonan's eager gaze, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Not bad." "Yay!" Xiaonan exclaimed softly, raising her small fist in triumph. Had it not been for Suyin's keen hearing, her exclamation might have gone unheard. Suyin tore off some additional meat from other parts of the deer and offered it to Xiaonan, who, despite her hunger, had shown remarkable restraint by initially serving him first. Thus, they continued to enjoy their roasted meat in silence, the only sounds within the pavilion being the soft crunching and swallowing of their meal. Just as Xiaonan was savoring her food, Suyin suddenly set down the meat, wiped his mouth, and, under Xiaonan's puzzled gaze, retrieved a shuriken. His eyes peered into the distance, as if he could penetrate the endless curtain of rain and discern the events unfolding beyond. Realizing his intent, Xiaonan quickly poured the rainwater she had collected earlier onto the fire, extinguishing the flames in an instant. She then grabbed a damp cloth to smother the smoke, anxiously standing close beside Suyin. From Suyin's perspective, he could vaguely discern two young boys evading the attacks of two pursuing ninjas in the distance. Initially, Suyin had no intention of intervening. However, their path coincidentally aligned with his position. Even if they managed to escape now, hiding their tracks would prove futile. Perhaps I could cautiously conceal myself, but what about Xiaonan? Should I abandon her? Suyin glanced at Xiaonan beside him, caught in a moment of hesitation. His instincts suggested that there was no need for such urgency in his quest for strength. He could simply flee to a more peaceful realm and gradually seek opportunities to grow stronger. Moreover, facing a single ninja was already a daunting challenge. Without intelligence, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two of them to withstand the onslaught. Just as Suyin grappled with his indecision, a soft little hand grasped his own. Turning to look, he saw Xiaonan wearing an innocent smile, confidently declaring, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Suyin felt at a loss for words. Glancing back at the roasted meat behind them, and then at the naive yet endearing Xiaonan, he shook his head and said, "Wait for me here." Xiaonan had been smiling, but suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep by, causing the raindrops to dance along with it, while the lush grass bent slightly under its weight. As she looked forward again, she could only see a shadow darting ahead, and she clasped her hands together. Closing her eyes, "I hope you will be all right." Suyin leaped swiftly among the branches, pausing to observe the situation of the two ninjas as he drew near. They are only using shurikens and kunai, with no other discernible techniques. Based on their speed and reaction, they must be lower-ranked ninjas. Their headbands appear to be from the Rain Village? Are they not even sparing their own countrymen? Suyin frowned slightly, but chose not to dwell on the matter. It was not his primary concern. His main objective was to gather sufficient intelligence. The two boys were evidently slower than the ninjas behind them, yet they had managed to hold out for so long. Aside from the ninjas perhaps relishing the thrill of the hunt, there must be another reason. Soon, Suyin noticed something amiss. As the ninjas drew near, or just as the shurikens and kunai were about to strike, a distortion in space would occur, slightly altering the trajectory of the attacks. What is this ability? Suyin was taken aback as he scanned the faces of the two boys, preliminarily identifying the red-haired boy as the source of this power, as he felt an ominous sensation emanating from him. If that is the case, perhaps there is a chance. With that thought, Suyin steadied his breath and heartbeat, diminishing his presence like a dangerous predator poised to deliver a lethal strike. "Huh? Run? Where can you run to?" One of the Rain ninjas laughed heartily. "A futile struggle. But enough of the games, the mission is paramount. The main force has likely moved to another location. The other ninja replied coldly. Humph, indeed, the first ninja agreed. With a swift whoosh, 3 shurikens soared through the air. Despite Nagato's desperate evasion, 2 of them found their mark, embedding themselves in Yahiko's body. A pained groan escaped Yahiko's lips as he collapsed to the ground, dragging Nagato down with him. Panic washed over Nagato as he turned to face the approaching ninjas, his hand instinctively reaching for Yahiko, only to feel the warm rush of crimson seeping through the fabric. His mind went blank, nearly convinced that Yahiko was on the brink of death. At that moment, 2 ninjas charged toward Nagato, their kunai poised to strike. No, Nagato roared, unleashing an invisible repulsive force that destabilized the assailants, causing them to loosen their grip on their weapons. Now's my chance. Su-yen leapt from the tree, thrusting his kunai through one ninja's chest before swiftly withdrawing it and pivoting to plunge it into the neck of the second. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, and before the 2 ninjas could comprehend the unfolding events, they crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths as they gradually succumbed to the void. Chapter 7. The 4 travelers. Su-yen, wary and cautious, surveyed his surroundings to ensure the absence of any lingering chakra before gradually lowering his guard. A dark mist escaped from the lifeless body and entered Su-yen's being, invigorating him with a surge of strength and sharpening his senses. At that moment, he turned his attention to the 2 individuals sprawled on the ground. Nagato was shaking Yahiko's body, exclaiming, "Yahiko, are you all right?" After a cursory search of the 2 ninjas, Su-yen pondered for a moment before firmly grasping Nagato's shoulder and instructing, "Follow me." Nagato attempted to break free from Su-yen's grip, but despite his forceful efforts, he found himself utterly immovable. Realizing this, he pointed at Yahiko and asked, "What about him?" "It's better than you staying here," Su-yen replied succinctly. He took a step forward, hoisted Yahiko onto his shoulder, and made his way toward the pavilion. Nagato, seeing this, quickly rose to follow, disregarding the mud clinging to his clothes. Inside the pavilion, Conan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su-yen return safely. Su-yen gently laid Yahiko on the ground and extracted the shuriken embedded in his body, prompting a pained gasp from Yahiko. After a thorough examination, Su-yen confirmed that the wound was free of poison, then retrieved bandages to staunch the bleeding. Conan, too, produced the medical supplies she had acquired earlier to assist in the dressing. Nagato observed anxiously from the side, eager to help but uncertain how to proceed. After a while, the wound was bandaged, and Su-yen leaned back against the chair in the pavilion, his gaze fixed on Nagato, seemingly awaiting an explanation. Nagato, relieved that Yahiko was out of danger, gradually regained his composure and, after organizing his thoughts, spoke softly. "We were hiding in a cave, merely trying to steal some food when we encountered ninjas and were chased here." "Thank you." Su-yen remained silent, lost in contemplation of the narrative unfolding around him. His recollections of the events were rather vague, as he had seen little of it and gleaned most of his understanding from the words of others. "If I'm not mistaken, is this the Rinnegan? Was that the effect of the Rinnegan just now?" Noticing Su-yen's silence, Nagato, aware that he might have caused trouble, refrained from speaking further. The air was filled only with the gentle sound of raindrops falling. Suddenly, Yahiko coughed a few times, breaking the tense atmosphere. Nagato quickly supported Yahiko, continually inquiring about his condition. Upon opening his eyes, Yahiko first surveyed his surroundings, then offered a few comforting words to Nagato before turning to Su-yen with a slight smile, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. It seems we have inconvenienced you. I did not expect to find others here." Yahiko's smile seemed to carry a certain charm, and his words were imbued with a refreshing warmth, distinctly reflecting a person brimming with positivity, quite the contrast to Su-yen's demeanor. For a moment, Su-yen was at a loss for words. Yet, Yahiko appeared undeterred, maintaining his optimistic and cheerful smile as he proposed, "Our meeting must be fate. Shall we join forces?" The maturity reflected in Yahiko's words seems disproportionate to his age, however. In the world of ninjas, it is not uncommon for children to exhibit early maturity. "Shall we proceed together?" Su-yen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the railing of the pavilion as he gazed into Nagato's eyes, then turned his gaze towards the outside scenery, as if contemplating the overcast sky above. Noticing Su-yen's prolonged silence, Yahiko glanced at Conan, who shook her head repeatedly and gestured towards Su-yen, clearly indicating that they should heed his judgment. Yahiko offered a friendly smile and, with Nagato's assistance, settled into a chair. Conan handed him a piece of uneaten deer meat from earlier, prompting Yahiko to express his gratitude. "Very well, let us move together," Su-yen stated calmly. "Ah, splendid!" Yahiko exclaimed joyfully, attempting to rise, but momentarily forgetting his injuries. which caused him to wince in pain. Huffed. Seeing his discomfort, Conan couldn't help but laugh. And Yahiko bashfully scratched his head. Observing the three of them, Conan blinked and suggested, "Since we shall be acting together from now on, we ought to know each other's names. I am Conan. What about you?" "I am Yahiko, and my dream is to achieve peace in the ninja world." Yahiko replied with a broad grin. Suyin gazed at him thoughtfully for a moment, remarking, "Peace in the ninja world. Truly a noble aspiration, if memory serves." Even Naruto and Sasuke ultimately resorted to force to impose peace. I am Nagato." Though still somewhat shy, Nagato had grown more comfortable after their earlier interactions. Realizing that the two were trustworthy individuals, the trio then turned their attention towards Suyin, with Conan watching him intently, as if fearing she might miss some crucial piece of information. "I am Suyin," he replied softly. "So your name is Suyin? An unusual name, but at last. I know it." Conan thought to herself. "All right, we must depart." Suyin interrupted her contemplation. Yahiko nodded in agreement, adding, "There have been reports of missing ninjas in this area. It is likely they will come to investigate, so we should relocate." In the land of rain. Within a bustling marketplace, vendors shouted their wares from either side of the road, their goods sheltered beneath awnings to ward off the rain. A young boy approached a vendor selling watermelons. The elderly woman, clearly experienced, discerned his intentions with a mere glance. She rose and approached him, admonishing, "Are you going to buy something? If not, do not touch." Dealing with such children who might attempt to steal requires a firm approach. This will help avoid trouble in the future, the woman mused to herself. Suddenly, she noticed the boy faltering, glancing back nervously. Alarmed, she turned around to find that several watermelons had mysteriously vanished from their arranged position. She rushed back to investigate, only to catch sight of a few fleeing figures. "Hey, you rascals!" The elderly woman fumed, pivoting to reprimand the boy, but he had vanished without a trace. Huff, huff, huff. "I think we've reached a safe distance." Conan gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Mayahiko had long reached his limit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed ahead at the composed Suyin. Unable to suppress his panting as he remarked, "Suyin, your stamina is rather impressive, isn't it?" Suyin offered no reply, merely setting down the bundle containing watermelons and opening it for inspection. Mayahiko and Conan hurried over to take a look. Conan exclaimed joyfully, "This should be sufficient. Such an abundance of food will last us quite a while." "Indeed, but where is Nagato?" Mayahiko inquired, initially elated but then scanning the surroundings with concern. Conan, cradling a large watermelon, tilted her head and suggested, "Perhaps he has returned to the base early. After all, we did agree to regroup there." "Is that so? Well, let us head back then," Mayahiko thought, feeling a twinge of unease. The four of them had been living together for a week, having found a relatively secluded cave, and had been pilfering supplies from various places. Though they occasionally faced setbacks, their youth prevented any severe consequences. Nevertheless, Suyin consistently sensed danger beforehand, guiding Conan and Nagato to safety while leaving Mayahiko to bear the brunt of the consequences, which he humorously termed Mayahiko's resilience. This left Mayahiko both exasperated and amused. Yet this time, he detected an unusual scent in the air. Chapter 8. Ambush. The trio swiftly traversed the woods, soon arriving near their stronghold. Just as Xiaonan was about to step inside, Suyin grasped her arm, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the tranquil cave ahead. Seeing Suyin's demeanor, Yan's countenance also grew serious. To the untrained eye, everything appeared as it always had. Yet subtle details revealed otherwise, insights discernible only through the potent senses bestowed by nature and curses. Turning to Yan, Suyin calmly instructed, "Prepare for battle. You will draw the target's attention while I seek an opportunity. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, and they are not enemies after all. Allow me to negotiate." Yan replied, waving his hand dismissively. With that, he ventured through the thicket, calling out loudly, "Hello, we mean no harm, may we speak?" The only response was the whistling sound of 3 shurikens slicing through the air. Yan evaded in a panic but still bore several shallow cuts. Emerging from the cave were 5 individuals, the leader adorned with a long blade at his waist. He glanced at the small figure before him, and then peered into the distance, perplexed. "Are you alone? Where are the others?" From afar, Suyin noticed the rain ninja's forehead protectors, a sinking feeling settling in his heart. They were likely here to investigate the earlier disappearance of their comrades, and he hadn't anticipated they would trace their steps to this location. Just as Yin grew wary, a voice resonated from behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the leader had appeared at his back, speaking in a husky tone laced with menace. Well, it matters little, kid. You are undoubtedly linked to the deaths of Keihei and Ryoji. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Body flicker technique, albeit not yet perfected. It achieves its effect through the covert hand seals made during conversation. Had it not been for his keen senses, Su Yan might have been deceived. This indicated that the leader possessed at least the strength of a Chunin. Ye Yin was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Then inhaling deeply, he exclaimed, "Shouldn't the Rain Ninja protect their homeland? Why resort to violence against civilians simply because we lack strength?" Ah, the law of the jungle. The ninja world has always operated thus. Such naivety, the Chunin leader replied nonchalantly. "Araka-sama, we have not detected any signs of other ninjas." A subordinate stepped forward to report. None. To have dispatched those two, there must be others backing them. Have they not come? Araka's hawkish gaze swept the surroundings, but finding nothing, he shook his head. "Nagato, have you captured him? What have you done with him?" Ye Yin shouted. With a swift motion, Araka delivered a punch to Ye Yan's jaw, sending him flying. Several teeth knocked loose as his consciousness faded into oblivion. Xiaonan, horrified by the scene, looked on, but seeing Su Yan's composed demeanor, she covered her mouth with her hands, striving to avoid disrupting his contemplation and judgment. "Continue to lie in wait. If there is still no news by day's end, we shall eliminate them all," Araka remarked, sheathing his sword with indifference. "Understood. My lord, what of the reward?" A figure, distinctly out of place with their attire, approached and inquired. A flicker of disdain crossed Ikaru's eyes. He held no regard for such a wandering ninja. However, with the mounting pressure from the land of rain, their presence had become indispensable. Reluctantly, he waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Let us complete the mission first. Tonight, you shall take turns keeping watch." "Understood, my lord." The wandering ninja replied, momentarily pausing before acquiescing to the orders. Upon Ikaru's return, Su Yan gestured subtly to Xiaonan, signaling her to remain behind as he embarked on his solitary mission. Just as he was about to depart, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning, he encountered Xiaonan's earnest expression as she implored, "Why don't we leave? The adversaries are too perilous, and I do not wish for you to come to harm." "Do not worry," Su Yan paused, offering reassurance. Yet, seeing her concerns unyielding, Xiaonan cautioned, "Be careful." Never before had she felt such bitterness towards her own lack of strength, unable even to assist him in his endeavors. With grace akin to a swift leopard, Su Yan closed in on his target, soon noticing the wandering ninjas guarding the area. After a moment of observation, he confirmed the absence of other chakra signatures and advanced stealthily towards the two individuals. They claim to be Rain ninjas and boast of their prowess as great country ninjas? How laughable, if it weren't for Hanzo's stubbornness. The land of Rain would have long ceased to exist, one of the wandering ninjas scoffed derisively. Indeed, they are merely ninjas from a small village. They are not necessarily superior to us, despite their arrogant demeanor, another echoed in frustration. The two wandered aimlessly, entirely oblivious to Su Yan's presence lurking above. Suddenly, with a flash, a kunai gleamed in the night, as Su Yan descended like a shadow, swiftly slicing through one ninja's throat, just as he aimed to strike the second. The latter countered with a defensive maneuver. Their extensive combat experience as wandering ninjas became evident. Upon sensing their disadvantage, they attempted to retreat while calling out for help. Su Yan's expression hardened. The enemy was in the light while he remained shrouded in darkness, and he could not afford to lose this advantage. Drawing a deep breath, his muscles tensed, their contours subtly outlined beneath his attire. With a resounding thud, he stamped the ground, creating a shallow crater as debris scattered around him. In the eyes of the bewildered ninja, Su Yan seemed to teleport in an instant, and as the ninja's shock registered, the kunai descended with the grace of slow motion. Yet, he could not raise his weapon in time. A crimson line was drawn across his chest, with both hands firmly gripping. Su Yan delivered a decisive blow to the heart. In ambush, the wandering ninja attempted to shout, but only a hoarse croak escaped his lips. Two streams of dark energy slowly entered Su Yan's body, slightly dampening his heartbeat. Just as he prepared to advance, he detected 3 chakra signatures ahead. As if they were lying in wait for him. Have I been discovered? Could it be due to the traps nearby? But they should not have been triggered. Su Yan furrowed his brow slightly, for the situation had taken an unexpected turn. At that moment, a voice rang out from ahead. "Hey, come out. There's no need to hide. I never had any expectations for those 2 worthless fools. Now that they are dead, we save ourselves the expense." Ichiro spoke in a low tone. The 2 ninjas behind him also displayed sardonic smiles, for in the eyes of the village ninjas, they inherently looked down upon the wandering ninjas. The sound of rustling leaves echoed as Su Yin stepped out from the woods, wielding a blood-stained kunai. The stark contrast between his age and demeanor left the three in astonishment. However, it was Ichiro who first regained his composure, letting out a light laugh as he said, "You can't even defeat a mere child. I am now beginning to question Lord Hanzo's decision regarding the necessity of recruiting wandering ninjas." Chapter 9, The Battle, My Lord. "This child exhibits no chakra response," a ninja whispered into Ikaru's ear. Ikaru's smile faded, and a thought flickered in his mind. No chakra? Just an ordinary person? Yet, he dispatched 2 ninjas in such a brief span using only physical prowess. With this realization, Ikaru waved his left hand forward, prompting 2 Rain Ninja to swiftly surge ahead. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, acutely attentive to Su Yin's movements, needing to ascertain the cause of the demise of those 2 ninjas. Thud, 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 the 2 Rain Ninjas charged forward, hurling shurikens towards Su Yin as they advanced. Having acclimated over time, Su Yin was no longer the novice he once was. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the shurikens with ease. Gradually, his pace transitioned from a walk to a run, and in a split second, just as he was about to close the distance, he surged forward with astonishing speed. How swift! The lower-ranked ninja gasped in shock, hastily attempting to form hand seals. Swoosh! His kunai pierced the ninja's chest. The hands that had been weaving seals froze mid-air as realization dawned upon him that survival was impossible. With a grimace, he attempted to grasp the weapon embedded in him, but by the time he reacted, Su Yin had already extracted the kunai. Blood spurted forth as he slumped to the ground, dark energy surging into Su Yin's body. Ninjutsu, 1,000 Needles of Rain. Seizing the opportunity, another lower-ranked ninja swiftly drew an oil umbrella, unleashing a torrent of needles that pierced through the curtain of rain, enveloping Su Yin along with his fallen comrade. Exhaling a breath, Su Yin prepared to employ body flicker technique once more to evade. Suddenly, a gaze laced with murderous intent fixed upon him, accompanied by a chilling blade that swept across his intended path, halting his advance. "I never anticipated that a child of your age could wield body flicker technique. But what will you do now?" Ikaru mused, a smirk playing upon his lips as he severed Su Yin's route of escape. In that fleeting moment, the storm of needles neared Su Yin, and an impending sense of death enveloped him. His senses heightened. Every trajectory of the needles and each raindrop's descent became vividly clear. He tentatively shifted his body, realizing he could still perceive his surroundings. Gripping his kunai tightly, he collided with the first needle that pierced through the raindrops, altering its course and causing it to collide with another needle approaching from behind, effectively neutralizing 2 attacks. Continuing with the same method, he faced the second needle. To Ikaru's astonishment, Su Yin's kunai transformed into a mere afterimage, the clashing sounds resonating in rapid succession as needles were deflected or dodged. TCH, Ikaru clicked his tongue, swiftly forming hand seals. Soon, all the needles were repelled, and Su Yin dashed forth, only to be met by a colossal water dragon poised to engulf him. Boom! The ground erupted into a chasm, earth and vegetation torn asunder, as the water dragon coiled and crashed into the forest. Puff! Su Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of the collision caused intense pain throughout his internal organs. Yet, he could distinctly sense that at the moment he was struck by the ninjutsu, an invisible barrier seemed to shield him, mitigating a substantial portion of the damage. Otherwise, this attack could have left Su Yin gravely injured or even on the brink of death. Does the chakra absorbed by the heavenly curse also confer resistance to ninjutsu? After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that the immediate priority was to eliminate the 2 adversaries. Ichiro, with a composed demeanor, ordered, "Go check it out." As he observed the stillness amidst the swirling smoke from the collision, Lord Ichiro, it is impossible for him to survive such a direct hit, a subordinate flattered. Seeking to curry favor, Ichiro remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on him, causing the subordinate to shiver internally as he hurriedly advanced to assess the situation. However, just a few steps into the forest, he froze in place. Ichiro frowned and asked in a low voice, "What is happening?" The subordinate did not respond. Su Yin's kunai was poised against his throat, rendering him speechless. He heard Su Yin whisper, "Divert his attention. If you wish to live, step back." The subordinate cautiously retreated, his eyes darting around, and he stammered, My lord, I cannot find his trace, and is capturing this brat truly worthwhile?" Upon hearing this, Ichiro felt a stir of unease. No trace. Has he fled? Or is he hiding in the shadows? Observing the subordinate's frightened retreat, he chastised, "Do not back down. What is there to fear with me here?" Generally, a mere lower ninja might not question his orders. But considering one of the two was the child of a high-ranking shinobi in the village, leniency was not an option. The subordinate, intimidated by Ichiro's reprimand, found himself at a loss for words. Ichiro narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining an impassive expression while subtly reaching for the hilt of his blade. Fortunately, Suyin was not too far away. He had previously tested the limits of his own speed, and this distance was just right. In a swift motion, the kunai pierced the subordinate's throat, absorbing the dark chakra and propelling Suyin's speed to new heights, akin to a sharp sword racing towards Ichiro. With no time to defend himself, Ichiro could only strike back in self-preservation. However, Suyin ignored him, allowing Ichiro's blade to slice into his shoulder. At the same moment, Suyin's kunai found its mark in Ichiro's chest. Yet, the instant it pierced, he sensed something amiss. The sensation of the flesh is not right. And is this the extent of a CHN's power? Moments ago, Suyin had braced himself against a grievous injury, only to find that the attack merely grazed the surface, embedding the kunai into the muscle, rendering him unable to move, far from his expectations. Suddenly, Ichiro transformed into a stream of water and dissipated upon hitting the ground, leaving no trace behind. Suyin's expression grew grave as he searched for traces of chakra. The chakra has remained unchanged from the very beginning. Was it a clone when we first encountered each other? Capable of physical attacks and transforming into water. It must be a water clone. No wonder the power disparity is so vast. Abruptly, Suyin whipped around. Clang. Sparks scattered as the kunai clashed with the long sword. Suyin retreated several paces, while Ichiro, in tandem, took a step back, gazing at Suyin's abrupt turn with astonishment. So it is true, you can sense chakra? Perceive ninjutsu? No, you did not employ chakra. Is it a bloodline limit? Suyin remained silent, gripping his kunai as he surged forward like a fleeting shadow. Merely a child. Do not be so smug, Ichiro scoffed, propelling himself forward as well, their paths crossing. A swift motion left a wound on Suyin's face, while Ichiro's garment was visibly torn at the chest. Huff, huff. Suyin struggled to maintain his breath, though the skirmish was brief. It exacted a considerable toll on his psyche. His body had begun to succumb to fatigue, his speed notably diminished, his movements becoming slightly distorted. Attacks that should have landed were effortlessly evaded. What to do? If this battle continues, victory seems elusive. Flee? No, the opponent would not permit it. Even if I escape this time, how shall I contend with the next elite ninja? Suyin tightened his grip on the kunai, contemplating a breakthrough as he noticed a flash of red at the corner of his eye, stirring something within him. Chapter 10. Conflict with a resounding thud. Suyin surged forward once more. With a sinister grin, Ichiro drew his long blade, poised to strike. However, an invisible repulsive force disrupted Ichiro's footing, causing him to stagger and momentarily lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Suyin appeared before Ichiro in an instant, thrusting a kunai to deflect the long sword and leaving a deep gash across Ichiro's chest, from which blood gushed forth. The outcome of a ninja's battle often hinges on a fleeting moment. Ichiro was unaware of Nagato's ocular technique, and thus, he suffered a grievous injury from Suyin's strike. Wait, Yahiko called out from a distance. Suyin paused, but first incapacitated Ichiro by severing the tendons in his hands and feet, preventing any further retaliation. Once assured of his incapacitation, he turned his gaze towards the three fleeing individuals. After a brief contemplation, he realized that Conan had seized the moment during the skirmish to stealthily return to the cave, intending to free the two captives in hopes of aiding them in the fight. Though this maneuver was perilous, potentially laden with enemy traps, it indeed provided timely assistance. Upon Conan's arrival, she immediately attended to his wounds. Suyin did not refuse her help, allowing her to cleanse and bandage his injury. He then looked at Yahiko and inquired, why not execute him? He is also a ninja from Amagakure, here on a mission. Killing him would not sit well with Hanzo. I will negotiate on your behalf. I assure you it can be explained, Yahiko replied, pausing to thump his chest. Cough, cough. Indeed, you have triumphed. If you ensure my safe passage, I will explain everything. There will be no repercussions, Ichiro managed to say, lying helplessly on the ground. How did you discover our location? Suyin pressed. Cough, cough. Others witnessed your slaughter and directed us. Ichiro sputtered, blood spilling from his lips. Where are they? Suyin's tone grew colder. I have already dealt with them. Rest assured, once I confer with my two remaining subordinates, no one will trouble you again. Ichiro implied. Did you eliminate them to claim the credit for yourself? There were no other chakra signatures in the vicinity, merely ordinary civilians? Su Yin pondered. Conan, please tend to this individual, Yahiko instructed. Conan glanced at the fallen man, and then back at Su Yin, hesitating to act. Perhaps you could release me now? Ichiro forced a smile, though it was weak. Oh, is that so? Su Yin observed Ichiro's bleeding state and his resentful, suppressed gaze, delivering his response coldly. With a swift motion, the kunai sliced across Ichiro's neck. Under Ichiro's astonished and furious gaze, Su Yin discarded the bloodied weapon. Ha. Ichiro clearly wished to utter something further, yet his voice failed him. Dark energy surged into Su Yin's body in a significantly more potent form. Though the others were oblivious to this, Yahiko, filled with intense anger, confronted Ichiro's lifeless body, demanding, "Why did you do this?" He had already surrendered and stated, "Because I do not wish to entrust my fate to the enemy's mercy. I still believe that death is the only way to safeguard secrets," Su Yin replied indifferently. Su Yin produced a rag, disregarding Mi Yan's indignation, and began to clean the kunai in solitude. Initially, he had presumed that Mi Yin intended to conduct an interrogation that might yield valuable information, as such matters were not his forte. However, he was taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. Fortunately, the other party seemed to possess a palpable fear of death. As for the so-called subordinates, they were likely fabricated. Even if they existed, it would be challenging to track any of them down. While he was engrossed in wiping the kunai, Su Yin noticed distinct cracks forming on its surface. It appeared that the weapon had borne the brunt of prolonged combat and was now in dire need of replacement. Yet, the ominous aura he had sensed earlier warranted further investigation. You are espousing fallacies. If everyone resorted to slaughter to quell disputes, it would only breed further animosity. What distinguishes that from war? Mi Yin continued to interrogate. However, Nagato firmly restrained Mi Yin, striving to mediate. Mi Yin, this individual is an adversary. He will not spare us. There is no need for such hostility. At these words, Mi Yin felt a sudden chill in his furious heart. He turned to Nagato in disbelief, while Xiaonan furrowed her brow at the scene and interjected, "Enough, let us depart swiftly. Others will soon arrive. We must find a secure location." Su Yin had no desire to further elucidate these matters or engage in a debate on morality with an idealist like Mi Yin. Once Xiaonan had tended to her wounds, he briefly stretched before addressing the group. "Let us clear the scene and relocate." After a moment of silence, Mi Yin observed Su Yin and Xiaonan diligently erasing traces of their presence, while Nagato continued to hold him back. Frustrated, he patted Nagato's hand in a gesture of reassurance, signaling that he was fine, and the two joined the effort to clean the area. The four acted swiftly, locating a suitable place nearby to bury the bodies. Subsequently, Mi Yin and the others hastily dealt with the contents of the cave, taking what they could carry and concealing the rest for future retrieval. Once everything was tidied up, they emerged to find Su Yin surveying the surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was approaching, a sense of relief washed over him. The four gathered their belongings and departed into the distance. 5 days later, at a secluded abandoned house several miles away, the four gathered around the flickering candlelight. Ninjas, often neglectful of productivity, could swiftly squander any wealth they acquired. Few managed to consistently save their earnings. Even the Ch-nin were no exception. Thus, the meager silver salvage from the fallen ninjas merely sufficed to marginally enhance their living conditions. They cleared the dilapidated beds, laid clean bedding, reinforced the cobweb-laden beams, and replaced the doors and windows. Aside from its worn exterior, the interior now exuded a semblance of warmth and homeliness. During these days, Mi Yin occasionally fell into deep contemplation, struggling to move past the previous conflict. Nevertheless, he took the initiative to apologize to Su Yin. Acknowledging his earlier lack of gratitude despite being saved, he expressed regret for his initial blame. Yet, Mi Yin remained steadfast in his belief that as long as individuals could communicate and understand each other's hardships, they could foster mutual understanding and coexist harmoniously. Su Yin had long been aware of Mi Yan's obstinacy. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the latter's willingness to apologize, coupled with a sincere demeanor. Although he did not place great significance on such matters, the four of them were gathered for a different purpose. Noticing the earnest expressions on each of their faces, Su Yin organized his thoughts and spoke. "You have likely observed that often it is not we who seek out trouble, but rather, trouble tends to find us in this world. Therefore, in order to cope, we must enhance our strength, no matter how insignificant it may seem." The three of them exchanged glances, awaiting Su Yan's elaboration. "From this day forth, to become stronger, we shall engage in specialized training," Su Yin stated calmly. Chapter 11. Special training. The expressions of the three were varied. Some were filled with anticipation, others with confusion, and some with hesitation, yet none expressed outright refusal. They all understood that strength, or power, was an essential requirement for survival in this world. Yahiko, acutely aware of the significance of strength, was indeed an idealist. Yet he recognized that possessing sufficient power would render his words more persuasive to others. Conan silently encouraged herself, resolving to strive diligently to reach a level where she could assist him. Nagato, lacking in decisiveness, felt somewhat lost regarding the notion of special training. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and inquired, "How shall we conduct this special training?" The most fundamental aspect, of course, was physical conditioning, which necessitated ample nourishment and a conducive environment for restful sleep. Su Yin, stroking his chin thoughtfully, gradually elucidated, in addition to this, we must find a way to acquire basic chakra training methods. The presence or absence of chakra significantly influences one's strength. It was through this recent battle that Su Yin came to appreciate the importance of teamwork, at least for someone still in his developmental phase. The strength of a team could be immensely impactful. Naturally, what Su Yin most anticipated was Nagato's enhancement of power, the potential of the Rinnegan, of which he had often heard tales in his previous life, was evident even from this mere glimpse. As for food, thanks to previous foraging, there was still plenty available. And I can oversee that aspect, Conan remarked, glancing at the considerable pile of provisions stacked in the corner. Yahiko slowly rose, stretching his shoulders as he declared, this place is relatively concealed, so resting is not an issue. Let us proceed with the special training. What shall we begin with? Observing his confident demeanor, Su Yin smiled faintly, a rare expression for him, and replied, daily training can be approached gradually. We must first understand our comrades' capabilities. Let us commence with practical combat. The three exchanged puzzled glances. Outside the small cabin, amidst the forest, a gentle rain began to fall. Conan and Nagato took shelter beneath the trees, while Su Yin and Yahiko stood opposite each other. Raindrops fell upon them, and Yahiko, feeling anxious, regarded the casually poised Su Yin, sensing an intangible pressure that left no openings for attack. This was a result of the extraordinary athletic prowess Su Yin had gained through his heavenly binding, enabling him to rapidly evolve in combat. His techniques and methods were instinctively etched into his memory. Noticing Yahiko's tense demeanor, Su Yin, somewhat bored, tapped his ear and calmly inquired, what troubles you? Did you not oppose my decision and wish to teach me a lesson? The opportunity is at hand, yet you hesitate? Unbeknownst to Su Yin, he had become slightly more affable, at least willing to engage in conversation in the presence of those he was familiar with. Yahiko, stung by the provocative remark, recalled past events, his expression darkening. No longer hesitating, he charged swiftly towards Su Yin, fully aware that he stood little chance, yet still yearning to strike him. As Yahiko barreled forward with determination, Su Yin merely shook his head. Upon closing the distance, Yahiko unleashed a powerful right fist, exuding considerable force, revealing that his life on the streets had not lacked in confrontations. However, unfortunately for him, he remained too inexperienced in the face of Su Yin. Su Yin took a slight step back with his right foot, effortlessly evading a punch that appeared to unfold in slow motion before his eyes. He then seized Yahiko's fist, pivoted his body, and executed a shoulder throw, effortlessly slamming Yahiko to the ground. The thud resonated as the earth, mixed with puddles, splashed into the air. Yahiko lay sprawled on the ground, his body covered in mud, resembling a drenched chicken, while Su Yin had retreated 2 steps back, untouched by a single droplet. Nagato slightly pursed his lips, instinctively crossing his arms, seemingly empathizing with Yahiko's plight. Conan, unable to contain herself, raised her small hands to shield her eyes, as if pondering whether she should concede defeat when her turn arrived. Yahiko gradually rose to his feet, wincing in pain and glaring at Su Yin with indignation. Charging forward once more. Observing his unchanged approach, Su Yin felt a twinge of confusion, questioning, has he shown no growth at all? With a sudden stomp near Su Yin, Yahiko sent a spray of muddy water flying in all directions, threatening to drench Su Yin, who had no choice but to retreat a few more steps. Undeterred by his soaked condition, Yahiko launched a sweeping punch, but Su Yin slightly tilted his head back to evade. Just as he was about to counterattack, Yahiko unexpectedly opened his fist, releasing a clump of mud that scattered like buckshot. Lacking any offensive intent, Su Yin's instinct failed to alert him, causing him to dodge with a moment's delay, resulting in some mud splattering on his face. Yahiko, seeing his plan succeed, immediately dashed back, turning to make a silly face and laughing. Haha, don't underestimate me. You'll see. aware that he could never match Su Yan's strength and understanding that the latter intended to teach him a lesson. Yahiko had devised this plan when he was thrown into the muddy pit. Su Yan absent-mindedly wiped the mud from his face, a rare flicker of anger igniting within him. However, at that moment, a melodious peal of laughter reached his ears. Turning towards the source, he noticed Nagato with her lips pressed together, tilting her head aside. While Konan could no longer contain her laughter, clutching her stomach. Observing the joyful expressions of the three, Su Yan's fleeting anger dissipated, leading him to self-deprecatingly muse. To bicker with a child, I seem to be regressing. For the first time, a soft smile escaped Su Yan's lips, surprising Yahiko and the others. Yet, he quickly composed himself, placing his left hand on his neck and casually stating, "Now it's my turn." Yahiko felt a shiver run down his spine. Realizing that Su Yan was about to get serious. Just as he intended to flee, he suddenly felt a grip on his neck, a cold voice emanating from behind. "Where do you think you're going?" "Ah, Nagato, Konan, save me," Yahiko cried out. The two hastily covered their eyes, listening to Yahiko's lamentations, nervously shutting their eyes tight. After a while, a bruised and battered Yahiko dragged himself towards the wooden cabin, retrieving a chair to sit at the entrance, anxiously awaiting the fates of the other two. To his astonishment, he found them already engaged in rigorous training, running, push-ups, and even weight training. Heaven knows where Su Yan had sourced the fallen branches for their burdens. Yahiko abruptly rose to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and exclaimed, "This cannot be right. Why are they not engaging in practical combat?" Su Yan turned his head, regarding him as though he were a fool, and queried with curiosity, "What are you saying? Without specialized training, what can one hope to achieve through confrontation? Merely enduring blows?" I. Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Su Yan ceased to tease him, and calmly remarked, "You should engage in some physical activity. Otherwise, it is quite likely you will find it difficult to rise tomorrow." Chapter 12. The Endless Lock as night descended. The three companions spread their bedding upon the ground, while Xiaonan claimed the sole bed for herself. Once they all succumbed to slumber, Su Yan opened his eyes, casting a glance at the drooling Xiaonan beside him. With a sigh of resignation, he gently removed her arm and lifted her to the bed. He then retreated to a corner, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the sensations emanating from the dark energy surrounding him. After a considerable time, he reached out into the air before him, and suddenly, a black circular void materialized, just large enough for his palm to enter. Within it lay an impenetrable darkness, obscuring any glimpse of its contents, as if even light could not penetrate. The sound of clanking chains echoed, and Su Yan felt a tangible grip. Withdrawing his hand, the black void dissipated, revealing a chain clasped in his grasp. "This is the Endless Lock?" Su Yan exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially presumed he would merely acquire a panel of celestial bindings, never anticipating that a weapon from the world of spells would also manifest. Tentatively, he grasped the root of the chain, enveloping it entirely with his hand, and then pulled the other end outward. To his amazement, the chain extended seemingly from thin air. Has the ability inherent to the spell tool been replicated as well? Su Yan mused, a wave of delight washing over him. With the Endless Lock possessing its original capabilities, its utility and combat potential expanded significantly. His gaze shifted to a long knife resting in the corner, the weapon of a previously encountered Chunin. After his shuriken became unusable, he had adopted this blade as his new armament. Lacking formal training in swordsmanship, he resorted to employing techniques he had observed from the Chunin. Fortunately, Su Yan's speed, strength, and reflexes surpassed those of his opponent, granting him an edge in power, though true combat efficacy could only be ascertained through experience. Closing his eyes once more, Su Yan attempted to return the chain to the void. As expected, it transformed into dark mist and gradually faded away. Upon sensing it again, he discovered it remained intact within the space. Opening his eyes, he nodded slightly. This enables a convenient retrieval whenever needed, quite satisfactory. Soft footfalls echoed like a rhythmic beat, prompting Su Yan to look up and behold Xiaonan, balancing a plate in one hand while the other gestured for silence. Raising an eyebrow, he realized he had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he had overlooked her rising. However, this was merely his first attempt. With practice, he would surely improve. He glanced at the plate, where 2 slices of bread lay, accompanied by a fragrant sauce and dried meat nestled between them. Xiaonan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly, "You must be hungry. I noticed you didn't eat much tonight, so I saved you a little something. Just don't let anyone find out." Gazing at the food on the plate, Su Yan fell into a moment of silence, slightly nodding his head while making an okay gesture with his hand. The lively motion elicited a soft chuckle from Xiaonan, who quickly covered her mouth. Fearing to disturb others, she set the plate down and hastily returned to her bed, turning to her side. Su Yin picked up the food and smiled faintly. Indulging in his meal, indeed, he felt a pang of hunger. The increasing demands of his physical strength required a substantial supply of sustenance. Even though he consumed several times more than others, it still proved insufficient to replenish his energy. Perhaps I shall require an additional late-night snack in the future. He pondered while eating. Beside him, lying on his side, Nagato slightly opened his eyes. With the keen perception granted by his Rinnegan, he could not fail to notice the events unfolding right before him. His gaze drifted to the soundly sleeping Yahiko. Recalling his earlier words, "Do you think Xiaonan has someone she likes? I believe her feelings towards Su Yin are more about mutual support and assistance." Reflecting on Yahiko's flushed expression during that conversation, Nagato sighed inwardly. "You have long since lost your chance, Yahiko." Thus, the four of them commenced a rigorous training regimen within the confines of their small abode, driven by their past experiences. Each individual approached their training with utmost seriousness, with Xiaonan being the most diligent among them. Even Yahiko and Nagato were astonished by her dedication. Whenever they felt on the verge of giving up, seeing Xiaonan still persevering spurred them to push on a little longer. Yahiko once inquired of Su Yin whether such training would indeed yield results, and Su Yan's response lingered in his memory. An enhancement in physical strength will also promote the advancement of chakra, ultimately benefiting future growth. When Yahiko asked how a person devoid of chakra could possess such knowledge, Su Yin chose to remain silent on the matter. During their training sessions, Su Yin engaged in his own specialized practice. Beyond a greater volume of exercises, he also experimented with sword techniques and the application of the Wanli lock. Occasionally, he would venture out to assess the surroundings and ensure their safety. It was not uncommon for the trio to observe splatters of fresh blood on Su Yin's person. Yahiko understood that Su Yin was safeguarding their peaceful environment and refrained from expressing any further concern. At such times, Xiaonan would anxiously check on him, which gradually enlightened Yahiko to the situation. After days of introspection, he began to regain his cheerful disposition, a sign to Nagato that Yahiko had come to terms with everything. 3 months later, amidst a gentle mist of rain, the trio of Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan worked together to pull a tree, taking deliberate steps forward. After 3 months of training, the trio exhibited notable physical transformations, each bore an increasing semblance of resilience and courage on their faces. The ample supply of nutrition had further enhanced their physiques, leading to noticeable increases in height and the gradual emergence of muscular definition. However, in comparison to Su Yin, there remains a considerable gap. Su Yan's progress during this period has been nothing short of astonishing. His muscles are well-defined, his physique elongated yet not cumbersome, exuding a sense of graceful agility. Suddenly, today, Su Yin appeared before the three, halting their steps as they gazed at him with curiosity. He raised his hand, revealing a somewhat worn scroll before their eyes. Upon seeing this, Ihan set down the rope slung over his shoulder and stepped forward to take the scroll, which still bore a faint scent of blood, suggesting that its origins were not entirely innocent. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind as he unfurled the scroll, which bore several prominent characters. "Chakra extraction technique," Ihan exclaimed in astonishment. Nagato and Conan also approached, drawn to the contents of the scroll, which clearly detailed the methods for extracting chakra, meditation and cultivation, storage and invocation. The 3 children, around 6 years of age, were utterly captivated by the scroll's revelations. "You should practice according to the contents herein," Su Yin remarked indifferently. Ihan was the first to regain his composure, lifting his head to ask, "Aren't you going to learn it?" "Me? I have no need for such things," Su Yin replied calmly. Chapter 13. The 3 Shinobi in the following week. The trio successively extracted chakra, with Nagato being the slowest. However, even his initial attempt yielded a considerable amount of chakra, perhaps due to the inherent qualities of the Uzumaki clan. Conan, exhibiting exceptional control over her chakra, was the fastest among them. Yahiko followed as the second, achieving this milestone after only a few attempts. Now, after a week had elapsed, the chakra reserves of the 3 had notably accumulated. Within the wooden cabin, Su Yin produced 3 pieces of chakra paper, glancing at the trio before speaking. "Who wishes to go first?" "I will," Yahiko declared, stepping forward. Su Yin handed the paper to him, and Yahiko carefully cradled it in his hands, aware that it had cost a significant sum. Thus he treated it with utmost reverence. After a moment of silence, and amidst the curious expressions of Nagato and Conan, He could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Su Yan, who wore a playful expression, and asked, "How do I use this?" "Infuse your chakra into the paper," Su Yan replied, refraining from teasing him further. "Oh," Yahiko nodded, closing his eyes as he attempted to channel his chakra into the paper. Soon, the paper began to transform, first splitting into two, with one half gradually darkening and igniting with sparks, while the other half became drenched. "Fire, wind, and water. Quite commendable," Su Yan remarked, nodding approvingly. "Who shall be next?" Conan and Nagato exchanged glances, and Nagato smiled slightly, saying, "You go ahead." Conan, not one to hesitate, rose and approached Su Yan, taking the paper. This time, the transformation was notably swifter. It too split in half, the one portion shattered while the other became wet. 3 chakra attributes, at least nothing has been overlooked. This will aid him, Conan thought, excitedly pumping her small fist. Wind, earth, and water, Su Yan noted. The 3 then turned their attention to Nagato. Both Conan and Yahiko had demonstrated 3 chakra attributes, which placed a slight pressure on Nagato. He approached Su Yan, taking a deep breath. Yahiko and Conan watched him with anticipation, as testing chakra was, after all, quite an enjoyable endeavor for a child. Su Yan, however, had a premonition about the outcome for Nagato, though he could not be certain. Soon, the paper underwent its transformation. Flames, folds, splits, soaking, and shattering occurred almost simultaneously. Yahiko and Conan could hardly discern the number of changes, but Su Yan's keen eyesight captured it all. He nodded slightly and murmured, "So it is true?" Nagato, too, appeared astonished, seemingly unprepared for such a multitude of transformations, and he looked to Su Yan for guidance. "If I am not mistaken, Nagato, you possess all chakra attributes." Su Yan spoke slowly. "All attributes. All 5. Yahiko exclaimed in disbelief. "To be precise, there are 7. The chakra paper cannot reveal them all." "But that is of little consequence," Su Yan replied, shaking his head. Yahiko and Conan were taken aback, covering their mouths in astonishment. Seemingly unprepared for the strength of a companion they had spent so much time with. Regaining his composure, Yahiko approached Nagato, placing his arm around his shoulder, and with a teasing expression directed towards Su Yan, remarked, "You truly have no intention of refining your chakra? I worry that in the future, should I surpass you, you might harbor resentment." Su Yan cast a sidelong glance at Yahiko, disregarding his foolish remarks, and proceeded to outline the future plans, stating, "The upcoming strategy has undergone alterations. You are required to learn tree climbing and water walking, mastering more refined chakra control." The trio brimmed with confidence. However, Conan raised her hand, interjecting, "But our food supplies are running low." "Very well, let us rest for a few days to gather resources," Su Yan nodded in agreement. The others expressed no dissent and returned to organize their belongings. Subtly, Su Yan had already assumed the role of the group's cornerstone. The 4 resumed their previous routine. Yet Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato traversed the path with caution. Over the past 3 months, they had indeed experienced significant growth. But they still felt rather feeble when confronted with actual ninjas. To their surprise, as they neared the marketplace, they observed a conspicuous absence of ninjas. Sensing their bewilderment, Su Yan elucidated, "The war is nearing its end." It dawned on the trio that the Second Shinobi World War was evidently in its concluding phase. The Rain Village was clearly on the brink of collapse, and due to significant casualties, ninjas from the major nations began to withdraw from the battlefield. Consequently, the number of ninjas remaining within the borders of the Land of Rain had dwindled significantly, enhancing the group's chances of survival. Within a mere 2 days, they had amassed an ample supply of resources through covert means. Inside their dwelling, beneath the bright glow of the oil lamp, Conan knelt on the soft carpet, meticulously counting the supplies. After several careful inspections, she remarked, "A few more days of gathering will suffice to sustain us for 3 months." This was calculated with the anticipation of Su Yan's higher consumption needs. Upon hearing this, Yahiko and Nagato, seated nearby, were filled with excitement. While they had yet to grasp the extent of strength gained through training, they were exceedingly adept at pilfering. With the enhancement of their chakra, ordinary individuals could hardly keep pace with them. Yahiko, arms crossed and bursting with laughter, boasted, "Excellent. We shall never be bullied again." Leaning against the window, Su Yan shook his head and turned to Yahiko, inquiring, "What do you consider as not being bullied?" Yahiko paused, taken aback by the question. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Of course, it means doing whatever one wishes." Su Yan shook his head again, gazing out at the wooded landscape, and softly remarked, "It should be the ability to refrain from doing what one does not wish to." Having accounted for their resources, the four continued their search outdoors. However, they had scarcely ventured far when they were suddenly met with the sounds of intense combat in the distance, accompanied by flashes of fire and explosions. Given the proximity to their dwelling, they quickly reached a consensus to investigate. Upon nearing the scene, just as Yahiko was about to step forward to take a look, he suddenly felt chains ensnaring his arm, and in an instant, his world spun violently as he was flung away. In the very moment when Yahiko was cast aside, a shuriken struck the spot where he had just stood, upon which a detonating tag was ignited. After tossing Yahiko away, Suyin swiftly drew a chain from his waist and forcefully struck the shuriken, sending it flying before the detonating tag could explode. With a resounding boom, the shuriken erupted in a shower of sparks, yet it did not affect the four individuals. Yahiko, filled with trepidation, glanced at the direction of the explosion and swallowed hard. Gratefully, he nodded towards Suyin, confirming their safety. The group cautiously nestled between two rocks, just enough to catch a glimpse of the battle unfolding in the distance. Conan exclaimed, "Is that Lord Hanzo?" Yahiko and Nagato solemnly nodded, their eyes fixed intently on the conflict. As natives of the Land of Rain, they possessed considerable knowledge of Danzo's notorious reputation, which further piqued their curiosity regarding the identities of the other three combatants. Chapter 14. Apprenticeship. Suyin felt a certain indifference toward the name Hanzo. Merely recognizing him as the leader of the Rain Village and the instigator of the Second Shinobi War. However, the intensity of the battle left him profoundly apprehensive. The mere aftermath of the conflict cast an overwhelming pressure upon the four of them. The murderous intent emanating from the three others immobilized them, leaving only Suyin unaffected. The clash of ninjutsu and the exchange of physical techniques opened the young quartet's eyes and intensified their yearning for strength. Suyin focused intently on every movement of Hanzo, realizing that the three needed to coordinate multiple times just to barely counter his swordsmanship. The finesse of Hanzo's technique surpassed even that of the white-haired figure they had encountered earlier. Seizing this invaluable opportunity to learn, Suyin diligently committed every detail of the confrontation to memory, while the other three lacked such awareness, simply recognizing the prowess of both combatants. Yahiko turned to his companions, whispering, "Who do you think will win? Lord Hanzo is undoubtedly the strongest in the Land of Rain. He shouldn't lose, right?" Conan, uncertain, replied, "Perhaps not. The three of them work well together, and their techniques are quite unique," Nagato analyzed. "Hanzo is not fighting at full strength," Suyin remarked succinctly, his gaze unwavering on the battle. "Huh." The trio turned to look at Suyin in unison. Yahiko cast a doubtful glance, asking curiously, "How do you know?" Suyin shook his head, offering no explanation, and sighed, "Unfortunately, we cannot continue to watch." Just moments ago, he had sensed a gaze directed toward them, but he could not ascertain its source. "It's time to leave. They have already noticed us," Suyin stated as he stood up and began to walk away. The three, no longer questioning, hurriedly followed suit. On their way back, Yahiko kept his head down, clenching and unclenching his fist repeatedly. Nagato observed him with concern. Finally, Yahiko halted, prompting the others to stop and look at him. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, and proclaimed, "Suyin, you are right. If we don't wish to engage in anything, then we should refrain from doing so. You probably no longer want to live a life of thievery, do you?" Nagato and Conan must feel similarly. However, if we wish to change our circumstances, we must grow stronger. The three we just witnessed are evidently formidable ninjas. We could attempt to learn from them. Upon hearing this, Nagato fell into deep thought, while Conan furrowed her brow. Internally, she hesitated to disrupt the comfortable environment they currently enjoyed. To her, this life was the ideal existence, free from the worries of hunger, with daily goals to pursue. She did not believe that learning from those three would significantly improve their situation. Indeed, it would undoubtedly lead to better outcomes, Suyin interjected thoughtfully. As soon as Suyin spoke, the matter was essentially settled. The next discussion revolved around the apprenticeship and the question of whom to approach. However, due to their unfamiliarity with the three individuals, no conclusive outcome could be reached. The four decided to retrace their steps to investigate further. Upon returning, they discovered that the battle had long since concluded. The area lay in ruins, with only the battered kunai and shuriken embedded in the ground as remnants, and no sign of any individuals remained. Reluctantly, the quartet used this location as their starting point to search the surroundings. After a prolonged search yielded no results, they were on the verge of giving up when, by sheer coincidence, they stumbled upon the three individuals by a riverbank. The trio appeared somewhat disheveled, their ninja attire marred by numerous tears, and their bodies bore several injuries. The desolation reflected in their expression suggested that the outcome of the recent skirmish had been far from favorable. Mayahiko eagerly approached, but halted at a distance of about 10 meters, intimidated by the gaze of the three. Just as he stood there, unsure of what to say due to his nervousness, Suyin stepped in front of him, shielding him from their scrutiny. With an air of calmness, Suyin met the gaze of the three without flinching. Much to their astonishment, Orochimaru's interest was piqued, while Jiraiya fell into contemplative silence. Noticing the reluctance of the other two to speak, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Mayahiko peeked from behind Suyin and boldly declared, "We wish to become your disciples. We seek strength." Disciples? Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing the request for apprenticeship, Tsunade's demeanor turned icy, and she averted her gaze from the group, while Orochimaru exhibited a lack of enthusiasm. Jiraiya rose, dusting himself off as he approached the four. Sensing the moment, Mayahiko took a deep breath and stepped forward, but Conan, as if resolved, bypassed him and walked directly towards Jiraiya. Upon nearing him, she presented a paper flower she held delicately in her hands. Jiraiya paused, momentarily taken aback, as he gazed down at the innocent and kind smile of Conan, which seemed capable of healing the heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, "Who taught you to extract chakra? Were you merely spectators during the previous battle?" The three exchanged tense glances, though they silently understood one another, revealing their apprehension only through fleeting eye contact, which did not escape Jiraiya's notice. At that moment, Suyin spoke up softly, "It was I who discovered it and imparted it to them." Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, stroking his chin as he mused. "Then why haven't you learned it yourself? Do you not wish to become a ninja?" "I cannot learn." Suyin hesitated for a fleeting moment before abandoning the pretense. Recognizing the impossibility of concealing the truth indefinitely, he stated calmly, "Consider it a peculiarity of my constitution, yet I assure you, I will not be outdone by any ninja." "Ah, the audacity of youth," Tsunade scoffed with a smirk. Having just tasted defeat and granted a title to the earlier adversary, encountering someone even more arrogant inexplicably stirred her disdain. Does this individual truly comprehend the essence of being a ninja? Orochimaru, however, paid no heed to Su Yan's audacious remarks. Rather, it was the assertion of Su Yan's unique physique that captured his attention, causing a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. He held no doubts regarding Su Yan's words, for such matters could not be fabricated. During this period, Orochimaru was not consumed by madness. His experiments remained rather conservative, and he never involved fellow villagers or innocuous individuals. Nonetheless, he harbored a profound curiosity for the extraordinary, particularly regarding Su Yan, a chakra insulator, who appeared to him as an exceptional subject for experimentation. Suddenly, Su Yan sensed an unwelcome malice approaching, and he directed his gaze towards the man lurking behind Jiraiya. The man possessed a pallid, almost sickly complexion, with striking purple eyeshadow accentuated by peculiar adornments. His cold, slit-like pupils betrayed a glint of avarice, akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent, prompting Su Yan to instinctively rest his hand upon the hilt of his blade and the chain at his waist. Just as Jiraiya crossed his arms, hesitating, Orochimaru approached slowly, his gaze fixed on Su Yan. He licked his lips and chuckled softly, saying, Jiraiya, why not entrust this child to my guidance?" Chapter 15. Conflict. "Are you truly going to teach him?" Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. He was well acquainted with this companion, who had always shown little interest in instructing students. It puzzled him why such a change of heart had occurred today. He harbored a faint suspicion but refrained from intervening. In principle, even though the four were victims of war, they were still mere children. Nonetheless, they remained strangers to him. He preferred to place his trust in his teammates. With a swift motion, Su Yan gripped the chain at his waist and slowly drew it forth. One end of the chain was ensconced within the genuine leather of his belt, subtly tethered to a faintly dark aura that connected to the chain's terminus, rendering it invisible to the eye. "Ah, it seems my student possesses some insincerity," Orochimaru remarked with a chuckle, unconcerned. "Wait, we must stay together. We cannot be separated." Conan interposed, spreading her arms before Su Yan and raising her voice. Internally, she felt a chill emanating from the adversary, but her fear of Su Yan engaging in battle outweighed her trepidation of the foe. Yahiko and Nagato quickly gathered to shield Su Yan, and Jiraiya, observing their camaraderie, felt a long-lost sense of kinship stir within him. "Shadow of the Serpent," Orochimaru intoned, unaffected by the emotional turmoil of the group. In an instant, his arm transformed, manifesting countless venomous snakes that hissed as they encircled the group, just as Yahiko and the others recoiled in alarm at the sight of the serpents. Several blades of light swept through the air, shattering the serpentine horde, and blood along with severed heads splattered the ground. With a sudden burst of speed, Suyin morphed into a mere shadow, and Conan felt a gust of wind as he closed in on Orochimaru, his blade thrusting toward his chest. Earth release, earth flow wall, Orochimaru exclaimed, momentarily astonished by the swordsmanship. As Suyin advanced, he regained his composure, forming seals and striking the ground. The earth responded, creating a barrier that intercepted the attack. The blade pierced the ground, yet failed to inflict any harm upon Orochimaru. Fascinating. Is it possible to learn so much from merely observing? Orochimaru mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Unperturbed by the taunts, Suyin attempted to retract his blade after the failed strike, but the earth transformed into a viscous mire in an instant, ensnaring the weapon and rendering it immovable. Earth release, yellow spring swamp, Orochimaru declared as the walls and ground softened. Suyin felt himself sinking gradually, forced to relinquish his long knife. In desperation, he activated his body flicker technique to escape the quagmire. However, at the point of his landing, Orochimaru awaited him, having precisely gauged Suyin's distance and speed from his previous maneuver. With impeccable timing, several constricting serpents emerged, wrapping around Suyin. Orochimaru licked his lips, the snakes tightening their grip at a deliberate pace, seemingly eager to ascertain whether Suyin possessed any additional tricks. As the serpents coiled tighter, Suyin's muscles bulged, and his mind raced for a way to break free. The disparity is overwhelming. Victory seems impossible. However, the opponent has injured allies. Perhaps I can exploit that, he thought rapidly, finally solidifying his course of action. No, Conan cried out, rushing toward the site of their confrontation. Orochimaru paid no heed, merely glancing at the young girl as a python emerged from the earth, ensnaring Conan. Wait, Yahiko and Nagato quickly interjected. They attempted to move forward, but Jiraiya restrained them with a firm grip on their shoulders, taken aback by Suyin's sudden outburst, leading him to momentarily question the identities of the group. The girl struggled to free herself, but she was no match for the serpent, gradually succumbing to its constrictive hold, her resistance weakening. Conan's actions disrupted Suyin's plans and simultaneously unsettled his heart. With a resounding crash, the python that bound Suyin burst open under a sudden surge of strength, causing Orochimaru's eyes to glimmer with renewed interest, a reaction also influenced by his deliberate delay. With a swift motion, Suyin seized the chain with his right hand and forcefully swung it, ensnaring the long sword mired in the mire. He then thrust it upward, extracting it with speed and hurling it forth. The attack, initially aimed at Orochimaru, soared past him, slicing through the python that ensnared Conan, which was instantly cleaved into segments. Conan collapsed into a pool of blood, gasping for air, while Suyin released a sigh of relief. He turned to Orochimaru, who remained motionless, as if inviting Suyin to strike first. An opportunity, he thought. In an instant, Suyin vanished with his body flicker technique, leaving behind an afterimage as he charged toward the last adversary. His prior strategy had been to wound Orochimaru with the longsword and then seize the final opponent. Unfortunately, the interruption by Conan had thwarted this plan, yet the outcome remained unchanged. As he approached the individual, Suyin kept a wary eye on Orochimaru, apprehensive that he might suddenly retaliate. To his surprise, Orochimaru displayed the only expression of astonishment throughout the battle, a bemused look that left him inactive. This elicited a sense of confusion in Suyin. Could there be a trap? However, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to proceed, trusting his instincts. Tsunade, who had been observing, noticed Suyin charging towards her and, flexing her wrist, stood up with a dismissive snort. Humph, little brat. In an instant, she seemed to vanish from Suyin's view, reappearing directly in his path. Tsunade unleashed a punch, and in a moment of panic, Suyin forcibly halted his body flicker, responding with a punch of his own. He had been contemplating his tactics for the aftermath of the strike. The impact was thunderous. Suyin expelled a mouthful of blood as their arms clashed, fracturing inch by inch, while the ground beneath them fissured like a spider's web. Suyin was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several trees, his fate uncertain. Tsunade casually rotated her wrist, her expression indicating she had not exerted her full strength. Yet her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly surprised that a child possessed such formidable power. As Conan witnessed Suyin being flung away, she opened her mouth. Yet no words escaped her lips, tears swirled in her eyes. Finally, gritting her teeth, she sprinted towards Suyin. Orochimaru, arms crossed, observed the scene with a slight shake of his head. In his view, having endured Tsunade's assault, it was highly probable that he was already dead. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to entertain the notion of taking a child's life. After a moment of silence, he gradually crouched down, gazing at the two individuals before him, wishing to utter some words of comfort. Yet, the words caught in his throat, as his attention was wholly captivated by the eyes obscured beneath the crimson hair. He released his grip on Yahiko's arm, allowing him to rush forward to assess the situation. Swallowing hard, Jiraiya gently parted the strands of red hair that concealed Nagato's eyes, revealing the Rinnegan with its concentric circles reminiscent of tree rings. The child of prophecy, the one foretold by the great sage Toad? Jiraiya murmured to himself in disbelief. Chapter 16. The heavens and the cursed bond. Tsunade cast an impatient glance at the group of children, astonished at how her fury had driven her to strike so harshly. With a dismissive huff, she called out, "Hey, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, it's time to leave." As Orochimaru began to retreat, the gentle breeze caused his ear ornaments to chime softly. Lost in contemplation about whether to collect a blood sample, pondering its potential efficacy, Tsunade then turned her attention to Jiraiya, only to find him squatting there, motionless. She prompted him, "What are you doing?" "We must convey the message back to Konoha." Jiraiya slowly rose, turning to her with a serious expression. "I apologize, Tsunade. You all should return. I need to instruct these children." "What madness is this?" Tsunade questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "There is one more thing," Jiraiya interrupted, a rare gravity in his voice. "I hope you can treat that child. Do your utmost to heal him, please." With that, he bowed deeply. Tsunade regarded Jiraiya's earnest demeanor, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. After a brief hesitation, she chose to honor her teammate and her own convictions, replying softly, "Fine, I understand." With that, Tsunade stepped into the forest, Jiraiya expressing his gratitude as he hurried to follow her. Orochimaru smiled faintly, retrieving a blood collection device from his scroll as he joined them. Upon reaching the cloud of dust that had settled, they found Su Yin lying there, while Xiaonan was in a state of panic, nervously brushing her hair aside, desperately trying to maintain her composure as she pressed down on the wounds, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, the numerous injuries on his body were far beyond what mere pressure could control. She could only suppress her tears, engaging in these futile efforts, oblivious to the approaching footsteps. Yahiko, sorrowful, observed the scene, turning to block their path with outstretched arms, shouting, "What else do you want to do? We no longer wish to be taught. You should leave. If you wish to prevent his death, do not hinder me." Tsunade replied tersely, pushing past him. Yahiko paused, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning of "save him." Jiraiya approached, ruffling his hair with a friendly smile. Aside from Tsunade, who moved to Xiaonan's side, the others stood by, awaiting her lead. Xiaonan lifted her gaze to Tsunade, having overheard her earlier words to Yahiko, realizing they were not as unreasonable as she had initially thought. Wiping her tears, Xiaonan spoke hoarsely, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Tsunade squatted down, raising an eyebrow as she regarded the resilient young woman. "Do you know how to bandage wounds?" "Yes, I can." "Then you shall assist." "All right." Su Yin found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, a familiar void that nearly led him to believe he was on the brink of another journey through time. A miscalculation. Although the three of us are together, our strengths must be comparable. Who would have thought? As these thoughts traversed his mind, a glimmer of light emerged ahead, revealing a luminous gateway. Surveying his surroundings, he discerned that this was the only illumination in the vicinity. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a gentle smile and stepped forward into the light. In an instant, he was transported into a realm of pristine whiteness. The stark transition from darkness to blinding brightness compelled Su Yin to squint, raising his right arm to shield his eyes. After a considerable time adjusting to the brilliance, he lowered his arm and beheld two rows of translucent figures lining the path ahead. These ethereal silhouettes radiated a hazy white glow, comprising both men and women, their only commonality being the subtle definition of their muscles, their streamlined forms hinting at latent power. Merely standing there, they exuded an undeniable sense of pressure. Su Yin speculated, could this be the bearers of heaven and curses from every era? His gaze settled on the figure nearest to him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Fushiguro Megumi. Su Yin murmured to himself with certainty, instantly recognizing the nature of this place. However, he remained perplexed about how to exit. After a brief silence, he approached the translucent figure of Fushiguro Megumi. The haughty expression on the figure's face seemed to echo the confident and audacious smile he had worn in life. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yin extended his hand to touch Fushigiro's form. In an instant, as if swept away by a gust of wind, Fushigiro's figure vanished, entirely merging with Su Yin's being. At that moment, Su Yin had no time to ponder this occurrence. he felt a torrent of memories flooding into his mind, chaotic and disordered, as if he were reliving another's life. From being ostracized at birth, to the loss of a beloved, to countless battles between life and death, culminating in defeat and demise at the hands of a shadowy figure, the overwhelming memories threatened to burst within his consciousness. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past him, and Su Yin felt a clarity wash over him, the memories fading into a haze as if they were merely scenes from a film. He gazed at his own palm, clenched his fist, sensing some change, though it was unclear if anything had truly occurred. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded towards the next translucent figure, resolute in his intent, and reached out once more. This figure shared the same celestial and cursed lineage, Lin Pingdong, a name that did not belong to his sorceress family, but rather a person living life as an ordinary individual, excelling in sports. He was embraced by the nation as an athlete. Fame, wealth, and beauty accompanied his remarkable physical prowess, allowing him to indulge in a life of luxury. Even in his twilight years, he remained robust and vigorous, ultimately passing away peacefully. Exhaling, Su Yin reflected on this individual whose memories were indeed more bearable. After a moment's contemplation, he speculated that the ease of bearing these memories might correlate with the development of their celestial and cursed abilities. Yet, recalling Fushiguro Megumi's life alongside Lin Pingdong's, he pondered, despite their formidable strengths nearing the pinnacle, had they truly experienced happiness? Shaking his head, Su Yin realized that these were not matters he should ponder. In this tumultuous era, it was impossible for him to continue living the life of an ordinary person. After assimilating the essence of a second individual, a profound understanding dawned upon him. Perhaps, after absorbing the essence of all those present, he would be able to venture forth. With renewed urgency, Su Yin traversed past each individual, their lives, whether resplendent or mundane, unfolding before him like a series of films, yet representing the entirety of their struggles and existence. Each absorption left its mark upon him. Meanwhile, Sanade, who was diligently tending to Su Yin, was astounded to observe that his body was gradually healing itself. This remarkable vitality prompted her to question whether it was possible that he was a lost member of the Senju clan. At last, Su Yin arrived before the final figure. A woman with a long blade secured at her waist, and her hair fashioned into a ponytail cascading down to her waist. Her attire, distinctly ancient, set her apart from the modern world, exuding an aura of oppression that surpassed all others within the realms of heaven and curse. Could this be the progenitor of heaven and curse? Su Yin mused to himself. Chapter 17. Elevation. Su Yin paused momentarily, preparing himself before placing his hand upon the surface. Suddenly, a tempest erupted in the space around him, and his consciousness felt akin to a small vessel amidst a raging tsunami, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Upon regaining awareness, Su Yin found himself within a quaint, traditional Japanese house, seated before a tea table. The wooden sliding doors stood ajar, revealing a garden lush with verdant flora. A wooden plank spanned a brook, guiding its crystal waters into the courtyard, and the air was suffused with a refreshing aroma. A waft of tea fragrance beckoned him, and as he turned his gaze, he beheld a graceful figure seated across from him, elegantly holding a teacup and gesturing for him to partake. Looking down, he noticed a teapot and a cup had materialized before him. Suppressing his curiosity, he embraced a mindset of acceptance, pouring himself a cup of tea. As he sipped, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep through his mind, and warmth enveloped his body. Finishing the cup in one go, he felt an insatiable desire for more and glanced toward the woman across the table, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. Without hesitation, he filled his cup once again and resumed his solitary enjoyment. He resolved that should she remain silent, he too would refrain from speaking. The woman rested her chin upon her hand, observing him with a serene demeanor that belied her experience as a seasoned warrior. After a while, she finally spoke. "I am called Tsukishi. And you, what is your name?" "Su Yin," he replied. "What era do you hail from?" "Modern." Su Yin hesitated before answering. "Ah, I see. Allow me to rephrase my inquiry." Tsukishi chuckled lightly, her chin resting thoughtfully in her hand. "Is Sukuna sealed away?" "Unsealed," Su Yin stated softly, taking another sip of tea. "Is that so?" Tsukishi nodded, seemingly unfazed. "However, he has been slain once more." Su Yin continued, his knowledge of the narrative limited to his recollections, ultimately concluding that Sukuna had met his demise. Tsukishi paused, fixing her gaze upon him. Cough. A sip of tea went down the wrong way, causing Su Yin to cough and divert his gaze elsewhere. "Where's this place?" "Ah, this is my realm of consciousness. Upon sensing your entrance, I felt compelled to pose some inquiries," Tsukishi explained. Su Yin silently sipped his tea, awaiting further discourse, Yet Tsukishi appeared lost in thought, gazing outside, her silence stretching into an eternity. He refrained from interrupting, recognizing that she might harbor untold stories. Pressing her for answers would be ill-mannered. Thus, they sat together in tranquil silence. After a spell, Tsukishi seemed to awaken from her reverie, rising and declaring, "It is time. You should take your leave now." "Oh." Suyin nodded in acknowledgement. A flash of white light enveloped his entire field of vision. Suyin felt a wave of memories surge within him, realizing that perhaps the wish of the Moonstone had been fulfilled. As the brilliance gradually faded, he opened his eyes to find himself back in the forest. The memories became increasingly indistinct, yet the application of his power seemed instinctively ingrained within him. His physical strength had also significantly increased. Suyin came to a profound understanding. He was now in his prime during this era, embodying the pinnacle of both heaven and curse. Any further enhancement would require the act of chakra plundering. Upon seeing Suyin open his eyes, Xiaonan slightly parted her lips and glanced at Tsunade beside her. Just as she was about to speak, she hesitated, awaiting Tsunade's diagnosis. Suyin, comprehending the situation, remained still while Tsunade took his pulse. After a moment, Tsunade stood up with a slight frown and said calmly, "He is fine." "That's wonderful," Miyaki exclaimed, invigorated. Xiaonan smiled, hastily assisting Suyin to his feet. He rose slowly, performing a brief assessment of his body. Aside from the need for time to heal the immobilization of his arm, his internal injuries had largely mended. He observed Tsunade's furrowed brow and said softly, "Thank you." "Humph, you little brat," Tsunade snorted before striding out. Jiraiya, relieved by Suyin's recovery, clapped his hands on Miyaki and the other's shoulders, saying, "I will teach you ninjutsu." After giving instructions to his two teammates, Jiraiya returned to the cabin with Miyaki and the others. Initially, he had expected their living conditions to be quite sparse. Yet upon seeing the room half filled with food and various necessities, he was taken aback. Miyaki, feeling bashful, scratched his head and said, "We'll return these items." At this, Jiraiya smiled appreciatively and, ruffling Miyaki's hair, replied, "Why return them? Just pay them directly." He then produced some coins and instructed the others to distribute them. After the coins were handed out, Jiraiya clapped his hands together and announced, "Rest for today. Training begins tomorrow." "Understood," Miyaki agreed. The following morning, as Jiraiya stepped outside, he found the group already engaged in training, undergoing various physical exercises. He nodded in approval. However, when they began to practice tree climbing and water walking, Jiraiya was astonished. His thoughts immediately went to Suyin, and he searched for him, discovering that he was training amidst the trees, clad in black. With the tails of his garments fluttering in the breeze, his tall figure clearly displayed his robust physique. Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms being activated echoed around him, and countless shurikens shot forth in unison, aimed at Suyin. Yet, at that moment, Suyin closed his eyes. The scene startled Jiraiya, prompting him to rush to the rescue. However, he observed Suyin moving with an effortless grace, easily evading the attacks. His figure flickered like a series of phantoms, a phenomenon Jiraiya recognized as a visual residue caused by high-speed movement. With a final clang, the last of the 1,000 needles embedded itself in the stone, and Suyin ceased his actions, opening his eyes to survey the scattered projectiles. Contemplating inwardly, he mused, "Both my movements and speed have markedly improved, and I can sense that even if struck, the injuries would be superficial at best. However, should poison be involved, the outcome may differ." Applause rang out, and Suyin turned to find Jiraiya approaching. He had sensed Jiraiya's presence even before he arrived, impressed by his speed and keen perception. "Did you notice me just now?" Jiraiya inquired with a smile. Suyin resolved to speak candidly, believing that only through mutual understanding could he receive proper guidance. Pointing to a large tree behind him, he said, "My senses are exceptionally acute. For instance, at my 5 o'clock position, 30 meters away, there stands a crow on a branch." Jiraiya looked up, scrutinizing the area before comprehending Suyin's indication. Nodding, he remarked, "Excellent. Since you cannot learn the chakra system, my teachings will be limited. For the time being, you shall engage in combat practice with me." "Understood," Suyin replied. Chapter 18 Guidance. Having acknowledged the prowess of his opponent, Suyin approached the wooden cabin with a humble disposition, ready to learn. He stood opposite Jiraiya, while Yahiko and the others paused their training to observe. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya boldly proclaimed, "What a perfect opportunity to showcase my strength. Come on, shall we use weapons?" Suyin inquired. "Suit yourself," Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. Arms crossed, Suyin drew his long blade, adopting a standard starting posture. Jiraiya's initially confident demeanor shifted to one of gravity as Su Yin moved. In a blur, Su Yin transformed into an afterimage, reappearing before Jiraiya, executing a horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the air, scattering the descending raindrops. Clang! Jiraiya's white hair abruptly thickened and hardened, blocking the strike. This was merely the beginning. His hair writhed like a nimble white serpent, gracefully coiling around Su Yin's blade. Attempting to disarm him. With a forceful tug, Su Yin freed his weapon and shifted his attack angle from the side. After being repelled, he instantly reappeared behind Jiraiya, launching a flurry of strikes. In an instant, Su Yin flickered around Jiraiya, the sparks from the clashes between his blade and Jiraiya's hair lighting up the air. However, Jiraiya's long locks encased him like a protective hedgehog, impervious to all assaults, invoking the technique, needle earth concealment. Suddenly, a multitude of needles shot forth. Su Yin deflected several and swiftly retreated to a distance. Jiraiya retracted his needles, his hair returning to its original form as he smiled faintly. Now it's my turn. Water style, water riot. The raindrops and the water pooling on the ground were manipulated by his chakra, transforming into rippling waves that expanded outward. As Jiraiya changed his hand seals, he continued, water style, grand waterfall technique. Boom. Behind Jiraiya, a towering wave of 5 meters surged forth, crashing towards Su Yin, causing Yahiko and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment, while Conan instinctively clutched her clothing, evading the ripples. Su Yin saw the waterfall approaching and prepared to either retreat or leap away. However, a fist suddenly struck from the side, accompanied by Jiraiya's voice. Where are you looking? Bang! Their fists collided, creating a fissure in the ground between them. Jiraiya was sent flying, transforming into water and merging with the waterfall. With no chance to evade, Su Yin summoned a chain, swinging it to extend it to several meters, interweaving it before him. With a decisive step onto the ground, his muscles swelled dramatically, causing a depression to form beneath his foot, cracks radiating around him. Boom! The chain met the waterfall head-on, shattering it at multiple points, the water losing its momentum, dispersing like scattered petals. Jiraiya stood astonished, having intended to impart a lesson to Su Yin with the waterfall, only to be surprised at its sudden disintegration. Exhaling deeply, Su Yin appeared unfazed, yet the act of dispersing the waterfall was far from trivial for someone of his age. Nevertheless, his recovery speed was remarkable. After a brief pause, he swiftly regained his stamina. With a swift motion, Su Yin hurled the chain once more, its link striking through the air like a whip. A sharp crack echoed as it lashed against Jiraiya's body, causing him to disintegrate into earth upon impact. Behind Su Yin, a searing presence emerged, fire release, great fireball technique. In the rain, the fireball's might was somewhat diminished, yet it still expanded to a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. With a sudden pivot, Su Yin swung the chain downward, cleaving the fireball in two. The residual flames that neared him were effortlessly thwarted by his chakra resistance. Without resorting to further ninjutsu, Jiraiya closed the distance to engage in a physical confrontation, aligning perfectly with Su Yin's intentions. Close combat would rapidly enhance his martial prowess. The chain lashed down, only to be easily caught by Jiraiya. The two then circled around the iron chain, exchanging blows. As the fight progressed, Jiraiya grew increasingly astonished. Su Yin's physical strength was alarmingly formidable. Even without exerting his full power, Su Yin's might remained impressive. With another punch thrown, the air at the point of contact seemed to compress, creating invisible ripples that dispersed the nearby raindrops. Both combatants recoiled slightly, and Jiraiya raised his hand, stating, "All right. Let us pause here." Just as Su Yin was about to continue his assault, he halted at Jiraiya's words, gradually retracting the chain. Curiously observing it, Jiraiya inquired, "What kind of weapon is this?" "An enchanted tool," replied Su Yin briefly, providing no further explanation. "Oh, I see," Jiraiya mused. His curiosity piqued, but devoid of any intention to seize the weapon. Stroking his chin, he uncertainly remarked, "Your swordsmanship, did you learn it from Hanzo?" "Yes." "Was it merely from witnessing the previous battle?" "Indeed." Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing Su Yin's extraordinary talent for martial arts, or, more accurately, his exceptional athletic prowess, which allowed him to evolve through each battle. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya offered a piece of advice. "Your combat style needs refinement. It seems you lack a process of deliberation." As Su Yin reflected on the details of the fight, he realized this might indeed be true. Jiraiya paced thoughtfully, continuing, "Your fighting relies heavily on instinct. While I must concede that your intuition is both strong and accurate, it does not absolve you from the necessity of contemplation. A ninja's battles are predominantly fought through the exchange of intelligence. Without prior collection and planning, relying solely on instinct may lead you to become powerful, but it will never elevate you to the pinnacle of strength. Su Yin bowed his head in contemplation, humbly accepting the guidance. He recognized his over-reliance on instinct, naively believing that possessing the memories and martial instincts of past masters would render him invincible. This notion was indeed overly simplistic. The ninja world was replete with formidable warriors, and lacking ninjutsu skills, his reliance on close-quarters combat alone made him vulnerable to targeted suppression. Jiraiya observed Su Yan's contemplative demeanor and nodded slightly. The calm, rational, and cautious nature of his character would undoubtedly lead Su Yan further along his path. After a brief pause, he continued, I am uncertain as to why you believe yourself to be on par with the shinobi. Since you possess your convictions, I shall refrain from probing into your secrets. However, your attacks are excessively one-dimensional, relying solely on your speed and strength, without considering the opponent's countermeasures. Should you encounter someone of equal or greater prowess, defeat will come swiftly. This is a lesson you may already have begun to grasp. Su Yin silently nodded. His battle with Tsunade had sufficiently illustrated the point. In terms of both strength and speed, he was outmatched, and his defeat had occurred in an instant. Jiraiya then turned to the onlookers, imparting a serious admonition. You too must understand that if you aspire to become shinobi, you must learn to adopt a shinobi's way of thinking. Otherwise, any enhancement of your abilities will be mere talk. Yes, Yahiko and the others replied, nodding in agreement. Chapter 19. 3 years as Jiraiya concluded his thoughts. He cleared his throat and laughed heartily, saying, haha, but there is no need for you to feel so disheartened. You are still quite young and possess ample time for growth. These matters are not ones for someone of your age to ponder. Now, let us dine. Today I shall showcase my culinary skills. Oh, exclaimed Yahiko, eagerly pulling Nagato along to follow Jiraiya. Conan approached the somewhat dejected Su Yin, retrieving the candy she had tucked away in her pocket, and gently offered them to him, whispering, after returning the money, they gave me quite a few candies. Would you like to try? Su Yin picked one up and placed it in his mouth. The taste was satisfactory. Meeting Conan's bright eyes, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, Let us go. As the two began to walk back, Jiraiya's figure leapt toward them from the distance, noticing them walking side by side. With Conan slightly bowing her head as she fiddled with the hem of her clothing, he wore a teasing smile and remarked, Just caught a big fish. It seems today you are in for a treat. With that, Jiraiya shook the large fish on his shoulder, which was still flailing vigorously, clearly freshly caught. Su Yin furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the chakra emanating from this Jiraiya was significantly greater than that of the one he had previously battled. Was the earlier Jiraiya merely a shadow clone? He momentarily grasped the disparity in strength. Even with the enhancements from the heavenly and cursed seals, he struggled to contend with even the clone of his opponent. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin quelled his inner restlessness, reminding himself, strength must be cultivated gradually. One cannot be anxious. Haste makes waste. All right, the two responded in unison. Upon returning indoors, Jiraiya's shadow clone laid the large fish on the floor and began to prepare it, while the original Jiraiya set a large pot over the fire, readying the seasonings. He piled kindling and utilized his fire-style chakra to heat the pot's base, a brilliant flame emanating a bright glow as it ignited the wood. Despite the flames being so close, Yahiko and the others felt no discomfort from the heat. Only a gentle warmth permeated the room. After preparing the fish, he placed it into the pot, and the shadow clone dissipated into smoke. Jiraiya meticulously controlled his chakra, regulating the temperature of the flame to concentrate its potency, achieving tenfold efficacy from a single unit of effort while simultaneously raising the heat. As he managed the fire's temperature, he began to explain. The four of them, seemingly understanding yet bewildered, nodded in unison. However, Jiraiya, noticing the drool trickling from the corners of their mouths, realized that their focus was likely difficult to maintain on the matter at hand. He paid little mind to it, knowing that these lessons could be imparted gradually. Once the fish was prepared, the five of them gathered around the table, indulging in a delightful feast, each face radiating joy. Su Yin found the atmosphere to be quite novel. Having lost his parents at a tender age in his previous life, he had toiled tirelessly for half of his existence, seldom experiencing the warmth and sincerity of human connection. Now, sharing a meal and resting together brought an involuntary smile to his lips. After satisfying their appetites, the four leaned against the wall, resting and recuperating. Jiraiya, arms crossed and seated on the ground, clapped his hands to garner their attention before speaking. I am a ninja of Konoha. Due to the code of ninjas, I cannot share Konoha's ninjutsu, but I can teach you the fundamentals. The three looked at each other, and Yahiko spoke first. We understand, Teacher Jiraiya. As long as you can teach us how to become ninjas, that is enough. Jiraiya smiled gently and nodded. Of course, I am the sage of the toads. Teaching a few students is no challenge at all. Once you have mastered the basics of tree climbing and water walking, we will delve into the nature and form transformations of chakra. These are foundational skills for any ninja. He mused inwardly that such teachings would not compromise Konoha's interests. The children, however, were stirred by the lofty terminology, feeling as if they were on the brink of becoming competent ninjas. Observing their expressions, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he admonished, "You are still far from that point. Have you forgotten what I told you? Ninja combat involves more than mere strength. It encompasses intelligence gathering, trap setting, and a multitude of other knowledge." Understood. Let us get started. Yahiko exclaimed, shaking his small fist with sparkling eyes. Jiraiya, seeing the fiery determination in their gazes, smiled with satisfaction and turned to Su Yin, saying, I do not know why your body cannot engage in chakra combat. But after what transpired in our previous skirmish, I am confident you will prove no less capable than a ninja in the future. While I cannot instruct you in ninjutsu, you must still learn the basics of being a ninja. Su Yin nodded, not disputing, his expression calm. Jiraiya, noting his composure, acknowledged that such a rational and cautious demeanor would serve him well on his journey ahead, and he regarded Su Yin with newfound respect. After a moment, Jiraiya continued, You will still practice with me. I will point out your shortcomings in battle. Do not expect me to be overly gentle. Yes, Su Yin replied earnestly. In the days that followed, the four endured Jiraiya's incessant critiques. Su Yin, how many times must I tell you? Do not circle around. Consider attacking from my blind spot. I am at the center, you are on the outer circle. No matter how you maneuver, can you outpace me? Mayahiko, refrain from employing your petty tricks. In the presence of ninjas more skilled than you, your antics are woefully inadequate and will only serve to provide them with opportunities. Conan, your timing in striking is commendable. However, you must not always display leniency. Your actions need to possess a certain ferocity. Are you truly concerned about causing me harm? Nagato, enough. Do take care of your health. Your abilities can progress gradually. Each strike should embody a balance of reality and illusion, should your tangible attacks be thwarted. They will deplete a substantial amount of chakra and stamina, so engage your intellect more. Nonetheless, Jiraiya's strictness during combat does not hinder his thoughtfulness in daily life. Su Yin, this is the finest beef from the Akimichi clan of Konoha, with the recent cessation of war and the reopening of trade routes. I specifically sought out their merchant caravan to procure this. Additionally, I have acquired some medicinal concoctions that are beneficial for the body, as the intensity of battle necessitates ample nourishment. Conan, your paper jutsu holds immense potential, yet the vulnerability to water must be rectified. I have gathered various types of paper for you to select from. Nagato, while the Rinnegan possesses formidable abilities, you must not become overly reliant on it, as its use exacts a severe toll on your body. Compared to Su Yin, your physical well-being requires more attention and recuperation. This is a wooden plaque bearing each of our names. The red side indicates presence at home, while the frog symbol on the reverse signifies a swift return. If the red side shows but no one is home, it implies you have been captured, and I shall come to your rescue. The four of you, Mayahiko included, occasionally prepare thoughtful gestures for Jiraiya. Happy birthday? You actually remembered? Jiraiya remarked, scratching his head as he beheld the table laden with gifts. Hee, how could we forget? Mayahiko proudly responded, touching his nose. The others nodded in agreement, and a flicker of emotion crossed Jiraiya's eyes as he hastily closed them. Feigning modesty, do not think that this will absolve you from today's training. Things must proceed as they should. Oh, why so? Mayahiko lamented, his spirits deflating. Haha. The group erupted in laughter simultaneously. Thus, 3 years slipped by quietly amidst the joyous laughter of the five. Chapter 20, Observations in the Rain Country. A gentle drizzle fell upon the tranquil surface of the lake, creating ripples that spread outwards. Suddenly, a larger ripple emerged as a young boy stepped onto the water's surface, astonishingly remaining afloat rather than sinking. With his hands forming seals, he executed the water release, water chaos technique. Instantly, the lake was stirred into tumultuous waves that surged towards a figure with white hair. In response, Jiraiya struck the water's surface with one hand, conjuring a water wall to thwart the advancing tide. Swiftly, several paper shurikens pierced through the water wall, aimed at Jiraiya, utilizing the paper shuriken technique. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as Jiraiya extended his white hair, effortlessly deflecting the attack with the wind release, violent wind palm. With a sudden thump, Nagato materialized behind Jiraiya, delivering a powerful strike. Yet, Jiraiya seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, meeting the attack with his own palm, where fire chakra erupted, easily neutralizing the assault. He laughed heartily, remarking, "Not bad, but your presence was still detected at the last moment." Just as his words faded, a long blade pierced through Jiraiya's chest, revealing Su Yan, who had stealthily appeared behind him. Following the strike, he swiftly leaped across the water, returning to solid ground, while Jiraiya's form dissipated into smoke. On the shore, Jiraiya's true self clapped his hands in approval, stating, "Quite commendable." The shadow clone was somewhat careless on the water's surface, but to completely conceal your presence and achieve this level is already remarkable. Hearing this, Yahiko and his companions displayed their joy openly, while Su Yan smiled faintly. Over the course of 3 years, they had matured from children into young adults, their strength having significantly progressed. Su Yan's figure had grown taller. Though his muscles were not overly robust, one could distinctly sense the latent power within him. At this moment, Jiraiya glanced at the 4 youths and then towards the direction of Konoha, smiling as he said, "All right, you have learned the essentials. The path ahead will be yours to traverse alone." The 4 fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that the time for parting was upon them. "Are we really leaving?" Yahiko asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "You will meet again in the future. I hope by then you will have become capable ninjas." "Of course," Yahiko replied eagerly. Conan stepped forward, presenting Jiraiya with a paper flower, which was markedly more exquisite than the previous one. The delicate petals danced gracefully in the wind, appearing almost lifelike. Jiraiya smiled gently as he shared one final sumptuous meal with the 4. Later, they approached the wooden plaque, flipping it to reveal his name in red. With a wave, Jiraiya stepped into the curtain of rain, gradually fading from view. The 4 watched until he was no longer visible, and after a moment of silence, Yahiko rallied himself, asking, "What shall we do next?" Su Yan turned to him and replied calmly, "What are your thoughts?" Su Yan understood that Yahiko's inquiry was driven by a pre-existing ambition. Indeed, Yahiko, with a glint of determination in his eyes, declared, "I aspire for peace within the ninja world, and my first step is to assist the common people of the Land of Rain." Being a native of the Land of Rain, Yahiko possessed profound insight into the plight of its citizens, and he felt compelled to offer them aid within his capacity. This decision was met with unanimous approval. However, Su Yan interjected, emphasizing the necessity of first assessing the current external circumstances before taking action. The 4 of them packed their bags and ventured forth from the woods towards the villages of the Land of Rain. Initially, they believed that following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the villages would have recuperated, and the lives of the common folk would have improved significantly. Yet, as they journeyed, they encountered numerous villages bearing fresh scars. Although the intensity of destruction was less than during the war, it was evident that hostilities had not ceased. It seemed as if this eternally weeping nation was still engulfed in turmoil. The more Yahiko observed, the more his heart sank, prompting him to voice his concerns. Unfortunately, the other 3 could not provide answers. Conan and Nagato watched the unfolding scene with furrowed brows, while Su Yan remained composed, his judgment unaffected by the dire circumstances. He suggested, "Let us first inquire about the situation in a nearby village." The 4 quickened their pace and soon arrived at a village shrouded in thick smoke. From a distance, they could discern the flickering glow of flames and the intermittent sounds of chaos. Despite the rain, the fire raged fiercely, underscoring the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, they pressed onward. Su Yan utilized his body flicker technique to reach the forefront, but as he approached, he halted in shock at the horrific scene before him. As they stepped inside, it felt as though they had descended into hell. Thick smoke swirled with embers in the night sky, and their soles became coated with viscous blood. The thatched roofs on either side were ablaze and collapsing. "No, please." A terrified scream pierced the air. The 4 turned to find a woman pinned beside the flames by a knife-wielding assailant. The man bore scars on his face, his eyes filled with lewd intent. Judging by his attire, he was not affiliated with any ninja village, likely a rogue ninja trespassing into the territory. He disregarded the woman's struggles and cries, tearing at her clothing as he prepared to inflict violence. Just as Yahiko was about to intervene, a fierce gust of wind swept through, scattering the burning thatch around them. The woman continued to resist, but suddenly sensed a decrease in her assailant's strength. A warm liquid began to drip slowly onto her neck. When she opened her eyes, she saw the deranged man's expression frozen in shock, a line of blood appearing at his throat. Subsequently, she felt a firm grip on her arm. And as her vision shifted dramatically, she beheld a black-haired youth grasping her hand, his tone cold as he instructed, "Step aside." The woman regained her senses and hurriedly covered herself, fleeing into the distance, yet her gaze frequently glanced back. There stood Su Yin, his expression tranquil as he observed the approaching ninjas. In his right hand, he gripped a long blade, its tip lowered, droplets of congealed blood slowly cascading to the ground, revealing a chilling edge that suggested that all that transpired before him was of little consequence. Yahiko opened his mouth, words of protest caught in his throat. For Conan had already surged forward, paper shurikens swirling around her, obstructing the advance of the ninjas. Nagato placed a reassuring hand on Yahiko's shoulder before also moving ahead. "Who are you? Are you from that organization?" inquired the leading ninja, perched upon the eaves, looking down with an air of superiority. Su Yin cast a cold glance in his direction, and upon witnessing the grim state of the village, a long-buried fury flared within him at the thought of the slaughter of innocents. He offered no reply. Instead, he swung his blade with a swift motion, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashed forth, accompanied by Conan's paper shurikens that provided cover. "Go!" The leading man, startled by Su Yin's speed, exclaimed and hastily turned to seek reinforcements. However, he was met with those obsidian-like eyes. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. He glanced downward to see the steel had penetrated his chest. Strength ebbed away in an instant, and though he attempted to raise his hand in a futile gesture, Su Yin had already vanished from sight. Desperate to grasp something, he ultimately succumbed to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 21. The Dawn Organization with a swift and almost imperceptible speed. Su Yin leapt through the woods. The only sounds accompanying him were the rustle of the wind and the crunch of leaves beneath his feet. Lives were mercilessly reaped, and the detonations of explosive talismans echoed intermittently. Yet, none of this affected Su Yin. As the numbers of his adversaries dwindled at such a rapid pace, the assembled ninjas, who had united solely for the sake of profit, began to feel the creeping tendrils of fear. "This cannot continue. We must restrain his speed," one ninja cried out. In an instant, his body was pierced through, and just as Su Yin intended to pursue his next target, he felt a sudden lethargy in the long blade he held. Turning his gaze, he saw the ninja gripping the blade with both hands, the weapon embedded within him, adorned with black runes that shimmered ominously. A sealing technique? Perhaps? Upon meeting Su Yin's eyes, the ninja grinned, blood trickling from his mouth, and with a voice reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, he uttered, "I knew you would come for me. Finish him quickly. Well done. Take this monster down. Die." Seizing the moment, several ninjas lunged at Su Yin, brandishing an array of weapons. Although Su Yin could have drawn his blade, he refrained, observing the desperate grip of his adversary. Instead, he murmured softly to himself. No wonder something felt amiss. It was this indeed. With a chuckle, he continued, "Do not waste your efforts. You shall accompany me to hell." The voice of the ninja grew fainter. At that moment, Su Yin released his grip on the long blade. As the ninja looked on in confusion, Su Yin raised his right foot, adopting a poised stance, and delivered a powerful kick. The impact reverberated, and the ninja felt his insides compress and shatter. In an instant, his vision distorted, and from the perspective of the other ninjas, he was sent flying, crashing through 3 thatched huts and into the flames beyond, seemingly beyond salvation. In that fleeting moment, all the ninjas attacking Su Yin halted, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Su Yin, with a hand resting on his neck, twisted it lightly as if warming up, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "This is how it should be." In the blink of an eye, Su Yin reappeared before another ninja, who snapped back to reality just in time to thrust a spear towards him. Unflinching, Su Yin seized the spear with one hand, not budging an inch despite the ninja's desperate attempts to force it forward. With his other hand coiled back, he unleashed a punch that cut through the air, the force behind it evident. The strike landed squarely on the ninja's abdomen, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood before he crumpled to the ground. Lifeless from a single blow, Su Yin did not glance at the lifeless body strewn across the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his spear like a javelin, piercing through the bodies of 2 ninjas. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing beside another unsuspecting ninja before he could react. A powerful punch landed squarely on the ninja's jaw, sending him hurtling away, his neck twisting unnaturally. signaling the end of his breath. With bare hands, Su Yin seized the kunai, effortlessly capturing it, and with a swift motion of his other hand, he snapped the ninja's neck. Though the dual axes were raised defensively before him, they shattered along with the ninja's chest under the force of a single blow. This horrifying spectacle unfolded repeatedly, shattering the morale of the wandering ninjas, who scattered in panic. Alas, their speed proved insufficient to outpace Su Yin, who mercilessly reaped their lives. The dark energy was gradually absorbed, yet its quantity differed significantly from previous encounters. It appeared that similarly powerful ninjas were yielding their dark essence. Before long, nearly 40 ninjas lay dead or wounded. Su Yin grasped the collar of the last remaining ninja, lifting him into the air. Despite the ninja's desperate struggles, Su Yin remained immovable. He regarded the ninja coldly and inquired, "Who is the leader of your organization?" "Lord Yusheng," the ninja coughed out, his voice strained. "Where is he?" Xiaonan stepped forward, her tone grave. "Within the village." "I can lead you," the ninja attempted to plead. But a crisp crack interrupted him as Su Yin abruptly snapped his neck. Releasing his grip, the ninja fell to the ground, disbelief etched upon his face. Yahiko approached. Surveying the battlefield littered with corpses and flames, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Let us go," Xiaonan urged Su Yin. Su Yin turned his head slightly. Responding coolly, "There is no need. He has already arrived." Following the sound, though no figure was visible, a menacing water dragon surged forth, extinguishing the surrounding flames and devastating nearby thatched cottages. "Water style, water dragon jutsu," he declared. Yahiko and the others contemplated unleashing their own jutsu or evading, but witnessed Su Yin stride towards the water dragon. With a swift motion, he drew a chain from his waist. With a resounding clang, the iron chain elongated to over 10 meters. Su Yin wielded the chain, swinging it left and right, intertwining it with the water dragon, causing it to explode in a violent display. His gaze shifted towards the distance, where, with keen perception, he identified the source of the chakra. Lowering his center of gravity, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. In the face of the astonished ninja, he ensnared his neck with the chain, wrapping it around a tree trunk and hoisting him into the air. "Wait," the ninja gasped, clutching the chain, his pupils dilating in panic as he dangled above the ground. Su Yin briefly surveyed the area, realizing that only this individual remained. Sensing the ninja's chakra, which was slightly stronger than that of an average chunin, he concluded that this was indeed the final adversary. Had the others already fled? Su Yin furrowed his brow slightly before releasing the chains. With a thud, the ninja fell to the ground, unable to suppress his cough. After a brief moment of recovery, he lifted his gaze and met a pair of icy eyes. Recalling his recent experiences, the ninja instinctively refrained from resisting. Observing Su Yan's attire, which bore no insignia of the rain-hidden village, he candidly stated, Cough cough, I was unaware that an organization existed here. It is my fault. I can make amends with both silver and resources." "What is this organization?" Su Yan inquired with a calm demeanor. The ninja hesitated, seemingly struggling to comprehend Su Yan's question. However, feeling the palpable intent to kill, he divulged everything he knew as if spilling beans. It turned out that since the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, various nations had begun to gather their strength, leading to continuous friction and conflict, albeit with a semblance of restraint to maintain the facade of peace within the ninja world. The rain-hidden village, having suffered significant casualties during the war, had seemingly retreated its forces, recalling ninjas stationed within the borders of the Land of Rain and isolating itself within the village. This created an opportunity for rogue ninjas and defectors. Initially, they sporadically infiltrated the area, but upon discovering the lack of oversight, they grew increasingly audacious. The Land of Rain became a haven for these wandering ninjas, while defectors began to carve out territories for themselves, resulting in a proliferation of organizations springing up like mushrooms after rain. During this period, the rain-hidden village remained inconspicuous, leading many to believe that Hanzo had fallen. Yet, when certain organizations attempted to probe the defenses, they faced a united front from multiple factions, resulting in their obliteration. It then became evident that the Land of Rain had remained under the control of the rain-hidden village, which confined these organizations to internal strife. Over 3 years, this culminated in a situation of fragmented power. Upon hearing this account, the four of them fell into a momentary silence. Su Yin first dispatched the ninja with a swift kick, then spoke in a measured tone. "What are your thoughts?" Yahiko furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply before responding earnestly. "We must establish an organization to consolidate the forces within the Land of Rain. We cannot allow the common people to suffer any longer. We shall bring light to the ninja world, and the name of our organization shall be Akatsuki. Chapter 22, Expansion. Su Yin nodded. And just as he thought Mi Yin had finished speaking, Mi Yin, with a serious expression, gazed at him and said, "However, next time you face those who surrender, do not annihilate them completely." Su Yin looked at the earnest Mi Yin and gently shook his head, replying calmly, "When dealing with enemies, one must be sufficiently ruthless. A woman's mercy can lead to numerous troubles." Upon hearing this, Mi Yin's brow furrowed even tighter. He wished to say more, but noticing the positions of the four, with Xiaonan subtly standing in Su Yin's direction and Nagato somewhat wavering, Mi Yin, unwilling to see the group fracture over differences, could only sigh in resignation. "You will understand in time." Mi Yin chose not to dwell on the matter further. And Su Yin likewise paid it no mind as the four of them slowly departed from the location. As they walked, the minor discord between them gradually faded with the passage of time, and at that moment, Su Yin seemed to recall something. He turned to Nagato and inquired, "How proficient are you with the Rinnegan's ocular techniques?" My teacher Jiraiya does not often allow me to use it, so I cannot be certain." Nagato pondered for a moment before hesitating to respond. Su Yin paused, observing the confused expressions of the three before elucidating. "I once read in a book that one of the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities allows one to acquire the memories of their enemies. Are you suggesting that one could obtain the opponent's ninjutsu knowledge through this method?" Xiaonan interjected softly, coming to a realization. Su Yin nodded, indeed implying such a notion. And as he noticed Mi Yin looking at him once more, he spoke lightly. "Do you still not comprehend the significance of strength?" Mi Yin's expression was complex, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Certainly, one can obtain knowledge from enemies. However, as for captives, I hope to persuade them first." Su Yin chose not to pursue the issue further and nodded in agreement, the atmosphere among the four returning to its previous state. As they continued on their journey, they often assisted residents in distress, earning much gratitude and respect in return. Mi Yin's warm and sincere demeanor, coupled with his confident and optimistic words, quickly garnered him support in the land of rain, fostering a restoration of peace and stability. The call for peace in the ninja world spread as the four ventured further. Initially met with skepticism, many regarded it as the naive utterance of a child. Yet, through Mi Yin's relentless efforts, an increasing number of people began to believe in his vision and joined his cause, thereby strengthening the Akatsuki's influence. A year later, dark clouds rolled and churned in the sky like ink, with rain cascading down and rivers swelling, creating a dim, murky, and at times bright, watery realm. A spark flickered amidst the raindrops as a special J-nin from a Wagakure, adorned with a forehead protector, clashed with a kunai wielded by a young man with yellow hair. After a brief contact, the Awagakure J-nin scanned the surroundings, his heart sinking as he discovered that the 3 accompanying genin had already fallen. He could not help but coldly remark, "Is the land of rain intent on violating the treaty? We have no intention of disrupting the peace. However, your intrusion to gather intelligence, instead of retreating upon discovery, only serves to undermine the treaty," Yahiko retorted. "Tch, I understand now. I shall take my leave." The Awagakure Jonin replied curtly. He began to withdraw, yet several paper shuriken were embedded along his retreat path. "I'm afraid you cannot leave," Conan remarked, stepping gracefully from the shadows of the forest. Yahiko frowned slightly at her words, yet he recognized that allowing the opponent to escape would only invite trouble, so he did not impede their exit. The Awagakure Jonin, observing the 3 approach with a grave expression, had initially intended to break through. However, he sensed a pair of watchful eyes in the woods, the palpable aura of danger revealing the adversary's strength. Trusting his instincts, he invoked Wind Release, Wind Blade Technique. A flurry of wind blades surged toward the Jonin, who countered with Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose before him, the wind blades merely grazing its surface without penetrating. The wall shifted and morphed, giving rise to an earthen dragon that lunged at Yahiko with its gaping maw. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Yahiko evaded with a body flicker, but the dragon swiftly altered its course to assault Conan. She reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating just in time. Yet, the Awagakure Jonin had simultaneously executed a body flicker, closing in on Conan. After a few exchanges of taijutsu, Conan was forced to step back, her foot sinking into the soft mire. Startled, she realized the earth felt distinctly wrong. Suddenly, with a splashing sound, the mud engulfed her lower legs, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Seeing his attack succeed, the Jonin swiftly struck the ground, invoking Earth Release, Earth Spear. Several earthen spears erupted from the ground, piercing through Conan's body. With a swift motion, the Jonin broke free past her. Yet a few paper shurikens struck him from behind, embedding themselves in his flesh. Gasping, he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. As he looked up, he beheld a figure suspended in the air above, adorned with a pair of white wings, feathers cascading downwards. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were mere sheets of paper. Staring in disbelief at the figure, which was none other than Conan, who had been pierced by his earth spears, he turned aside. With a rustling sound, the perforated Conan transformed into paper and scattered into the wind. Can she fly? The Iwagakure Jonin mused with a bitter smile. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose. It was evident that he had lost his fighting spirit. In the realm of ninjas, the ability to fly was exceedingly rare. The Iwagakure Jonin remained vigilant of his surroundings, yet he overlooked the threat from the sky. Swiftly, Nagato was about to approach the Iwagakure Jonin when a dark figure flashed past, appearing right beside him. Seizing the explosive tag that blazed upon the Jonin's body, the figure hurled a cluster of nearby stones with tremendous force. With a thunderous explosion, several trees succumbed to the blast. The Iwagakure Jonin's final counterattack had been anticipated, and he failed to even realize his intention to preserve valuable information. Nagato advanced in an instant, gripping the Jonin's head firmly. The ability of the realm of humanity was activated. Typically, elite ninjas from major villages would seal their jutsu memories to prevent loss, but the powers of the realm of humanity could effortlessly bypass such barriers. Unlocking the seals and accessing the complete memories of this specialized Jonin. This will suffice, Nagato remarked. Having absorbed a comprehensive range of earth release techniques possessed by the individual, with a loud thud, the Iwagakure Jonin collapsed to the ground. A visage of sheer terror etched upon his face, as if he had encountered something profoundly horrifying before his demise. Let us return, Suyin stated, gently pressing his hand against the nape of his neck and slightly rotating his head. The four returned to their base, after a year of development. The Akatsuki organization had established a base uniquely their own, with logistics, intelligence, and combat sectors functioning in harmony, forming a well-rounded organizational structure. Upon returning to the base, Suyin directly expressed his intent to rest, while Yahiko and the others convened to discuss their upcoming operational direction. On his way back, Suyin was suddenly hailed by a figure. Lord Suyin, I am your logistics support personnel. I look forward to your guidance. A graceful silhouette bowed respectfully. Suyin regarded the somewhat familiar figure and replied calmly. And you are? Chapter 23 Discussion. Esteemed Lord Suyin, I am Meng Nai, an ordinary person whom you saved back in the day, she hurriedly replied. Although she appeared considerably older than Suyin, her demeanor was markedly humble. Her eyes filled with reverence and admiration for him. After pondering for a moment, Suyin recalled the initial incident in the village. Clenching his right fist and striking it against his left palm as he exclaimed, Ah, so it is you. A fleeting expression of excitement crossed Meng Nai's face as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly continued, Indeed. I heard about the Akatsuki organization and came to join. Regrettably, I lack the talent to become a ninja, so I thought I might assist you, Lord Suyin. In logistical matters. Suyin nodded. Logistical affairs had always been managed by Xiao Nan, and he was not well versed in them. After understanding the situation, he chose not to dwell on it further, walking past Meng Nai towards his room. After the relentless battles of recent days, he needed to rest adequately. He had saved many ordinary people over the years, and had it not been for Meng Nai's proactive approach, he might have long forgotten this particular incident. Lord Suyin, Meng Nai said, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, summoning her courage to speak. I will do my utmost to assist you. I hope you can restore peace to the land of rain soon. Please. With that, she bowed deeply once more, her body trembling slightly, as if she had also lost many dear ones in the previous incident. Scratching his head, Suyin remarked, Peace, a complex and troublesome matter. He turned to continue his path, waving his arm dismissively as he muttered, Yes, I will do my best. Meng Nai straightened up, visibly excited. It seemed she did not perceive Suyin's nonchalance. To her, he had once saved her, and surely he would save many more. Upon returning to his room, Suyin reclined on the soft bed. He had no intention of participating in the strategic maneuvers of the Akatsuki organization. To him, strengthening his abilities was merely a means to exist more fully. If he could save others along the way, he would do so within his capacity. But he would not overthink it. His primary desire was for a life of greater freedom. as he gazed at the dim light within the room. A rare sense of weariness washed over him. The prolonged battles, while physically manageable, had taken a toll on his mental state, which required gentle recuperation. Gradually, his consciousness faded, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until the following noon. The somber light filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Su Yan's brow to twitch slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. He found Xiaonan seated at the edge of his bed, covering her mouth as she coughed lightly upon noticing he was awake. "You are awake. It is the first time I have seen you sleep so soundly, not even noticing someone approaching," she said gently. "Well, I was a bit fatigued and slept quite deeply," Su Yan replied, taking a deep breath and speaking calmly. However, he soon felt something amiss. His hand moved to his lips, which felt slightly moist. He glanced at Xiaonan and noticed her head turned slightly, her ears flushed amidst her hair. In that instant, Su Yan comprehended the situation, yet chose not to address it. Both fell into a momentary silence. The only sound remaining was the sporadic patter of rain outside. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Su Yan snapped back to reality. Looking toward the entrance, he said softly, "What is it?" "Lord Su Yan, have you awoken?" "Lord Mi Yan has matters he wishes to consult with you." Dream Nai's gentle voice came from outside. Understood. Su Yan rose from the bed, donned his attire, and opened the door to find Dream Nai standing there with a smile, holding a tray. Upon it lay a glass of milk and a hefty piece of roasted meat, still steaming, evidently freshly prepared. Su Yan accepted the tray and expressed, "Thank you." With that, he stepped out, carrying the food towards the conference room. While Dream Nai joyfully remarked, "It is my duty to serve Lord Su Yan. That meat is beef, specially sourced from," before she could finish her sentence, Dream Nai suddenly noticed a figure emerging from Su Yan's room, prompting her to hold her tongue. Xiaonan stepped out, casting a few glances at Dream Nai. But after a slight smile, she followed Su Yan to the conference room. Dream Nai seemed to grasp the situation, returning the smile respectfully, "Lady Xiaonan." She raised her head, observing the two walking side by side, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she silently wished them well before turning away, walking off in solitude. Upon entering the conference room, Su Yan and Xiaonan found not only Nagato and Mi Yin but also 4 other jonin seated at the table. Mi Yin nodded at Su Yan and continued to relay information. Su Yan approached the table, took a seat, and began to eat. Struggling with the knife and fork to consume the roasted meat, he eventually opted to eat it directly with his hands, quenching his thirst with sips of milk. Despite his unconventional dining manner, no one at the table dared to comment, for Su Yan's status warranted such treatment. Once everyone had gathered, Mi Yin began. "Over this period, we have identified 3 factions in our vicinity. The first is led by the rogue ninjas from Awagakure, who have rallied together. The second consists of samurai who fled to the Land of Rain after committing crimes in the Land of Iron. They are said to be formidable, particularly skilled in close combat and swordsmanship. Rumor has it that one was once a disciple of Mifyun, gathering a group of wandering ninjas. The third faction comprises rogue ninjas from Amigakure, consisting of those scattered within the country and those who defected from Amigakure." As Mi Yin paused, allowing the information to settle, Su Yan remained unfazed, quickly finishing his meal. Xiaonan offered her handkerchief, which Su Yan accepted without hesitation, wiping the corners of his mouth. A fragrant scent wafting through the air. Was it her natural aroma? Su Yan found his thoughts swirling, though he did not allow it to manifest. The atmosphere between the two remained devoid of tension, yet the sentiments of those around them were markedly heavy. The 3 factions each exuded an unmistakable aura of intimidation, leaving the Shao organization precariously situated in the middle, potentially facing hostility from all sides. This circumstance demanded utmost caution from everyone present. Observing the mood, Mi Yin spoke up to provide reassurance. "Do not worry, the current situation is not as dire as it seems. The samurai faction is maintaining neutrality and does not interfere with us. The intentions of the Rain Hidden faction remain ambiguous. However, they have not yet shown hostility, and we merely need to allocate personnel for defense and respond with vigilance. Our primary concern lies with the rogue ninja faction, which has frequently harassed our organization. Their recent escalated military movements suggest a potential direct assault, and the complexity of their ranks, coupled with a lack of sufficient intelligence, poses a significant challenge." Upon hearing this, several individuals visibly relaxed, and one of the higher-ranking shinobi inquired, "Which village's ninjas are part of the rogue ninja organization? What is their strength?" Mi Yin turned to him. Pausing momentarily before responding, "The strength remains uncertain. However, we do know that their ranks comprise ninjas from Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Konohagakure. Chapter 24. Illusion initially. When the mention of rock and sand ninjas arose, the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed. However, upon learning that there were also ninjas from Konoha, the mood grew significantly heavier. The promotion system of Konoha is renowned as the most comprehensive among the 5 great nations, with the combat capabilities of its ninjas considerably surpassing those of their peers. Furthermore, the numerous secret techniques possessed by the Konoha ninja clans make it exceedingly easy to suffer grave losses without adequate intelligence. How could this happen? Won't the Umbu deal with these rogue ninjas? Inquired another Jonin, perplexed. Perhaps this is precisely what they wish to see, Yahiko replied, his tone tinged with gravity. At his words, a somber silence enveloped the group. A small nation embroiled in incessant civil strife is a scenario that the major powers would prefer to witness. With the rogue ninjas lacking substantial intelligence about the village, their potential to inflict severe damage is minimal, leading to the Umbu's rather passive stance. They merely issue a nominal manhunt. Noticing the silence, Yahiko cleared his throat to regain their attention and uplift their spirits. These ninjas are merely rogue elements, most of whom find it difficult to survive in their original villages. Our task is simply to repel them as effectively as possible. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the meeting room lightened somewhat. This shift was largely attributable to Yahiko's charismatic presence and the noble ideals for peace in the land of rain. Yet, the weight of death remains a heavy topic. Their willingness to join Akatsuki stems from a desire to minimize bloodshed and sacrifice. Seeing the mood restore, Yahiko adopted a serious demeanor and turned to Konan. Now, I will arrange the combat assignments. Konan, your paper jutsu is ideally suited for opponents unfamiliar with our intelligence. Your ability to fly allows for both offense and defense. In this battle, your primary role will be to gather intelligence and, if possible, to diminish the enemy's fighting strength. Konan nodded calmly. Such responsibilities were typically hers, and she was well versed in them. Yahiko then directed his gaze to Su-Yin. Su-Yin, regarding the wandering ninjas, while they claim to maintain neutrality, we must remain vigilant. Their leader is a skilled swordsman. Your proficiency in taijutsu will be crucial, as he can infuse chakra into his weapon. Exercise caution, I shall not go. Su-Yin interjected coolly. Yahiko paused, seemingly taken aback by Su-Yin's response, quietly regarding him. To counter the commander's decision during a meeting is a significant affront to the authority of command. Su-Yin understood this, slightly straightening his posture to clarify. I intend to engage in battle. It suffices to send someone to oversee the wandering ninjas. I can arrive at the scene promptly should any issues arise. Su-Yin was determined to seize every opportunity for growth, and this battle represented a fine chance. Yahiko inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Konan as if struck by a thought, then shook his head with a wry smile. Very well. You will head to the battlefield of the rogue ninjas. You will be responsible for the left flank, while Nagato will manage the right. I will oversee the central battlefield, and Konan will provide support. The rest will monitor the other 2 factions, signaling immediately should anything arise. Understood. In the forest, raindrops fell gently, creating an ambience that seemed unchanged from the past. The only notable difference was the profound silence that enveloped the woods, as the sounds of insects and birds had been banished, as if they sensed impending danger. A chilling atmosphere prevailed. Su-Yin, feeling a sense of ennui, let out a yawn and leaned against the sturdy branch of a tree, observing 3 lower-ranking ninjas meticulously setting traps below. Among them, a female ninja was entirely focused on her task. Anxiety etched on her brow as beads of sweat formed, betraying her fear of making even the slightest mistake. Curiosity piqued. Su-Yin inquired, is such meticulousness truly effective? Startled by his question, the female ninja glanced warily into the distance before exhaling in relief. Turning her gaze towards the figure perched in the tree, she admonished, this is a border area with the enemy. I do not expect you to assist us in setting traps, but at the very least, do not become a burden that could lead to unnecessary casualties. Initially, she had assumed that the individual sent to accompany them, regardless of strength, would at least be on par with their abilities. After all, Su-Yin's appearance was rather striking, dressed in loose Akatsuki robes, his tall and slender frame complemented by handsome yet rugged features. However, to her dismay, he merely sat there, seemingly indifferent, while the trio exchanged glances of discontent. They withheld their complaints, perhaps due to his connections. Su-Yin was seldom seen by ordinary members of the organization, leaving many unaware of his identity. Yet, he remained unfazed by their attitude, for his perceptive abilities were extraordinary. The moment an unfamiliar chakra manifested, he would be the first to sense it. This confidence allowed him to rest and engage in casual conversation. He pointed languidly towards a cluster of bushes and calmly remarked, "What I wish to convey is that your trap placement is flawed. It is far too conspicuous. It should be arranged over there. Have you not learned the fundamentals of trap setting?" The female ninja was taken aback by his astute observation. After a moment of contemplation, she realized the truth in his words. As it was her first experience in actual combat, she had indeed overlooked many aspects. Pausing to gather her thoughts, she approached the suggested location and said, "I apologize. I retract my earlier statement." Such a formal apology caught Su Yin off guard. However, he soon sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Why had the other two remained static in their positions, continuing to set traps without any reaction? Rising to his feet, he scrutinized the surroundings, feeling an intensifying sense of unease, accompanied by the faint hum of bees. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated, and the scene before him fractured, collapsing into chaos. The illusion has been dispelled? A deep voice emerged, laced with surprise. Indeed, how peculiar. It appears we are not dealing with ordinary characters, another voice echoed in agreement. Su Yin gazed at the two figures ahead, each adorned with the forehead protectors of a Wagakure and Kanahagakure, albeit marred by a distinct scratch. A testament to their identities as rogue ninjas. Behind them lay three lifeless bodies, their blood mingling with the muddy ground, flowing slowly. The corpse of the female ninja was notably fresh, her blood still gushing, evidently having perished not long ago, her eyes still reflecting the frustration of her inadequate trap-setting skills. However, Su Yin had no time for lamentation. "Genjutsu? When did it occur, without my notice? Have my senses been affected as well?" His thoughts raced, swiftly revealing the presence of chakra-infused bees nearby, their wings buzzing softly. Is it a genjutsu manipulated through the five senses? Drawing from intelligence gathered from the Second Shinobi War, he quickly deduced their identities, the Akamatsu clan of Konoha and the Kamizuki clan of IWA. Were they elite genin, acting as vanguards? Did they intend to create a breach? Su Yin lowered his gaze, muttering to himself. "Heh, little brat, are you afraid?" Akamatsu Kuni taunted mockingly. "No, I was merely overestimating myself. Let your blood serve as a reminder of this lesson," Su Yin replied coldly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Chapter 25. Slaughter with a thundering boom, the signal flare ascended into the night sky. Su Yin could not ascertain the number of adversaries, thus he immediately dispatched a warning. Do you truly believe others in different regions will concern themselves with you?" The arrogant figure of Onma Yani was about to continue his taunts when he suddenly witnessed Su Yin vanish from his position. The words caught in his throat as an overwhelming gust of wind swept past, rendering Su Yin's movement elusive. Onma Yani's expression turned serious. Such rapid body techniques indicated that Su Yin's physical prowess had reached a truly formidable level. With a swish, Onma Yan summoned his chakra, and three tigers leapt forth from his side, their fierce roars echoing with lifelike ferocity. Another illusion? Su Yin's gaze sharpened as he waved his hand to the side, conjuring a single-edged knife into his grasp. The weighty blade, coupled with a mechanized hilt, bore an advanced technological essence that seemed to transcend the current era. The back of the blade was adorned with three distinctive holes. It was the weapon he had recently acquired, the dragon bone. In an instant, Su Yin materialized behind Onma Yan, his blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound, as if it sought to sever all in its path. A thunderous roar, one that resonated with the very core of the soul, erupted as Su Yin's intended strike against Onma Yan was inexplicably diverted, instead piercing the tiger. The beast disintegrated into smoke, and simultaneously, the remaining two tigers lunged forward. Su Yin, unfazed by the tigers, took a step closer, swinging his blade horizontally towards Onma Yan. With a swift motion, the blade grazed Onma Yan, leaving a long, narrow wound that filled him with disbelief. He had not anticipated the rapidity with which Su Yin dispelled the illusion, his strikes remaining largely unaffected by the diversion. A resounding crash reverberated as Su Yin was sent flying by the tiger's claw, crashing through several large trees. Though a shallow gash marred his body, it scarcely affected his combat capabilities. Dusting himself off, he stood with a furrowed brow. Though it is an illusion, it can still inflict tangible harm. The technique of the hive. Another elite shinobi, Iwabi, seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of dark crimson, viscous honey in an attempt to hinder Su Yin's speed. With a swift motion, Su Yin retreated a few steps, effortlessly evading the assault. The thick honey splattered onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the wild grass beneath. However, the swarm of bees descended upon him relentlessly, akin to maggots clinging to flesh. their venomous stingers striking intermittently. Coupled with Anma Yunyu's illusory techniques, Su Yin found it increasingly challenging to identify an opening for counterattack. Meanwhile, the two elite shinobi remained on high alert. Any bees or beasts that came too close would be swiftly torn apart by Su Yin. Even the diminutive bee stingers could not penetrate his defenses. Although it appeared to be a stalemate, their chakra was rapidly depleting. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Especially since Anma Yunyu's illusions could not ensnare Su Yin. His soul power was formidable, and he possessed a natural resistance to chakra. Once caught off guard by the illusion, it became exceedingly difficult for him to fall prey to it again, allowing him to inch ever closer to their position. At that moment, a shadow loomed overhead, prompting both elite shinobi to glance upward. They beheld a figure adorned with white wings materializing in the sky, invoking the divine technique of the paper wielder. The paper shurikens cascaded down like raindrops, compelling the two to evade hastily. However, their released ninjutsu and chakra were abruptly interrupted. Seizing the fleeting moment, Su Yin swung his dragon bone weapon with ferocity, and the swarm of bees, stripped of their chakra, along with countless beasts, was obliterated as if erased from a chalk drawing, carving a fan-shaped outline into the ground. This is bad. Both elite shinobi felt a sinking dread in their hearts. As wild grass and dirt flew through the air, Su Yin appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Just as they prepared to defend themselves, a glimmer of steel passed through the air, and Su Yin had already positioned himself behind them, slowly sheathing his long blade. In a breath, a crimson line appeared across the necks of both elite shinobi, their headless corpses collapsing to the ground, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the earth with crimson droplets. Two wisps of dark energy entered Su Yan's body. Externally, he exhibited no discernible change, yet his aura grew even more profound. The claw marks that once marred his skin had fully healed. Bathed in the rain, he drew his arms back languidly. As though the recent battle had merely served as a warm-up, his expression slightly somber and his gaze icy. The skirmish lasted barely a few minutes. Xiaonan, having taken to the skies, arrived ahead of reinforcements from the enemy, who could only arrive tardily. Earth Release, Earth Spear. The rogue shinobi from Awagakure arrived, initiating an offensive with several earthen spears erupting from the ground, aimed at Su Yin. Swiftly, Xiaonan descended from the air, retracting her wings to shield Su Yin within their embrace, while a multitude of paper transformed into shurikens flew forth. In a brief moment, as they suppressed the enemy shinobi, Xiaonan turned to Su Yin and spoke quickly. The left, right, and central wings are under attack. The enemy has commenced a large-scale offensive. Su Yin nodded. It was illogical to assume that the conflict here would occur in isolation from other fronts. He replied calmly, "Do not concern yourself with my situation. Go support the others. Inform Yahiko that I will breach their lines. Coordinate with me." Xiaonan hesitated for a moment, yet her gaze remained resolute as she nodded affirmatively. In a swift motion, she unleashed dozens of paper shurikens, each inscribed with a quietly burning explosive talisman. Boom! The sound of an explosive detonation reverberated through the air as Xiaonan soared upward. Once she discerned her direction, she darted away in the blink of an eye. The ninjas trailing Su Yin had also arrived, plunging into the cloud of dust to engage the adversary. Su Yin drew forth the dragon bone, his expression impassive. He transitioned from a measured advance to a sprint, and then to a rapid flicker forward. A sword-wielding ninja calculated Su Yan's trajectory and swung down with a decisive slash. With a resounding clash, the blade met its mark. The ninja's strained expression frozen in shock as both he and his weapon were cleaved in twain. Amidst the spray of crimson, Su Yin had already reached the next ninja. Alternating between slashes and thrusts, a cadre of ninjas attempted to thwart Su Yan's advance, but he neither flinched nor retreated. With a single stroke, he severed their weapons. With a swift motion, his other hand grasped a chain from his waist, yanking it free. A brutal explosion of blood ensued, as if the very life force were violently extracted. Su Yin was an unstoppable force, wielding the dragon bone like a razor-sharp sword, piercing through the front line of enemy melee ninjas as he charged towards the group, unleashing ninjutsu bombardments. Stop him! As Su Yin charged, the ferocity of his presence intimidated the ninjas, causing their hands, poised for hand seals, to tremble ever so slightly. Earth Release, Earth Prison, one ninja shouted, perhaps to bolster his own courage. In a swift motion, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, enveloping Su Yin in a precise half-spherical cocoon. The ninja, clearly well-practiced, reveled in his success. With elation, he continued to channel his jutsu. Earth Release, Rock Collapse. The half-sphere buckled inward, stones tumbling down in an attempt to crush Su Yin. Just then, with a thunderous impact, Su Yin struck the earthen barrier with his fist. The chakra-infused wall crumbled before him, yielding like tofu as a breach opened, revealing Su Yan's absence within. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, dust technique. A whirlwind gathered sand and grit, hurling it towards Su Yin, enveloping the area of his assault. The sand pierced through the surrounding trees and flora like bullets, leaving a trail of holes in its wake. The ninjas searched frantically, yet Su Yan's silhouette remained elusive. As a gentle breeze swept through, Su Yan's figure materialized amidst the throng of adversaries. Chapter 26, Repulsion. Before the surrounding ninjas could fully comprehend the situation, Su Yan executed a sweeping circular slash with his blade. In an instant, dozens of headless corpses collapsed to the ground. The image of Su Yan, standing at the center wielding a dragon bone, left an indelible impression on the nearby ninjas. Fear burgeoned within them, especially when met with Su Yan's piercing gaze. Tactical coordination was forgotten. They could only expend chakra continuously, unleashing ninjutsu in an attempt to quell their terror. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Numerous ninjutsu were unleashed, yet none could inflict harm upon Su Yan. Instead, they resulted in greater casualties among their ranks. Some attempted to employ sealing techniques to restrict Su Yan's movements, but in the face of his elusive speed and the failure of their chakra perception, all efforts proved futile. As casualties mounted and chakra reserves dwindled, the rogue ninjas began to rout in panic. The Akatsuki members swiftly breached the defensive line, ready to pursue, but were intercepted by Su Yan, who coldly commanded, "Converge towards the center for support." "Understood," replied the following ninjas in unison, rarely encountering large-scale battles. This confrontation showcased Su Yan's formidable strength, instilling confidence in the Akatsuki members as they pledged their loyalty to his orders. Su Yan paid little heed to their pace. Having just emerged from battle, they required resupply and recuperation. However, he had no such need. With a swift motion, Su Yan surged toward the central battlefield like an arrow released from its bow. His sole intention was to eliminate the bothersome pests. As he approached, the ground trembled beneath a series of thunderous sounds, resonating ominously. From his sensory perception, he discerned a massive accumulation of chakra ahead. While the chakra quantity was not overwhelming, it coalesced to form a towering figure nearly 5 meters tall. Navigating through the forest, Su Yan finally beheld its true form. A boar, a summoning beast rampaging across the battlefield. Were it not for the distraction caused by Conan and Yahiko, the situation would have spiraled into chaos. Yet their attacks could merely inflict superficial damage upon the boar's thick hide. Without hesitation, Su Yan executed the body flicker technique, appearing as a mere afterimage beneath the boar's legs. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he struck fiercely at the tendons of the boar's foreleg. A thunderous impact reverberated through the air as the blade sank into flesh, propelled by Su Yan's explosive strength, inching deeper until it pierced through, leaving a deep gash upon the bone, a strike that nearly severed the entire leg of the beast. With a thunderous crash, the wild boar let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. In a swift motion, Su Yan unsheathed the chain, expertly wrapping it around the boar after several vigorous swings, rendering its struggles futile. Gripping the hilt of his blade with an inverse hold, he leaped upward, poised to deliver the final strike. Yet, he suddenly felt a disquieting influence upon his spirit, his body experiencing a fleeting moment of weakness. Nevertheless, he managed to land a decisive blow upon the boar's head, the formidable blade embedding itself deeply into the skull. The creature ceased its struggles, its life force extinguished, and a surge of dark energy flowed into Su Yan's being. However, he did not take the time to contemplate the ensuing transformation. Instead, he darted across the battlefield with renewed swiftness, quickly locating the figure that had previously unsettled him. There stood a man, his face a mask of panic, his palm frozen in a heart-shaped seal. Flanking him were 2 blade-wielding ninjas, their chakra levels indicating a confirmed status of J9. There are rather too many elite renegades from the traitor organization, Su Yan mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, his resolve remained unwavering, his blade poised without a hint of hesitation. Regardless of the enemy's strength, fear would not take root in his heart. With a resounding roar, the chakra stored within the dragon bone surged forth with a singular strike, the blade slicing through the air in a brilliant arc. The 2 J9, equally empowered by their chakra, retaliated. Yet, upon realizing their inability to contend with him, they hastily abandoned the clan ninja hidden within the mountains. One remained, paralyzed in terror as he beheld the unavoidable onslaught. In a flash, the chakra-infused blade passed through his midsection, erasing him utterly from existence, as if he had never been there at all. Once more, dark energy surged into Su Yin, enhancing his physical prowess while dissipating the remnants of fatigue. Clenching his fist, he lowered his center of gravity, knees slightly bent, and executed a seemingly gentle leap that created a crater in the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before one of the blade-wielding ninjas. The clash of their long swords sparked with intensity as the two engaged fiercely. The other Jainin, intending to counterattack, found his path obstructed by a flurry of paper sheets, which erupted with explosive tags, blocking his reinforcements. He raised his hand to shield himself from the ensuing cloud of dust, peering through the gaps to see a figure emerging amidst the fluttering papers, Xiaonan. Raising her hand, she spoke coldly, "You shall not pass." With a swift motion, the skilled swordsman remained unfazed, his blade pointed to the ground. In an instant, he appeared before Conan, delivering a diagonal slash infused with wind-style chakra aimed at her chest. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh was palpable as the attack struck true. The swordsman contemplated how to render assistance when suddenly, a flurry of paper enveloped his longsword, rendering him immobile. The swordsman's expression darkened as he noticed that the area of Conan's wound was composed entirely of paper. The paper rapidly ascended, climbing over his body in a matter of moments, and the explosive tags affixed to the paper ignited, resulting in a deafening explosion. Amidst the chaos, the swordsman found himself behind Conan. The explosion had merely been a substitution for a wooden dummy. Although the blade pierced through Conan's chest, the divine technique of the paper jutsu rendered the physical damage ineffectual. For a time, both combatants found themselves at an impasse. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Yahiko were not idle. With the absence of high-ranking enemy shinobi to maintain balance, the rogue ninjas suffered heavy casualties, coupled with the encroachment of Akatsuki members from the flanks. Many rogue ninjas began to retreat. Ultimately, despite the swordsman's repeated attempts at substitution and swift movements, his efforts bore no fruit, and he fell swiftly to Su Yin's blade. Witnessing this, the remaining ninja, having lost their last elite, could no longer hold their ground and began to flee. Su Yin swiftly moved to Conan's side, and with another swordsman isolated and vulnerable, defeat was imminent. After repelling the enemies, the trio hastened to support the battlefield near Nagato's right flank, only to discover that their foes had already retreated. The opponents in this sector had been relatively weak, with only one elite ninja now lying in a pool of blood. Observing Nagato's labored breathing indicated the battle had taken a significant toll. However, upon seeing his comrades arrive, he managed to muster a faint smile. Victory in war elicited jubilant cheers from the Akatsuki members, and the atmosphere of joy spread through the crowd. Yet, this elation was soon tempered. The inevitable sacrifices of war weighed heavily upon their hearts, causing many to lapse into silence as they recalled their fallen comrades. Yahiko ascended to a higher vantage point, his countenance grave and solemn. He spoke with a weighty tone. "For the peace of the land of rain, you have sacrificed much." Su Yin stretched his shoulders and began to make his way back to the organization's base. Finding little resonance in Yahiko's stirring speech and choosing to disregard it, Conan, with her hands clasped behind her back, took quick, light steps to join Su Yin's side, walking in unison with him. She softly inquired, "Are you injured?" "Not at all. I am nearly healed," Su Yin replied, shaking his head. "What shall we eat? Perhaps grilled meat?" "Sounds good." Chapter 27. The Root Organization. Upon returning to the base, both Su Yin and Xiaonan were met with several figures anxiously glancing around at the entrance. As they approached, the figures seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Xiaonan, upon noticing the person standing at the forefront, cast a thoughtful glance at Su Yin but refrained from voicing anything. It was only when Su Yin reached them that he recalled her name, and, surveying the group, curiously inquired, "Meng Nai, why are you all waiting here?" "We heard that a war against the enemy organization is imminent, and given the daunting nature of this conflict, we thought to come out and welcome you back." "Praying for your safe return," Meng Nai replied, her demeanor subdued. Su Yin paused, taken aback by this form of prayer. Should they not be focused on confirming a defeat and fleeing as swiftly as possible? Yet, before he could ponder this further, he was encircled by the other women, who eagerly asked, "Lord Su Yin, what of Lord Yin? How is he?" A frown creased Su Yan's brow. He felt ill at ease in this atmosphere. At that moment, Xiaonan waded through the crowd, smiling as she calmed their spirits, relaying the news of victory. Upon hearing that Yin was unharmed, the women's spirits visibly lifted. Observing this scene, Su Yin couldn't help but reflect. Yin is quite popular. Is this what they call a devoted fan? Meanwhile, he noticed that Meng Nai had already retreated into the base, seemingly unperturbed by Yan's situation. Once Xiao Nin had reassured the crowd, she returned to Su Yan's side with a smile, saying, "Shall we go?" "Indeed," he replied. As they entered the base, Xiao Nin intended to prepare a meal but soon discovered that Ming Na had already emerged, carrying a platter of freshly cooked barbecue. The steam wafted up, and the aroma irresistibly teased Su Yan's senses, stirring a deep hunger within him. Without hesitation, he nodded and accepted the food, making his way towards the room while Ming Na, without surprise, offered a respectful bow before continuing her tasks. As Su Yan walked, he noticed that Xiao Nin had not departed. Instead, she silently trailed behind him, occasionally glancing in his direction. He paused for a moment, pondered briefly, and then spoke. "She is the person I saved previously." After uttering this, he resumed his stride. Xiao Nan, initially perplexed, quickly realized he was clarifying the situation for her. A sense of surprise washed over her, and an involuntary smile crept onto her lips, filling her with inexplicable joy. After a brief pause, she quickened her pace to match his, her steps noticeably lighter. Within the dimly lit confines of the Root Organization base, the narrow metallic corridors exuded an eerie ambience that immediately conjured a sense of darkness. It felt as though this place was perpetually shrouded in gloom. Deep within, embodying the shadowy side of Konoha, Danzo Shimura meticulously perused a dossier, occasionally flipping the pages with a stoic expression. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Kneeling before Danzo with an unwavering tone, "Lord Danzo, there has been a development in the Land of Rain. One of our outposts has lost communication." Tuanzo, seemingly indifferent, continued to peruse the intelligence reports, unconcerned with the fate of his subordinate. The elimination of a base was a common occurrence for him. Given the numerous strongholds scattered across the ninja world, the occasional loss was merely a routine event. The organization responsible was one controlled by the Ushiromiya clan of the Earth Hidden Village, and it had been confirmed that all of our dispatched Jonin had perished. A member of the Root Organization continued, This information piqued Tuanzo's interest. While Jonin were not irreplaceable to the Root Organization, they represented significant combat power. Their sacrifice was acceptable, but not without clarity. Tuanzo slightly adjusted his posture, responding coolly, "Have you ascertained the details?" The Root Ninja bowed his head even lower and replied, "It has been established that a nascent organization is responsible, known as Akatsuki, led by a boy named Yahiko. The individual who executed our Root Ninja is called Su Yan. And based on the intelligence received, this person possesses no chakra." "No chakra?" Tuanzo pondered for a moment, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. "Is it a bloodline limit? What is his ability?" "The specifics of his abilities remain unknown. Preliminary assessments suggest an enhancement in physical combat," the Root Ninja responded. Upon hearing this, Tuanzo felt a tinge of disappointment. The strength of a ninja lies in their multifaceted capabilities, and reliance solely on physical prowess lacked promise. After a moment of contemplation, Tuanzo slowly articulated, "The ability to dispatch our ninjas indicates that this new organization possesses potential. We shall observe them closely. Should they develop, we might engage with them, offering incentives to ascertain if we can mold them into puppets to dominate the Land of Rain." The Root Ninja nodded in agreement and was about to depart when Tuanzo called out, "Wait, how is the contact with Hanzo progressing?" "Currently, there has been no news." The Root Ninja replied, Still putting on a brave face, are we?" "Very well, time is on our side," Tuanzo remarked with a chilling smile, gesturing dismissively. "Understood." A shadow flickered and vanished, plunging the eerie underground space back into silence. In the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki's base, raindrops fell rhythmically. In a clearing within the forest, the vegetation had been cleared, leaving an open space transformed into a training ground for the Akatsuki. With a swift motion, several shurikens struck their targets, and a figure wielding a shuriken beamed with confidence as he witnessed his accuracy. Surrounding him, a chorus of astonished voices erupted, lauding the man's exceptional throwing technique. On another platform, two ninjas wielding shurikens engaged in combat, the clash of metal ringing out intermittently. A few individuals stood by, occasionally gesturing and commenting on the duel taking place above. Su Yan sat beside the stands, a flask of clear sake in hand, observing the bustling crowd. Occasionally, he would take a sip. It had been a full 3 months since the last clash, following the recent victorious confrontation against the rebellious ninja organization, during which several elite shinobi were slain. The news had spread rapidly. The Akatsuki's expansion accelerated once more, and their slogans of peace became increasingly recognized. The base of the Akatsuki was enlarged, giving rise to this training ground, a venue for the members to hone their skills. surrounded by wary organizations. They dared not encroach upon this territory. In the absence of conflict, this place became the most frequented gathering spot for ninjas. As Su Yin continued to sip his drink, a voice of complaint broke through his reverie. Honestly, Lord Su Yin, how can you be drinking? A ninja should not indulge in alcohol, especially at your age. Without needing to turn his head, Su Yin recognized the speaker. He replied in a calm tone, I won't get drunk. To me, drinking is no different from quenching my thirst. That may be so, but Lady Conan will surely scold me if she sees you, Dream protested, hands on her hips. Clearly dissatisfied. Chapter 28. The challenge. Su Yan's gaze wandered elsewhere, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. After 3 months of acquaintance, the two had become well acquainted. Ming Nai's culinary creations truly delighted Su Yan's taste buds, which usually led him to overlook her meddlesome tendencies. It's absurd that ninjas can embark on a killing spree at such a young age, yet they must wait until the age of 20 to indulge in alcohol. While Su Yan was not particularly fond of drinking, he found it difficult to comprehend the logic of this world. Before long, a figure clad in the Akatsuki uniform obstructed his view, casting a shadow over the dim light of the sky. Xiaonan's eyes were fixed on Su Yan, or more precisely, on the flask in his hand. With a slight furrow of her brow, she inquired, How is it that you are drinking? My apologies, Lady Xiaonan. It is entirely my fault for not keeping an eye on Lord Su Yan, Ming Nai hurriedly interjected, approaching Xiaonan. Well, I simply wanted to give it a try. What has happened? Su Yan set down the flask and asked. Xiaonan offered a faint smile, refraining from admonishing Ming Nai, and turned her attention to Su Yan. In a soft voice, she said, Do you remember the samurai organization we spoke of previously? Su Yan scratched his head, his gaze drifting to the sky. Observing his demeanor, Xiaonan realized he had likely forgotten all about it. She shook her head and succinctly stated, Their leader, Taimaru, has extended an invitation to you. He has heard of your formidable skills in physical combat and wishes to spar. Oh, I see. A fight, is it? That sounds fine, Su Yan replied, suddenly enlightened. As he stood up and stretched his neck. After a period of recuperation, he felt somewhat rusty, making this opportunity quite timely for him. Xiaonan anticipated this response from Su Yan, her brow furrowing slightly as she nodded and continued, Yahiko and I will provide support for you. At present, we are uncertain of their true intentions. Perhaps it is merely a friendly exchange. However, as Yahiko suggests, if we can engage in amicable dialogue, we shall coexist peacefully. Yet, one must always be cautious, for unexpected situations may arise. Su Yan descended from the platform, waving his hand reassuringly, rest assured. Xiaonan watched Su Yan with a resigned expression as she followed him forward, occasionally overhearing the whispers of those around them. Hey, who is that person? She is stunning. A male ninja exclaimed. Fool, you don't even recognize Lady Xiaonan? She is one of the founders of our organization and possesses the strength of a jonin. A well-informed female ninja replied. Is that so? How wonderful. She is so beautiful and so powerful. What about the one speaking with her? Another person remarked incredulously. That is Lord Su Yan, equally formidable. I've heard their relationship is quite close, the female ninja whispered, cautious of being overheard. As the organization expanded, Xiaonan's angelic beauty, immense strength, and approachable nature rapidly garnered her popularity among the members, subtly eclipsing even Yahiko's standing. Amidst the bustling crowd, a lone ninja fixated on the silhouette of Conan, his fists clenched tightly, eyes brimming with unyielding determination. At last, he broke through the throng, garnering startled glances from those around, and approached Su Yan, obstructing his path. In a commanding tone, he declared, Lord Su Yan, my name is Nakamura, and I seek your guidance in my training. Would you be willing to engage me in combat? As he spoke, Nakamura subtly cast a glance toward Conan, hoping to capture her attention. However, Conan merely furrowed her brows and stepped forward, coldly stating, We have matters to attend to. You should seek someone else. Before she could finish, Su Yan interjected, raising a hand to halt her. He shifted his arm, casually remarking, It won't take much time. Consider it a warm-up. Su Yan, far from being rigid, discerned Nakamura's intentions at a glance, yet remained unconcerned. If he desired a fight, he would oblige. Hearing Su Yan's confident words, a surge of unnameable jealousy flared within Nakamura. How could someone like him be worthy of Lady Conan? Suppressing his emotions, he extended his palm toward the platform and respectfully gestured, Please. Su Yan ascended the stage, while Conan chose to step aside and observe. The surrounding ninjas were once again stirred, whispering amongst themselves. Was he truly issuing a challenge? Are you foolish enough not to see the simplicity of this matter? How intriguing. You all speak of this individual's past prowess. Yet I have yet to witness his abilities firsthand. In any setting, people are drawn to commotion, particularly when it doesn't concern them personally. The ninjas instinctively gathered closer to the platform, and by the time the two ascended, a crowd had formed around them. Nakamura, listening to the discussions and intermittent cheers, steeled himself, vowing to prove himself worthy. Suyin casually tapped his ear and remarked, "May we commence?" A smirk graced Nakamura's lips as he replied, "Of course." But before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed as he was sent flying from the platform, tumbling over 10 times before coming to a halt. The crowd fell into an abrupt silence, expressions frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. What just happened? How did he get launched away? I don't know. If I am not mistaken, he was struck once. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into a cacophony once more. Though this time the focus shifted not to whether Nakamura could triumph, but to the nature of the preceding attack. Suyin raised an eyebrow. Evidently surprised by his opponent's lack of strength, he had merely executed a simple body flicker technique, delivering a kick while consciously controlling his power. Nakamura lifted his head from the ground, wiping the dirt from his face. Dragging his battered body, he endured the pain coursing through him and slowly rose to his feet. He dared not meet the gazes of those around him, some filled with derision, others with disdain, and some with pity. Instead, he shouted at Suyin, "That doesn't count. Let us go again." The commotion within the crowd intensified, predominantly filled with derisive remarks. Suyin, however, remained unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Nakamura, despite his injuries, struggled to ascend the platform, and the two faced each other once more. This time, Nakamura cautiously retrieved a kunai, simultaneously forming hand seals to channel his chakra. Water release, water chaotic waves. With a rush, rainwater coalesced into waves, surging towards Suyin. Surprisingly, Suyin did not choose to evade. Instead, he advanced into the oncoming torrents. The waves crashed against him in relentless succession, yet his steps remained as steadfast as granite, seemingly unaffected. Observing this, Nakamura's heart sank, though his expression brightened. "I've got him." In his previous leap, Nakamura had failed to discern Suyin's movements. This time, his strategy was to perceive Suyin's position through the water waves while simultaneously employing a second ninjutsu. With a crackle, a current of electricity surged from Nakamura's hand as he slammed his palm against the ground. Lightning release, earth walk. The electric current dispersed into the water, transmitting through the waves towards Suyin. A rare dual-element ninja, no wonder he sought a challenge. Yet, victory seemed elusive, the disparity was significant. However, the combination of water release and lightning release would certainly pose a challenge. A sinister grin crept across Nakamura's face. "Let your arrogance be your downfall." Struck by the current, Suyin's demeanor remained tranquil, as if he felt no impact at all. In his characteristic calm tone, he remarked, "Is that all? Do you possess no other techniques?" Chapter 29. Siege. Nakamura was momentarily stunned, poised to amplify his chakra output, when a voice emerged from behind. "Let it be this way." With a swift motion, Suyin transformed his palm into a blade and struck Nakamura's neck. The platform resonated with a gentle thud, subtly quaking, a testament to the force behind the blow. Suyin dusted off his hands as he descended from the stage, and the crowd instinctively parted, creating a path, their faces etched with awe. In the absence of clarity regarding Suyin's movements, anyone who faced him met a similar fate. As Suyin exited the throng with Xiaonan, Nakamura lay unconscious on the ground. On their journey, Xiaonan glanced left and right before suddenly turning her cheek to gaze at Suyin, playfully teasing. "Was that just now a roll of the flower protector?" "Well, one could say so," Suyin replied candidly, nodding in agreement. This response left Xiaonan momentarily flustered. She quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson. The playful intent she had was unexpectedly stirred. Observing her reaction, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Suyin's lips, and together they walked side by side, leaving footprints in the rain. Upon returning to the base, Yahiko was leading a group out when he spotted Suyin. Nodding, he remarked, "Let us go. This time, you will handle the sparring. I will negotiate to secure a treaty for peaceful coexistence." Suyin remained non-committal. The solidity of a written treaty was difficult to ascertain. However, since Yahiko exuded confidence, he refrained from dissuading him. The trio proceeded, with Nagato remaining at the base. They were accompanied by several elite jonin and dozens of support personnel. Despite the placating words of the opposing side, necessary precautions were imperative, a sentiment Yahiko shared. The group advanced swiftly and soon reached the designated meeting point between the two organizations, a location prearranged for this encounter. Upon arrival, they found the other party had already assembled. Leading them was a young man, seated cross-legged under a makeshift rain shelter, a long blade resting on his lap. Eyes closed in meditation, his age appeared to be near adulthood, and paired with his evident prowess, he could undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy. Surrounding him were a cadre of ninja clad in samurai attire, their equipment uniform, eyes gleaming with determination, indicative of their formidable combat abilities. Scattered around were wayward ninjas, their discipline markedly inferior to that of the samurai. Some leaned against trees clutching wrapped longswords, while others tossed and caught shuriken in a haphazard manner. Yahiko stepped forward without hesitation, entering the shelter and sitting cross-legged opposite the young man. The latter, upon hearing his approach, opened his eyes, nodded at Yahiko, and smiled as he spoke. I did not expect the leader of the Akatsuki to be so young, with such noble aspirations for peace in the ninja world. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. Haha, you flatter me, Senior Tymuro. Your unwavering neutrality and adherence to your principles are what I aspire to emulate. Upon hearing the term adhering to one's true self, Tymuro momentarily faltered, though only for an instant, as he quickly regained his composure, absent-mindedly touching his nose before shifting to another topic. From Su Yan's perspective, he could observe the two engaging in continuous dialogue, their words seemingly harmonious. However, from across the way, the warrior group exuded a faint hint of malice, which, if not for Su Yan's keen perception, might have gone unnoticed. He glanced towards the wandering ninjas, where the sensation was markedly pronounced. Many gazes were laced with unabashed greed. Frowning slightly, Su Yan crossed his arms, tapping his fingers against his bicep in contemplation. After a moment, he gently patted Xiaonan's shoulder and cautioned, "Be careful." "You too," Xiaonan replied with a nod. At that moment, the conversing Yahiko and Tymuro seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. Tymuro gestured towards Su Yan, prompting Yahiko to nod and rise. Turning back to walk away, Su Yan, indifferent, strode forward, and as their paths crossed, Yahiko exchanged a brief glance with Su Yan, offering a nearly imperceptible nod. Tymuro rose, brandishing his katana, and stepped into the curtain of rain. Su Yan refrained from drawing his weapon, standing resolutely opposite Tymuro. Noticing this, Tymuro frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Are you underestimating me? I was somewhat intrigued by this battle, yet your attention seems to lie elsewhere." Su Yan surveyed his surroundings and replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean?" Tymuro persisted, attempting to maintain his facade. Su Yan redirected his gaze to Tymuro and shook his head, stating, "It is quite simple. Your heart is unsettled. Though you have defected, your true nature remains that of a traditional warrior. How much strength can you muster when you make decisions that betray your essence?" Tymuro's brow furrowed deeply, his hand raised abruptly, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Yet he hesitated to strike. Su Yan, puzzled, inquired, "What is the reason? Are you being threatened? Do you wish to eliminate us?" Reflecting on his previous encounter with the rogue ninjas, he pondered the potential connection to this situation. With a sigh, Tymuro's gaze regained its firmness as he slowly replied, "I have no choice." The moment the words left his lips, Tymuro's hand descended, and in an instant, Su Yan appeared before him, gripping the dragon bone with both hands and striking down forcefully. The clash produced sparks, as Tymuro swiftly drew his long sword to block the blow, the sound of grinding steel echoing sharply. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, sinking beneath Tymuro's feet. Nevertheless, he steadfastly withstood the attack, his sword remaining intact, its wind attribute chakra testifying to its remarkable quality and conductivity. Undeterred by his initial failure, Su Yan retracted his blade and launched a second assault. This time, Tymuro was unable to defend himself, and he was sent flying, a shallow wound etched across his chest. As he touched the injury, Tymuro marveled, "Such formidable strength. Had we been of the same age, perhaps you would have dispatched me with a single strike." In that fleeting moment of combat between the two, the surrounding ninjas also plunged into battle. It was about time. Why indulge in lengthy discourse when the solution lies in annihilation? A wondering Jonin licked his long blade and grinned menacingly. The samurai factions each occupied their positions, encircling the members of the Akatsuki, drawing forth their long swords and advancing. In an instant, countless kunai and shurikens were hurled, the ground heaving and shifting. Earth spikes and quagmires alternated in emergence. Raindrops were swept up and, under the manipulation of chakra, transformed into torrential waterfalls and fearsome water dragons. Conan, wielding aerial dominance, transformed paper into a myriad of shurikens, raining down and causing immense casualties. Meanwhile, the enemy lacked the means to contest the skies, forced to endure the onslaught passively. Cries of anguish and the toll of death filled the air. As blood mingled with mud, converging into small streams that flowed gently across the ground, Nagato's renegade techniques gradually revealed their might, rendering the ninjutsu of his adversaries utterly ineffective. With his lethality rivaling that of Conan, Yahiko effortlessly swatted away a longsword aimed at him, sending the enemy sprawling. Observing the scene before him, he spoke with a grave tone. "Lord Ironball, do you intend to witness the sacrifice of these ninjas without intervention? Is this truly the outcome you desire?" Chapter 30. Drawing the tiger from its mountain in Taiwan's eyes, a clear sense of reluctance was evident. However, what awaited Yahiko was only silence. With a swift motion, Wanli Suo was drawn by Su Yan, who wielded a blade in one hand and a chain in the other, exuding an aura of invincibility. Suddenly, a ninja materialized behind Su Yan, revealing himself in the moment before the strike, his long sword descending with astonishing speed, as if cleaving through the curtain of rain. Without glancing back, Su Yan deftly flicked his wrist, the chain slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. With a sharp crack, the long sword shattered against the iron chain, the expression of the wandering ninja, who thrived on bloodshed, momentarily frozen in shock. Before he could comprehend his fate, the chain struck him violently, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of gore, raining blood upon the surroundings, while his lower half remained in a forward-leaning posture, slowly collapsing to the ground. This scene left the nearby ninjas in a state of stupefaction. A few audacious ninjas rushed in, only to be met with a decisive slash that severed them in half. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a space between Taiwan and Su Yan, no one daring to intrude upon their confrontation. Taiwan's expression grew grave as he sheathed his longsword, sinking his center of gravity and preparing for a decisive strike. The surrounding air seemed to be affected, as an invisible tempest began to coalesce, forming a vacuum where raindrops could not approach. This was Taiwan's most powerful attack. A lethal blow amplified by the instantaneous body technique combined with a surge of chakra. Yet, as Su Yan had remarked, his mind was in disarray. Watching Su Yan draw closer, Taiwan felt uncertain about how much of his true prowess he could summon. He could only rely on the swordsmanship honed over many years. Su Yan stood outside the turbulent winds, observing Taiwan within. The calm intensity in his gaze caused Taiwan to raise an eyebrow, a long-lost sense of danger resurfacing. To step closer would invite injury, perhaps even death. A sudden clarity washed over Su Yan, yet he did not retreat. Instead, a smirk tugged at his lips, the feeling of danger igniting a spark of combativeness within him. Without hesitation, Su Yan took a step forward, entering the heart of the storm. In an instant, the tempest stilled, though it appeared ferocious from the outside. Within it was eerily tranquil. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment, the only movement being Taiwan's steady draw of his longsword, unaffected by the stillness around him, aimed directly at Su Yan. With a thud, Su Yan's seemingly sluggish motion belied the rapid dance of the chain, clashing with the longsword. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. The chain, capable of severing blades, was flawlessly countered by the chakra-imbued sword, which sliced through it. Layer upon layer of chains formed a protective barrier between Su Yan and Taiwan. Yet under the influence of the wind-based chakra, they proved futile, shattering into fragments. The fallen chains dissipated into a cloud of black mist, the sword's sharpness exceeding Su Yan's wildest imagination, causing his pupils to dilate. Nevertheless, the chain ultimately mitigated the sword's ferocity, and as it neared Su Yan, it was finally halted by the dragon bone. Thud. A piercing explosion reverberated, causing the ground around the two individuals to crack and collapse outward. The shockwave compelled the ninjas to cease their assaults, raising their hands to shield themselves from the ferocious wind, while the surrounding trees bent slightly under the pressure. At that moment, the tempest surged towards Su Yan, coalescing into a second wave of attack, with chakra manifesting as blades relentlessly striking at him. Despite possessing chakra resistance, Su Yan was still inflicted with a multitude of minute wounds. However, he paid no heed to them, for such injuries typically began to heal and recover almost instantaneously after being inflicted. Disregarding the raging storm, Su Yan pressed his blade downwards, sweeping aside the long sword of the iron ball, while a powerful surge of chakra erupted from his dragon bone, a culmination of energy amassed from previous defensive maneuvers. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he made a swift diagonal slash upward, the blade carving a narrow gash from the left side of Iron Ball's abdomen to his right shoulder, blood gushing forth. The Iron Ball clutched his wound and retreated, but the severity of the injury rendered any hope of salvation futile. Iron Ball, no? How infuriating. Quickly assist Iron Ball. Several warriors charged towards Su Yan, their hands trembling as they clutched their longswords, yet they pressed forward with unwavering determination. However, Su Yan's chains lashed out like whips, each strike capable of extinguishing a life with ease, rendering them no match for him. Thus, he advanced step by step towards Iron Ball, as if treading upon the very rhythm of his heartbeat. As strength ebbed away with the flowing blood, Iron Ball realized his impending demise. Watching Su Yan's figure draw nearer, an involuntary sense of regret welled up within him. He is too formidable, an unimaginable speed and strength, with an impeccable sense of timing. Perhaps he was destined for battle from the very beginning, Iron Ball mused inwardly. In that moment, memories of a previous conversation flooded back to him. Within a wooden cabin, Iron Ball knelt on a cushion, speaking through a screen with another man. Lord Hanzo, I do not grasp your meaning. Our organization seeks only to survive here. We do not aspire to seize power, but rather maintain our neutrality. The Akatsuki organization is growing in strength and requires a certain degree of suppression, Hanzo replied nonchalantly. They are merely striving for peace in the land of rain. Their actions are intended to improve it, Iron Ball countered, unable to comprehend. And then what? A tumultuous land of rain is precisely what all the great nations desire. Their wars require a buffer zone. If true peace were to be achieved, there would still be those who would sow discord. Peace? I once thought the same, Hanzo remarked after a moment of silence. But Iron Ball attempted to continue. But Hanzo abruptly interrupted with a wave of his hand, his tone grave. It is by my allowance that you are able to recuperate in the land of rain. Should you disobey, you know the consequences. Understood. Iron Ball closed his eyes and bowed his head. As the recollection faded, Su Yan stood before him, his elongated figure, holding the dragon bone, occupying his entire field of vision. Su Yan coldly inquired, do you have any final words? Iron Ball knelt on the ground, a bitter smile gracing his lips as crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over the lifeless bodies of the warriors surrounding him, as well as the few scattered individuals in the distance who dared not approach. In a hoarse voice, he lamented, it is futile. If that person intervenes, you will have no means to resist. Continuing down this path will only lead to tragedy. Su Yan remained unfazed by Iron Ball's words, shaking his head gently and replying with an air of detachment. Many tragedies arise from the incompetence of those involved. Regardless of who I must confront, I shall persist in my quest for strength, striving to become powerful enough to prevent any tragedy from recurring. Iron Ball felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Indeed, he had always contemplated submission, never once contemplating resistance. Perhaps he refrained from further thought, coughing lightly as he sensed his life nearing its end. With a feeble smile, he uttered his final piece of information. Perhaps. It depends on you all. It is time to return and reflect. Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and then he suddenly grasped the weight of the situation, his expression darkening instantly. Chapter 31. The ambush in a swift motion. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing instantaneously, only to reappear beside Yahiko, with a chilling demeanor. Su Yan absorbed the dark energy, causing the chains to become even more solid and taut. With a fierce pull, the chains morphed into a long whip, their relentless assault rendering numerous ninjutsu attacks futile. The chains lashed out in all directions, snapping trees as if they were mere twigs. And the flesh of the ninjas shattered upon contact, blood splattering the forest floor. Hey, that fellow Iron Ball is dead. What? That useless waste? It has even been long. As the rogue ninjas sensed the tide turning against them, thoughts of retreat began to surface. Cursing under their breath, they dispersed into the depths of the forest. Some members of the Akatsuki organization, their eyes reddened with grief, mourned the loss of many dear friends in this battle, and they pursued the fleeing enemies. Yahiko intended to intervene but was stopped by Su Yan, who cast him a stern glance and said, the base is in trouble. Yahiko paused, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Without allowing him time to react, Su Yan continued coldly, you must return to stabilize the situation. Nagato, you must keep an eye on them to prevent further mishaps. Nagato nodded solemnly and dashed off into the distance. With a swoosh, Conan descended from the sky and approached Su Yan, inquiring, what's wrong? Su Yan looked at Conan, stepping forward to support her waist, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. However, he paid no mind to her reaction and simply stated, take me back. Without questioning his request, Conan nodded and, after a moment's hesitation, embraced Su Yan tightly before soaring into the sky. As the wind rushed past, Yahiko finally regained his senses. His words of inquiry caught in his throat as he executed a body flicker technique towards the base. Half an hour prior, at the outskirts of the Akatsuki base. By a crystal-clear stream, several women gathered by the water's edge, washing clothes while occasionally gesturing towards the vigilant ninjas in the distance. A girl, seemingly around 15, sat at the riverbank, resting her chin on her hand, sighing. Do you think he understands my feelings after I've expressed them so many times? Men aren't necessarily smarter than us, particularly when it comes to emotions. If you wish to pursue someone, you must have the courage to voice it. A mature woman stood up, hands on her hips, gesturing towards a figure in the distance. Take me, for instance. Despite my subtle hints, Hato remained as unresponsive as a block of wood. I asked him directly, only to discover he was completely oblivious to such matters. But now, things have changed. Her words conveyed a hint of sweetness and happiness, eliciting a chorus of hushed exclamations. At that moment, one of the women turned her gaze toward the diligent Mina, narrowing her eyes with a smile, and remarked, speaking of which, the one we envy most among us is still Sister Mina. Lord Su Yin is so handsome and powerful, and despite his usual aloofness, he seems to listen to you. Once the topic of Mina and Su Yin arose, the conversation flourished among the group. Indeed, I feel that Lord Su Yin might just have some interest in you. You should give it a try. Indeed, my friend is the beloved of Lord Su Yin, a fact that undoubtedly incites envy among others. As Meng Nai listened to these remarks, she neither refuted nor agreed, merely offering a faint smile. The relationship between Lord Su Yin and myself is not as you perceive. I am merely repaying the life-saving grace of Lord Su Yin by doing what I can. Her words were calm, suggesting that she genuinely believed so. Yet the group of girls seemed unwilling to let her off the hook. Oh. The girl who had previously sought to tease further suddenly gasped in surprise. Following the sound, she turned to see the woman who had shared her successful experiences staring blankly into the distance. As her gaze shifted, her eyes widened in shock. Several patrolling ninjas were either suspended upside down from branches, blood gushing forth, or pierced by shurikens, resembling hedgehogs. Only a ninja named Hato remained, clutching his injured arm as he fled toward them. As he drew nearer, the adult woman rushed forward, eager to inquire, but was abruptly shoved aside. Thud. She fell into the muddy earth, droplets of mud splattering upon her pristine garments, creating a disarray of spots. In her panic, the disbelief on her face starkly contrasted with the pride and confidence she had exhibited moments before. Hato glanced at her, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He turned to the others and stated coldly, I apologize. With a swift motion, he activated the body flicker technique and dashed toward the base, aware that among the attacking enemies were elite ninjas, far beyond his capability to confront. Once he had departed, the girl assisted the dazed woman to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she uttered, Have we been abandoned? What shall we do now? Do not panic. We must disperse and flee, Meng Nai urged in a low voice. The group snapped back to reality and hurriedly scattered, albeit all aiming toward the base. Whoosh. A flash of a blade cut through the air. A woman had just risen when she was cleaved in two. Another woman, in her flight, was overtaken, her outer garments torn away, as the leering gaze of the ninja roamed hungrily. The leading elite ninja surveyed the fleeing figures, coldly commanding, eliminate them swiftly and press the assault inward. Understood. The outstretched hands paused, and the ninja produced a kunai, delivering a fatal blow to the terrified woman who had been screaming. One after another, individuals were pursued and fell to the ground. Meng Nai gritted her teeth, resolutely averting her gaze from the cruel scenes, clinging to a glimmer of hope as she continued onward. The torrential rain poured down, lightning gathering in the clouds, occasionally striking down in brilliant flashes. In such a tempestuous storm, flight was not a prudent choice, yet two figures remained undeterred. With Xiaonan's enhancement, Su Yin swiftly approached the base. The prolonged flight had significantly drained Xiaonan's chakra, a bead of sweat trickling from her hair, soon mingling with the rain and unnoticed by Su Yin, who was entirely focused on the ground below. The ominous words of Taiwan echoed in his mind, filling him with foreboding. As the base drew near, Su Yan's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, Descend. With a swift motion, Xiaonan descended, and upon reaching the ground, Su Yan's figure vanished instantaneously, reappearing amidst a pool of blood. Several bodies lay on the ground in a state of utter devastation. Su Yan gazed towards the forest, pondering. Did the enemies approach from that direction? Could it be the rain hidden? He stepped forward, with Xiaonan silently following in tow. Soon, Su Yan halted, his pupils slightly dilating as his pace involuntarily quickened. At last, he arrived before a corpse, a woman he recognized. Xiaonan, witnessing the scene, gasped in astonishment, seemingly taken aback. She opened her mouth, wishing to offer comfort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Su Yan, in stark contrast, maintained a serene demeanor, silently observing Ming Nai's lifeless form. Chapter 32. The mackerel fish Han Shi lay prostrate on the ground, her body pierced by a shuriken from her back. With no other wounds evident, it was clear that she had not endured any torment before her demise, which was the best outcome for an ordinary person encountering an enemy ninja. It was not until the thunderous sound of explosive tags erupted from within that Su Yan regained his senses. He crouched down and gently closed Ming Nai's eyes. Rising to his feet, Su Yan's expression turned cold, yet his aura surged, his killing intent raging like a wildfire. Xiaonan, initially intent on suggesting caution and waiting for reinforcements, realized that Su Yan would not heed her words. Unconsciously, she altered her statement, "Let us enter together." Su Yan responded tersely. With a swift motion, the two vanished using their body flicker technique, racing toward the base. As they approached, the traps at the entrance were triggered, and several shurikens, ignited with explosive tags, shot forth. Boom. As the explosion resounded, Su Yan deftly swept the chains aside, dispersing the shockwave with a gust of air. The remaining fragments were shielded by Xiaonan's paper wings. A group of ninjas charged out, sneering at the duo. TCH. That fool Taimaru couldn't hold them for even a moment. "Hey you." Before the rain ninja could utter another taunt, he found Su Yan had vanished in an instant, only to reappear right before him. Boom. The ninja's head was crushed by a single blow. And before the others could react, chains ensnared them. With a soft sound, blood and flesh splattered, while Su Yan had already plunged inward. Any rain ninja encountered along the way was swiftly dispatched as Su Yan danced through the battlefield, his chains whirling. Inside, the remaining ninjas huddled together, their hands trembling with cold sweat as Su Yan approached like a tyrant. Those who faced him met a fate where their forms were rendered unrecognizable in death. At last, one could no longer withstand the pressure and, in a state of panic, threatened, "You can't kill us. We were sent by Lord Hans. If you slay us, you won't fare well either." Hans. They were indeed sent by Lord Hans. He was the protector of the land of rain. A demigod in the ninja world, how could he engage in such deeds? The surrounding ninjas murmured among themselves, struggling to believe the words of the rain ninja. Su Yan's expression remained impassive. Whether or not they were dispatched by Hans made no difference to him. With a swift motion, the chains flew once more, silencing the threats. And all fell into silence. Su Yan released the chains, which slowly returned to his waist, and he turned to exit the throng, ignoring the whispers around him. Lord Su Yan has slain them. What if they truly were under Lord Hans's command? So what? They were the first to strike us. Their deaths are justified. Though the sentiment held truth, the fact remained that he was a demigod of the ninja world. Fear not. They are merely a band of traitorous ninjas. How could they possibly be connected to Lord Hans? Su Yan exited the base and approached Ming Nai, lifting her into his arms without regard for the blood and mud that clung to her. He carried her to a clearing and gently laid her down. Xiaonan approached slowly, offering a shovel, which Su Yan accepted, digging into the earth with methodical precision. Once the grave was prepared, he placed the body within and filled the earth back in. Finding a nearby tree, he took a wooden plank, inscribed it with a kunai bearing her name, and positioned it at the head of Ming Nai's grave. Rising to his feet, he stood in solemn silence, while Xiaonan remained by his side, offering silent companionship. The torrential rain fell from the heavens like a deluge, and Xiaonan unfurled her wings, shielding them both beneath. The rain cascaded down, drowning out all sound save for the relentless patter upon the ground. At that moment, Mi Yin and the others hurriedly returned, tasked with cleaning up the aftermath and calming the emotions of the surviving ninjas and ordinary citizens. Meanwhile, a rumor began to circulate within their ranks, suggesting that the incident had been orchestrated by Hanzo. The reputation of the demigod instilled a sense of dread among the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this news, Mi Yin resolutely dismissed the possibility, chastising the Akatsuki members for spreading such thoughts. In truth, he himself could not ascertain whether Hanzo was indeed behind the incident. However, in the land of rain, Hanzo was regarded as the leader. Lives could be sought again, but if the hearts of the people were lost, then the dreams of the Akatsuki would falter. Yet, rumors possess an insidious nature, proving impossible to quell. As the atmosphere of panic continued to spread, Mi Yin received a letter of visitation from Hanzo. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Akatsuki base, Mi Yin and Nagato stood at the threshold, prepared to welcome Hanzo. Soon, a small contingent of ninjas emerged from the distant forest. Though their numbers were few, with only 10 accompanying Hanzo. Each exuded a profound presence. Unmistakably elite ninjas. Hanzo, donning a breathing mask and wielding a scythe connected by chains, approached with an air of calm detachment. As he reached Mi Yin felt his breath quicken slightly. Hanzo was the embodiment of his childhood aspirations, a hero he had longed to emulate in saving the land of rain. Mi Yin extended his hand first, respectfully stating, "Lord Hanzo." Hanzo nodded slightly in acknowledgement and extended his hand to shake Mi Yin's. From every window within the base, eyes were drawn to this moment, with murmurs of awe escaping the lips of onlookers. Is this truly the demigod of the ninja world, Lord Hanzo? Indeed. It is my first encounter. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to meet such a figure. He appears so formidable. No wonder he is Lord Hanzo. Su Yin, seated by his window, opened it to let in a refreshing breeze that brought a touch of coolness to the room. He observed Hanzo's arrival, keenly assessing the strength of those accompanying him. The strength of his entourage is not to be underestimated. Their chakra surpasses that of ordinary jonin. Are they here to demonstrate their prowess, or are they merely wary of potential threats? Su Yin swirled the juice in his glass, taking a sip and finding it pleasantly refreshing, certainly more agreeable than wine in his estimation. At that moment, Hanzo seemed to notice Su Yan's gaze. Raising his head to meet his eyes, Su Yin did not shy away, maintaining his stare as he lifted his glass and clinked it from afar with Hanzo's. Hanzo averted his gaze and, at Yahi's invitation, entered the base. Conan sat beside Su Yan's bed, observing him intently, and softly inquired, "Do you believe that Hanzo orchestrated all of this?" Su Yin paused in the motion of swirling his drink, recalling the words spoken to him by the others earlier, and replied calmly, "I do not know, but the likelihood is quite substantial. Yet he is Hanzo, and your current strength." Conan hesitated for a moment before continuing to dissuade him. At present, it may indeed be impossible. However, some matters require confirmation. Su Yin closed the window, responding with tranquility. He retrieved a notebook from his desk, its cover crafted from leather to effectively prolong its lifespan. As he opened the cover, the signature inscribed in the lower right corner read Munin. Chapter 33. Growth. Su Yin gazed at the notebook, reminiscing about the events of the previous night. He had returned to his room in silence, his mind awash with memories of Meng Nai. Death had long ceased to be a novelty for him. Yet the sacrifice of Meng Nai had ultimately stirred his thoughts. Even after eliminating all adversaries, an instinctual awareness informed Su Yin that matters were not so straightforward. It was imperative to uncover the truth to avert such occurrences in the future. As he contemplated the possibility of similar incidents, the image of Shaonan surfaced in his mind, the girl who had, since her initial successful ambush, continued to make attempts. Did she not realize that Su Yin might awaken? Perhaps she did, yet he had never exposed her, as if their interactions were governed by an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, cradling a large box and rushing towards him. Su Yin suspected that had he not intervened, the individual might have collapsed. The figure revealed her face from behind the box. She was a woman. Su Yin rummaged through his memories and eventually recalled that she seemed to share a good rapport with Meng Nai, being a logistics personnel from the Akatsuki organization. What was her name again? He couldn't quite remember and simply asked, "What brings you here?" These are some belongings of Meng Nai that I organized," the woman replied, her voice raspy. Observing her slightly swollen eyes and hearing her hoarse tone, Su Yin understood that her bond with Meng Nai must have been profound. He glanced at the contents of the box, which mostly contained clothing and everyday items. Su Yin was not one to keep mementos, and as he contemplated declining the items, he spotted a notebook. It was pristine, perhaps due to frequent handling, and the pages were slightly curled. He extracted the notebook, prompting the woman to explain, "This is Meng Nai's diary. She wrote in it whenever she had a moment, and no one has ever seen it." Holding the diary, Su Yin nodded and moved forward. The woman hesitated for a moment before suddenly turning around and exclaiming, "Did you ever have feelings for Meng Nai? She has always loved you." Su Yin paused, reflecting on the past, but found little substance in his emotions. He waved his hand, still clutching the diary, and replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Perhaps." Returning to his thoughts, Su Yin looked at the diary on his desk and began to flip through its pages. April 7th. I saw Lord Su Yin today. He is truly handsome. I wonder if he has someone special? I must strive to win his affection. April 8th. Oh no, I didn't expect Lady Shaonan to get ahead of me. But I am just an ordinary person, so I will silently support him. May 21st. My relationship with Lord Su Yin has improved a bit, yet I still feel so reluctant to be just friends. June 10th. Wonderful. Today, I finally extracted chakra. Does this mean I am closer to him? On June 28th, the extraction of chakra showed little change, confirming the absence of talent. On July 5th, Lord Su Yin was to engage in a spar, with rumors of his opponent's formidable strength. I hope Lord Su Yin remains unharmed. Upon his return, I shall prepare a delectable new dish for him to savor. I am quite confident in my culinary skills. The entries in the diary abruptly cease here. Given its thickness, it seems there were countless events yearning to be recorded, yet the opportunity has vanished forever. Sighing, Su Yin closed the diary and exhaled deeply. His gaze wavering as he looked at Xiao Nan, his expression inscrutable. The matter concerning Ming Na had brought him clarity. In this world, alongside the pursuit of strength, there exists an equally vital obligation to protect those dear to him and prevent such tragedies from recurring. Xiao Nan sensed Su Yan's sorrowful emotions. Rising from her seat to embrace him, her arms outstretched, Su Yan did not resist. He reciprocated the embrace, relishing the warmth and fragrance of her presence that brought him a long-forgotten sense of relaxation. This time, Xiao Nan displayed no signs of embarrassment or shyness, only a profound reliance on Su Yan. After a moment, she softly proposed, "Let us go together." Upon hearing this, Su Yan opened his eyes, paused momentarily, and inquired, "Do you know what I intend to do?" "I do not know, but I am aware that if you undertake this task, you will leave." "I wish to remain by your side," Xiao Nan replied, tightening her grip as if fearing Su Yan might suddenly vanish. Su Yan gently patted her back, soothing her unease. However, when Xiao Nan noticed his silence, she grew anxious, pushing away from his embrace to gaze intently into his eyes. Then, she leaned closer and kissed him. Su Yan's pupils dilated slightly, yet he maintained his composure, not shying away. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and they locked eyes. Xiao Nan's cheeks flushed as she summoned her courage to draw the curtains, plunging the room into dimness. The ambience ignited a restlessness within them both. Meanwhile, Hanzo and Yahiko engaged in cordial discussions, finding mutual satisfaction in the conference. During their dialogue, Hanzo addressed the recent attack by the rogue ninjas of the Rain Village, willingly taking responsibility, stating that they were indeed his subordinates tasked with managing external affairs. However, a faction disobeyed orders and acted independently, instigating surrounding conflicts. Hanzo expressed his disdain for such behavior and lamented the losses suffered by the Akatsuki organization, voluntarily offering resources to compensate for their losses. He commendably praised the Akatsuki's unwavering commitment to the ideals of peace, thereby dispelling the rumors that had been circulating. Within the Akatsuki, panic dissipated, and it became evident that the organization would continue to grow and thrive in the future. During this time, some may have cast blame upon Su Yan for his decision to leave no survivors, suggesting that he should have handed the captives over to Lord Hanzo for resolution. However, such discussions were swiftly quelled and soon faded into obscurity. However, all of this was no longer related to Su Yan. The endeavors he was destined to pursue were fated to be incomprehensible to the members of the Shao organization, compelling him to depart from this place. As dawn broke, the sound of rain continued to resonate outside. Su Yan had meticulously packed his belongings, while Xiao Nan diligently checked the equipment and items, her expression remaining composed, though a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. The previous night, the two had done nothing, and Xiao Nan was entirely oblivious to the nuances of their situation. Su Yan, having never experienced romance in his past life, found himself reflecting on the intimacy they shared, lying side by side on a bed, their hands intertwined, and the occasional brush of their toes causing Xiao Nan to avert her gaze in shyness. Their shared slumber had undeniably deepened their connection, prompting Su Yan to recall a saying from his former life: even strangers, lying together for a night without engaging in anything, will see their relationship warm. Having completed their preparations, Xiao Nan intended to leave with him. Yet, before departing, Su Yan gazed at her, an inexplicable look crossing his features, as he softly remarked, "The journey ahead will be perilous. I aspire to grow stronger and must undertake many endeavors." Xiao Nan keenly detected the emotion in Su Yan's eyes, her expression sharpening as she inquired, "Are you planning to go alone?" Su Yan hesitated, placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Nan's shoulder, explaining, "It is dangerous to accompany me. You can safely thrive within the Shao organization, and when I am ready to face anything." But before he could finish, Xiao Nan abruptly pushed him away, retorting, "You intend to abandon me and leave on your own? Have you considered my feelings?" In an instant, Su Yan appeared behind her, his palm slicing through the air as he gently struck her neck. Caught entirely off guard, Xiao Nan's furious expression faltered, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Supporting her, Su Yin prevented her from collapsing to the ground, gently carrying her back to the bed. Once he had tucked her in, he pressed a soft kiss on her cheek, whispering, "Wait for me." With a sudden push, he opened the door, startling Nagato and Yahiko, who had just arrived that morning. Su Yin had sensed their presence long before. As Yahiko realized he could not evade the situation, he cleared his throat and asked, "Where are you going? You need not concern yourself with that. Take care of Xiao Nan and ensure she remains safe." Su Yin replied earnestly, looking at them. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Yahiko pressed urgently. Yet, Su Yin remained unfazed, simply staring at him until, after a prolonged silence, Yahiko conceded, "I understand." Their bond, forged over many years, ensured that even without Su Yin's words, both would protect Xiao Nan from danger. Yahiko gazed intently at Su Yin and continued, "I will pursue the dream I once spoke of, achieving true peace. When that dream becomes reality, even if we are worlds apart, we shall return here." A faint smile graced Su Yin's lips as he replied, "Understood." In a blink, he vanished from their sight. Chapter 34. Exploration. Within the borders of the Rain Country, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, with raindrops gently descending, mingling with the earthy aroma that infused the air, imparting a sense of coolness and moisture. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, stirring a gentle breeze that caused the rain droplets on the leaves to rustle, while water beads slid down the tips of the grass. The shadow was Su Yin. The enhancement of his physical prowess was multidimensional. It encompassed not only strength and speed but also the mastery over his own body. In his earlier days, achieving such velocity would have inevitably generated a commotion. However, now he moved as effortlessly as a whispering breeze, everything appearing so natural and harmonious. Swiftly, Su Yin alighted on a tree branch, where ahead lay the base of the rain-hidden rebel ninjas. Though referred to as a base, it merely consisted of a few scattered structures. Each building, forged from metal and stacked layer upon layer, possessed a semblance of towering edifices. The houses were positioned in a haphazard yet orderly fashion, had it not been for the two guards at the entrance. Su Yin might have doubted whether he had arrived at the correct location, suspecting it to be another village. In the realm of warfare, speed is of the essence. Since departing from the base, Su Yin had relentlessly exerted himself, employing the instant body technique to reach this location in a mere quarter of an hour. Outside the rain-hidden rebel ninja base, several ninjas, oblivious to his concealed presence, were silently dispatched without a signal being raised. Su Yin did not recklessly intrude. His primary objective was to ascertain the truth. After a moment of observation, he noted that ordinary individuals occasionally entered and exited, likely logistics personnel. After some hesitation, he resolutely adhered to his principles, refraining from harming the innocents. He meticulously confirmed the absence of hidden sentries and, like a nimble leopard, swiftly approached the entrance. Upon nearing, the guards remained utterly unaware, engrossed in conversation. Su Yin listened intently but gleaned no useful information. Just as he was about to act, one of the ninjas expressed his doubts. Speaking of which, did Lord Hanzo really join the Akatsuki? Perhaps. If we count the days, it is indeed today. Another ninja pondered before responding. TCH, if you ask me, why continue the charade? Such an organization might one day hinder Lord Hanzo. It should be eliminated sooner rather than later, the first ninja scoffed. Enough. Such matters concerning prominent figures are beyond our comprehension, the second ninja replied, clearly unwilling to pursue the topic further, shaking his head. That may be so, but, in a flash, a cold glint shimmered, abruptly silencing the words of the first ninja. As the second ninja turned in confusion, he found his companion's head had already rolled to the ground. Coming to rest beside him, a man wielding a peculiar long knife stood before him. Enemy. Before he could relay the alarm, a powerful hand clamped over his mouth, tightening slowly and lifting him off the ground. He struggled, desperately trying to pry the iron grip from his throat, but it remained unyielding. Su Yan's cold voice resonated. "I ask, you answer." With a sharp crack, the ninja felt his palm tighten increasingly, accompanied by the faint sound of cracking bones. He quickly nodded in response. Su Yan slightly relaxed his grip, allowing the ninja to return to the ground for a moment's respite, and calmly inquired, "Was your ambush orchestrated by Hans?" Ha. I do not know. I truly do not know." The ninja stammered in panic. Su Yan maintained a serene expression, not surprised by the ninja's ignorance. After all, a mere gatekeeper would possess limited knowledge. Fortunately, he had already confirmed certain matters, rendering him indifferent to the situation. "Wait, I can take you too." The ninja raised his hand, attempting to explain. With a sickening crunch, the sound of a neck snapping echoed, and the ninja's raised arm fell limply. Thud, the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Su-yin remarked indifferently, "No need. I shall go myself." As he stepped forward, the streets lay desolate, devoid of pedestrians, let alone vendors. The few ordinary souls present appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, merely leaning against the buildings. They did not even acknowledge Su-yin as he passed. He made a quick assessment and averted his gaze in the tumultuous environment of the Rain country. Even this unbearable existence was preferable to being left to rot in the wilderness. The Akatsuki organization may seem ordinary, yet it is a significant improvement compared to the outside world, Su-yin mused inwardly. Suddenly, a building nearby burst open, and a girl of about 7 or 8 tumbled to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from her head, mingling with the rainwater to form a pale crimson puddle. A drunken man staggered out, wearing a Rain Village forehead protector that clearly marked him as a ninja, though a scar across it signified his status as a rogue. He belched and shouted, "Just like your worthless mother, you are useless. You can't even show gratitude. Where did you buy that cured meat? You have money but refuse to buy me alcohol, while you feast so well. I've told you before, all you need to do is lie down, and the money will come. What more do you want? Is such a simple task beyond your capabilities? You might as well go down and keep her company. The meat is stolen. I do not wish to do such things," the girl sobbed, clutching her wounded head. You dare to be defiant." The rogue ninja attempted to strike her again, but Su-yin swiftly severed his neck with a blade, clutching his throat. The man's eyes widened in realization of Su-yin's presence. His skills as a ninja had long since diminished, and Su-yin's ability to conceal his aura was exceptional. The girl stared wide-eyed at the creature she called father, overwhelmed as he slowly collapsed, life slipping away. With a casual flick, Su-yin tossed a few silver notes aside and turned to venture deeper within, stating coolly, "If you wish to survive, seek out the Akatsuki." What needed to be said has already been articulated. The future of this girl is no longer relevant to him. Su-yin, wishing to refrain from further entanglements, understands that ties can often serve as both motivation and weakness. He strides forward, empowered by the absence of chakra within him, rendering ninjutsu utterly ineffective against him. In his pursuit, he seeks targets rich in chakra, as their information is crucial for gaining insights into the hidden Rain Village and Hanzo. In a swift motion, Su-yin transforms into a fleeting shadow, appearing on the 5th floor of a towering building. As he lands, a long blade strikes towards him, accompanied by a rain of shuriken descending from all directions. With a swift motion, Su-yin unsheathes his chain, wielding it with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The resounding clashes echo as one. The chain dances like a soaring dragon, shattering the shuriken and the long blade into fragments. Except for one genin. The other 3 are pierced and slain. The genin, intent on casting a jutsu, finds himself ensnared by the chain at his throat. Su-yin coldly inquires, "How much do you know about the hidden Rain Village in Hanzo?" Chapter 35. Vengeance. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, and the body of the Rain Village traitor collapsed to the ground. Su-yin flicked the blood from his weapon, resolutely moving towards his next target. The 5th one is close to being discovered. I must hasten to gather sufficient clues and eliminate the high-level combatants first. As he traversed the buildings, he encountered traitorous ninjas, each one a formidable jonin. Some, fully aware of their impending doom, chose to recklessly attempt a mutual destruction, inevitably causing disturbances, coupled with the guards at the entrance, and the fact that the outside ninjas had not reported back within a reasonable time frame. Numerous Rain Village traders had already mobilized to ascertain the situation. No matter how swiftly Su-yin acted, he would eventually be spotted. At that moment, covert operations would no longer be feasible. He needed to draw out high-level combatants in advance. Otherwise, amidst the chaos, victory was not assured. Fortunately, the intelligence gathered along the way is sufficient. Based on the paper documents he had discovered, Su-yin confirmed that the attack on the Akatsuki organization was orchestrated by Hanzo. Perhaps Hanzo had not anticipated that someone would arrive so swiftly to investigate. The Rain Village had not entirely relinquished control to external forces, such seemingly traitorous ninjas were, in fact, responsible for managing various affairs throughout the Land of Rain. Each month, there came a day when the Rain Village dispatched ninjas to transport supplies, including the transmission of intelligence. This marked the most vulnerable moment within the Rain Village, presenting an opportunity for Su-yin. With a swish, Su-yin arrived at his final destination, where the chakra of the ninja was most potent. If he could eliminate this jonin, the organization would pose little threat, allowing him the freedom to maneuver, making this the ideal proving ground before confronting Hanzo. As Su-yin leaped onto the platform, a massive fireball hurtled towards him, its brilliant light radiating a searing heat that evaporated the surrounding rain. The fireball's speed was not particularly swift, so Yin slightly sidestepped, evading the attack with a burst of instinct. A chill ran through him. Fire release. Not a Rain Village ninja. With a flash, the blade glimmered in the shadows, accompanied by a wave of heat. Unfazed, Su Yin countered fiercely with his weapon, yet his opponent evaded the strike from an astonishing angle, opting instead for a cunning approach aimed directly at Su Yan's throat. Reacting instinctively, Su Yin narrowly dodged and retreated a distance, his only thought being the tenacity of his adversary. At that moment, the enemy stepped out from the shadows, a cold voice piercing the air. "Who are you?" Su Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon the elder with graying temples and those blood-red eyes. The Sharingan, gripping his weapon tightly, Su Yin lowered his center of gravity, searching for an opportunity to strike. The earlier fireball had drawn the attention of the enemy ninja, and he knew he had to resolve this swiftly. The elder fixated on Su Yin, his youthful appearance combined with such formidable strength warranted his attention. The elder, named Uchiha Natsu, was a member of the Uchiha clan influenced by the will of fire instilled by Uchiha Kagami. After the demise of the second Hokage, he served under Danzo's command. It was under Danzo's orders that he ventured to the Land of Rain to engage with Hanzo, believing himself to be favored. However, in Danzo's eyes, he was merely a disposable pawn, intended to exhaust his final potential. Unfortunately, Hanzo, inherently suspicious, did not trust him, preventing his entry into the hidden Rain Village. Left with no option, he resorted to a base outside, seeking ways to earn Hanzo's trust, knowing that with Hanzo's support, the Land of Rain could become a vassal of Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, he was willing to sacrifice anything. Yet, before him stood Su Yin, whose youth and prowess evoked a sense of danger, yet simultaneously presented an opportunity for dialogue with Hanzo. In the fleeting moment of Uchiha Natsu's contemplation, Su Yin seized the moment, darting forward in an instant, slashing with his blade. The clash resonated. Natsu's longsword met Su Yin's with surprising parity and strength. A closer inspection revealed that Natsu's technique in channeling his power was superior, effectively compensating for the disparity in raw force. Futilely, all subtle maneuvers seemed pointless before those eyes. With his Sharingan activated, Natsu arrogantly declared his superiority. Su Yin refrained from engaging in trivial banter, remaining unaffected by the words. He had heard of the Sharingan in his previous life. The three Tomo possessed the abilities of insight, replication, and hypnosis, which enabled Natsu to counter Su Yin's attack preemptively. As Su Yin launched his strike, all possible attack routes were perceptively anticipated by Natsu. Summoning technique. In a puff of smoke, a cat of nearly adult size with an orange coat materialized, its sharp claws and glistening teeth attesting to its lethal power. Swiftly, the cat vanished, reappearing right before Su Yin. He could only rely on his chakra perception to discern the cat's position, preparing to block the impending strike. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon emerged as Su Yin defended against the cat's assault, leaving him with no time to evade. He braced himself for the impact. The resulting explosion hurled him away, yet the onslaught did not cease. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Natsu hurled several kunai imbued with flames, sealing off Su Yin's avenues of escape. A series of explosions erupted around him, but the raging flames dissipated almost instantaneously. Su Yin successfully parried the cat's attack, wielding his dragon bone with impenetrable finesse, thwarting the assault. With renewed speed, Su Yin reappeared at the cat's landing point, delivering a decisive slash that drew forth a spray of blood, causing the feline to dissolve into smoke. Su Yin was not entirely unscathed, yet, with the dragon bone in hand and blood seeping from his forehead, he stood resolutely. The sound of clashing reverberated as sparks flew, and he charged forward once more, relentlessly attacking. The dragon bone swept through the air, stirring a tempest around him, while Nanatsu remained steadfast as an immovable boulder amidst the storm. The gale and flames, infused with various elemental chakra, enveloped the blade. Despite his aged physique being insufficient to endure such intensity in battle, Nanatsu taunted. To compare physical prowess with the Uchiha is the gravest error you could make. In an instant, as his words faded, Nanatsu's three-tomo Sharingan spun into action, casting an illusion. Su Yin momentarily froze, perceiving a haze of red surrounding him. However, having experienced illusions before, he quickly regained his composure. With a momentary focus, he broke free from the binding control, his speed in dispelling the Jinjutsu, causing Nanatsu to momentarily falter. Su Yin's cold voice echoed. Engaging in physical combat with an unknown opponent is also your gravest mistake. Suddenly, Su Yan's attack speed surged. The first strike had barely passed when the second followed in rapid succession. Despite Nanatsu's resilience, he was forced to retreat step by step. At last, a brief opening appeared. With a thunderous roar, a violent surge of chakra erupted from the dragon bone. Ignoring the elder before him, Su Yan abruptly shifted to a nearby open space. With a swift slash, he carved a narrow breach into the metallic wall, raindrops seeping through the crack. Nanatsu revealed himself, collapsing to the ground, disbelief etched in his eyes. Despite employing a combination of invisibility and illusion techniques, he had been seen through in an instant. Releasing a breath, Su Yan remarked coolly, casting an illusion requires chakra. The moment you unleash it, I will remember the sensation, and dispelling it becomes instantaneous. Blood trickled slowly, and Nanatsu, unable to hear the latter part of the statement, succumbed to his fate with a sense of unwillingness. Dark energy enveloped him, replenishing his depleting strength while enhancing his physical form. Su Yan turned his gaze towards the distance. Prior to entering, he had sensed the presence of two other chakra signatures. Have they fled early? He pondered, shaking his head, dismissing the thought. If they had confronted him together, he might have indeed faced considerable difficulty. Utilizing a kunai, Su Yan extracted Nanatsu's eyes, recalling their significant value. After a brief stretch of his neck, he approached the breach and leaped down, landing gracefully on the ground. Surrounding him were numerous rain ninjas, armed with various weapons. Encircling him. Who goes there? A ninja inquired coldly. A subtle smile graced Su Yan's lips as he rested the dragon bone upon his shoulder, contemplating, let me think. I am here for revenge. Chapter 36, Confrontation with Hanzo. Half a month later, in the early morning outside the village of Rain, raindrops cascaded from the eaves, weaving delicate threads as they fell, creating ripples upon the water's surface. A figure cloaked in a hood paused before a bun shop, purchasing several buns, while casting a contemplative gaze towards the entrance of the village. Along the path leading to the gates, numerous vendors were calling out, and this locale appeared markedly more prosperous compared to others. In the hearts of the common folk, Hanzo, the demigod, stood as the guardian of the land of rain. The elderly man selling buns, seemingly in good spirits, glanced at the figure approaching from outside and remarked, "You come from afar, I see. It's quite tumultuous outside these days, with chaos reigning everywhere. I suspect you wish to enter? Without the guidance of a ninja, gaining entry is exceedingly difficult. Only those with certain connections can pass through the gates of rain." The figure showed a flicker of interest and replied coolly, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable." The old man chuckled heartily, leaning back against his chair as he elaborated, "Indeed, any passing ninja would stop here to buy something, and over time, one naturally learns more. I've heard that recently, a particularly ruthless ninja has been relentlessly slaughtering the ninjas of rain, causing significant losses to Lord Hanzo's forces. Several attempts have been made to hunt him down, yet his whereabouts remain elusive. It is said that this individual was once a member of the Akatsuki organization." "Oh, once. You say? Did the Akatsuki not suffer any repercussions from this?" The figure inquired, a spark of intrigue igniting within. It seems their leader had already declared that one had betrayed the organization, and Lord Hanzo bore no blame, the old man responded, patting his waist with a sense of pride. "I wonder when that scoundrel will be captured. It has made me wary of seeking trade routes for supplies. You must also be cautious while venturing out. Is that so?" The figure's voice remained calm, devoid of any visible reaction. Yet a hint of relief could be discerned upon closer inspection. Noticing the figure's tall stature and agile movements, the old man felt a sense of admiration and cleared his throat, saying gently, "Do you have a profession? What is your name? Would you be interested in coming to work for me?" Just as they were engaged in conversation, a throng of ninjas emerged from within the village, forming various teams, each carrying numerous sealing scrolls, evidently tasked with transporting supplies. Upon seeing the ninjas, the old man, who had been so proud moments ago, suddenly hunched down, covering his head as if afraid to look. He muttered softly, "Strange, why are they out so early this time?" Were it not for Su Yan's keen hearing, he might not have caught the old man's words. It was not only he who felt the palpable fear, the other vendors also displayed visible anxiety. This was perhaps the cost of lurking near the village of rain. Yet the ninja's gaze seemed to linger upon the old man, and soon several approached him. One ninja, grinning maliciously, taunted, "Hi men, what are you hiding from? Have you forgotten us?" How could I? I was just looking for some coin," Hyman replied awkwardly. Lifting his head, he trembled as he opened the drawer, fidgeting with the silver coins inside, seemingly deliberating on how much would be appropriate. However, his hesitation was short-lived. A large hand casually pried open his palm, languidly remarking, "What are you doing so slowly? Is age catching up with you?" The ninja's coarse hand brutally seized the silver, crumpling the coins together before extracting them entirely. "Ah, you." The fisherman, alarmed by the sight, quickly averted his gaze upon meeting the ninja's eyes, forced to respond with a resigned smile. With a swift motion, the ninja struck him, causing the fisherman to collapse to the ground. "What's the matter? Feeling a bit tender?" The ninja mocked. The figure did not linger on the commotion caused by the ninja. Surviving in this place suggested that although they were oppressed, there was at least a chance for survival. "Hey, who are you? I don't recall seeing you before." Yet, contrary to expectations, one of the ninjas grew suspicious of the tightly wrapped figure. Had it not been for the noise made by the figure's movement, the ninja might have remained oblivious. Nevertheless, the figure paid no heed, waiting for the ninjas to disperse before stepping into the hidden village of Rain. "Hey, you." Suddenly, the few ninjas surrounding the figure could only witness a flash of cold light streaking past, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The fisherman, still smiling weakly, noticed that the ninjas stood motionless. "I am Su Yin," a voice resonated from afar. The fisherman turned in its direction but could no longer discern the figure's whereabouts. A piercing female scream shattered the quiet, and the previously still ninjas were reduced to segments that fell to the ground, their wounds smooth, as if effortlessly severed. With a thud, the bodies collapsed, blood pooling on the ground. Within the hidden village, towering structures loomed, with metallic walls and floors exuding a cold, austere aura. Rainwater dripped onto the ground, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of mist, obscuring clear vision. Su Yin entered, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean, causing not a ripple. His purpose was resolute, moving like a gust of wind, with even shadows unable to keep pace with him. He treaded upon the metallic walls as if they were solid ground, the only sound accompanying his swift leaps being the faint echoes of his footfalls. Upon reaching his destination, he discovered someone had already awaited him. A demigod of the ninja realm, victorious against 3 opponents single-handedly, sat there with an air of sharpness akin to a drawn sword. Initially, Su Yin had anticipated feeling anxious in the presence of such strength, but upon encountering it, he remained tranquil. Hans opened his eyes and remarked coolly, "From the moment you initiated your attack, I anticipated your arrival. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence for the land of Rain to have a young talent like you." Su Yin remained silent, slowly drawing the chain from his waist and unsheathing the dragon bone, assuming an offensive stance. Hans remained unperturbed, calmly continuing, "Have you considered how the great nations perceive the land of Rain? They will not permit peace to descend upon this country. It shall forever weep. The ideology of the Akatsuki is destined to falter. The faster one grows, the harder one falls." Finally, Su Yin spoke, leaning slightly forward with his weight settled, calmly asserting, "I did not come to hear your doctrines. I came to eliminate you." With a swift motion, Su Yin transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing behind Hans. The blade sliced through the air, a sonic boom erupting abruptly. Clang! Sparks flew as Hans, having risen unobserved, wielded his scythe and effortlessly deflected the assault with a sweeping motion. Thud! Hans delivered a powerful kick, sending Su Yin hurtling backward, crashing into the metallic wall, which caved in, forming a deep indentation. Clatter! The chain of the scythe fell to the ground as Hans intoned gravely, "You have grown rapidly. Yet your ambition to slay me is naively misplaced." A sardonic chuckle escaped Su Yin as he clawed at the edge of the dent, pulling himself up and landing on the ground. Hans's brow furrowed slightly, and in a cold tone, he queried, "What brings you amusement? Originally, I anticipated a more formidable opponent. However, you seem to have regressed significantly since our last encounter." Su Yin replied somberly. Hans's pupils constricted, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. The injuries of his past, coupled with a waning resolve, had indeed diminished his prowess. Yet, to have his vulnerabilities laid bare was an affront to his pride. The reputation of the demigod of the ninja realm must be upheld. Chapter 37. The soul-releasing blade. With a resounding thud, Su Yin was once again sent flying. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as if such a level of assault could not inflict harm upon him. Hans stood resolutely with his scythe, having not shifted his position since the onset of battle. However, a trace of concern etched itself upon his countenance. Su Yin's progress was astonishingly rapid. From being knocked back in a single strike to now being able to withstand numerous attacks, his strength was burgeoning at an unprecedented pace. In the past, Hans had taken pleasure in mentoring younger aspirants, much like those who had come before, yet this time was different. As a demigod, he was the embodiment of faith in the land of Rain and a deterrent to external threats. Nonetheless, compelled by a sense of nurturing, He spoke in a somber tone. You should join the village hidden in the rain. Your talents ought not to be squandered. In response, Su Yin unleashed a fierce slash, unleashing a surge of chakra stored within the dragon bone. A tremendous crash echoed as the scythe was sent hurtling away. Han's pupils constricted, without hesitation. Su Yin swung his blade once more. In an instant, Hans transformed into a stream of water, vanishing only to reappear elsewhere. Water body technique. Observing Hans's retreat, a smirk of derision curled at the corners of Su Yan's mouth. The tranquility on Hans's face dissipated, revealing a sharp glint of murderous intent. For the first time, Hans moved. His scythe glimmered ominously as he struck again, sending Su Yin flying once more. Simultaneously, Hans teleported behind him for another slash. A resounding impact echoed as Su Yin countered with a turn and blocked the attack. Summoning technique. Hans slammed his palm against the ground, and black patterns emerged, summoning the venomous salamander. As it appeared, it opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of purple toxic mist, which spread outward like an encroaching tide. Upon witnessing this, Su Yin swiftly donned a gas mask he had procured earlier. While tightly gripping the dragon bone, he slashed at the surrounding metallic walls. With a flurry of blade flashes, numerous fissures erupted across the walls, shattering them and dispersing the mist, thereby reducing its concentration within. Swift resolution, Su Yin thought, a sense of foreboding weighing heavily upon him. The gas mask could not wholly shield him from Hans's venom. Even with his formidable physique, it would be arduous to withstand. The longer the confrontation persisted, the more perilous it became. In a blur, Su Yin transformed into an afterimage, leaping across the walls, chains ensnaring the salamander's entire body. He intermittently utilized the dragon bone to inflict wounds upon the creature, attempting to dissipate the summoning through cumulative damage. Water release, great explosive wave. Hans unleashed a torrent of water, engulfing the entirety of the space. Water body technique. Within the chakra-infused watery realm, Hans's speed allowed him to effortlessly pursue Su Yin. Slash, with a swift motion. The blade's velocity, combined with the instantaneous movement, meant that Su Yin barely registered the attack before the blade was upon him. Relying solely on his combat instincts, he narrowly evaded, yet the edge of the blade grazed his skin, allowing the toxic fluid to seep into his body. Immediately, his vision blurred, and his limbs grew heavy. With a series of clashes, Su Yin found himself unable to inflict any harm upon Hanzo. However, Hanzo managed to strike a narrow opening in Su Yan's gas mask, causing toxic mist to seep in. Though Su Yin did not immediately lose his fighting spirit, his speed sharply diminished. A chain that can extend and a blade capable of unleashing chakra. Dealing with him should not pose much difficulty, Hanzo mused silently. Bang! Another blow sent Su Yin soaring through the air. The concentration of toxic fumes here was exceedingly high, and Su Yin felt his body gradually succumbing to numbness. Realizing he could not delay any longer, he swiftly dissipated his dragon bone and summoned a long sword to his hand. Hanzo's gaze sharpened, seemingly astonished by the multitude of weapons Su Yin possessed. Descending from above, Su Yin unleashed a powerful slash aimed directly at the position of the salamander. In an instant, Hanzo appeared at the landing spot, his scythe slicing towards Su Yin's weapon in an attempt to thwart the assault. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The long sword held firmly in Su Yin's hand severed the scythe and, for the first time, inflicted a wound upon Hanzo's body. The blade continued its momentum, cutting through the toxic mist and cleaving the salamander in two. With a gasp, Hanzo, now bearing a gash across his chest, was struck by an unfathomable shock. He paid no mind to the demise of the salamander as he leaped backward, feeling the blood on his chest, a sensation that transcended mere physical injury. As if his very soul bore the weight of pain. A flash of determination crossed Hanzo's eyes as he prepared to continue his assault. But Su Yin sheathed his weapon and leaped to a higher vantage point, attuning himself to the chakra surging from all directions. Calmly, he declared, Hanzo, I hope you remember this pain. I shall keep watch over you. In an instant, Su Yin vanished like a wisp of smoke, though Hanzo intended to pursue. The memory of that enigmatic longsword made him hesitate once more. He had lost the audacity of his younger days, now preferring to bide his time. Is he concerned I might confront the Akatsuki? Hanzo pondered silently. Suddenly, numerous Rain shinobi emerged, scanning their surroundings. A Rain Jainin respectfully inquired, Lord Hanzo, are you unscathed? Hanzo waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance as he coldly replied, I am fine. Have you located the assailant? The Rain Jainin fell silent, unable to detect Su Yin, who, devoid of chakra, resembled a shadowy assassin lurking in the darkness. Very well, you may disperse, Hanzo exhaled, his voice weary. Lord Hanzo, what of the assault on the Akatsuki? The Rain Nin asked quietly. Operation cancelled, Hanzo replied icily. Understood. In an instant, the Rain Shinobi dissipated, leaving Hanzo standing solitary amidst the ravaged battlefield, acutely aware of the pain in his chest. His hand instinctively clenched tightly as he murmured to himself. I never imagined that one day I, Hanzo, would find myself threatened by another. In that moment, he recalled the figure of Danzo, lost in contemplative silence. 5 minutes later, Suyin emerged from the rain-hidden village, his hood drawn once more, presenting himself as an ordinary individual meandering through the veil of rain. Although the recent skirmish appeared to have left him unscathed, he bore significant internal injuries that required time to mend, and the toxins within him were wreaking havoc. Fortunately, after slaying the pufferfish, which had absorbed his chakra, the toxins were gradually being expelled. It is the disparity in intelligence that allowed him to be wounded. There remains a considerable gap, Suyin pondered as he strolled. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed someone standing at the periphery of the rain-hidden village. Anxiously scanning the surroundings, it was Hai Ren. After a moment of contemplation, Suyin approached and inquired, Why are you still here? Following Suyin's decisive actions against several individuals, many ordinary citizens had fled in fear of being implicated. It was unexpected that this person remained. Hai Ren, upon seeing Suyin return, felt a cold sweat trickle down his hands and body. Yet he mustered the courage to respond, I wish to await your return. Suyin, slightly taken aback, acknowledged that the demise of those few ninjas was indeed their own doing and had little to do with Hai Ren. However, observing the blend of fear and bravery in Hai Ren's demeanor, he asked, I have heard you possess a merchant caravan? Indeed, Hai Ren nodded affirmatively. Are you still seeking recruits? Suyin inquired calmly. Chapter 38, The Rescue. Deep within the shadowy recesses of the Root organization, Danzo sat upon a chair, listening intently to the report of 2 kneeling individuals. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Ninzu has been confirmed dead after covering our retreat. The assailant was none other than Suyin of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki has clashed with Hans? Danzo remarked nonchalantly. He felt no sorrow over Ninzu's demise, as the man had been living on borrowed time, and any final contribution he could muster was merely a fleeting benefit. It appears that Hans has exercised restraint. The Akatsuki does not wish to provoke him, the Root Ninja replied. Restraint. Let them continue to sow chaos and discord. A breaking point will inevitably arise. Danzo asserted with conviction. Yes. With that, the Root Ninja vanished from sight. Danzo, having given his orders, turned his attention away. A single ninja, no matter how rapidly he matured, was of limited concern. What demanded his focus was the prevailing situation in the ninja world. The escalating border tension signaled the imminent approach of the Third Great Ninja War. It was time for Danzo to devise his strategies. The position of Hokage was due for a change. He cast a glance at the information regarding Orochimaru and murmured to himself. In the Land of Rain, a narrow road bore witness to a caravan progressing at a leisurely pace, laden with goods. The carts were transporting supplies from the Land of Earth to the Land of Fire. The caravan leader, a middle-aged man, was flanked by several armed samurai, who provided protection as they traversed. Suyin sat in one of the carts, a blade of grass held between his lips, his hands resting behind his head. Eyes closed as he contemplated his forthcoming actions. To enhance my strength, I must engage in constant combat. Simultaneously, I require a steady supply of essential resources, food, and secret medicines, all of which demand substantial funds. It seems my only recourse is to venture into the underground black market. Currently, the caravan was making its way along the route departing from the Land of Earth, intending to traverse the Land of Grass en route to the Land of Fire to sell their wares, following the recent assassination attempt on Hans. Although it was publicly declared that he had emerged unscathed, the fact that the assassin had escaped unscathed had nonetheless plunged the Land of Rain into a degree of turmoil, heightening border tensions and complicating trade routes, thus necessitating their passage through the Land of Grass. Suyin was aware of a currency exchange within the borders of the Land of Fire and, at the behest of a maritime individual, decided to accompany the convoy. He refrained from disclosing his true capabilities, leading the middle-aged man to perceive him merely as a desperate commoner. Such figures were plentiful in this era, having become rather commonplace. Suyin initially intended to utilize this opportunity to traverse the border with the merchant group, seeking solace from the recent waves of battle and exhaustion through a brief respite. However, fate seemed to conspire against him. Scarcely had he closed his eyes when several unfamiliar chakra signatures manifested nearby, one of which bore a strangely familiar sensation. Upon opening his eyes, Su Yin rose from the carriage and, disregarding the gazes of those around him, transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing into the adjacent woodland. Could he be a ninja? The realization that he possessed such prowess astonished those nearby. When this news reached the middle-aged man, he merely furrowed his brow and chose to ignore it, allowing the convoy to proceed as if the incident had never occurred. Meanwhile, Su Yin advanced through the forest, swiftly reaching a nearby tree trunk from which he gazed down, discovering a cadre of dozens of rock-hidden ninjas encircling several leaf ninjas. The rock ninjas, though numerous, hesitated in their advance, seemingly intimidated. Among the leaf ninjas stood a white-haired figure adorned with a cat-faced mask, with each flash of his white short blade. Another rock ninja collapsed, the trajectory of his strikes imperceptible. The other leaf ninjas also displayed commendable skill, managing to temporarily stabilize the situation. Konoha's White Fang? An Umbu operative? I never expected to encounter them here, Su Yin mused, scanning his surroundings. He noticed that one of the leaf ninjas was clutching a wound, his companions aiding him. Their pace clearly hindered. The injured ninja, upon witnessing their dire predicament, cried out, "Lord Tsukumo, abandon me. The mission takes precedence." Yet, Kakashi Tsukumo seemed resolute in his determination not to forsake his comrade, continuing to seek a means to turn the tide. Su Yan's gaze drifted towards the horizon, where a multitude of ninjas were converging. Within the borders of the Land of Earth, it was unlikely they were reinforcements from Konoha. After a moment's hesitation, recalling the glint of silver coins, Su Yin donned a half-black mask he had prepared from the outset, leaped from the tree, and unleashed a chain from his waist, deflecting a kunai aimed at the leaf ninjas. Subsequently, he swung the chain in a wide arc, and with a resounding thud, several ninjas were struck, their bodies hurtling away, devoid of life. However, the remaining rock ninjas were evidently not akin to the rogue ninjas Su Yin had previously faced. Their combat spirit was fierce, and they excelled in cooperative ninjutsu. Upon recognizing the presence of an enemy reinforcement, they remained composed. Several rock ninjas transformed their arms into stone and charged at Su Yin with fervor, employing the earth release, rock fist technique. With a resounding thud, Su Yin, undaunted, retaliated with an equally powerful punch, shattering the rocky fist into fragments. The rock ninja emitted a mournful wail as he was sent hurtling backward. Observing this, several other rock ninjas attempted to evade, only to be met with a swift strike from Long Gu, who cleaved through their necks with a single, decisive motion. Thud. Several headless corpses collapsed to the ground, staining the grass with crimson. Kakashi Hitaki, donning an Umbu mask, noted the arrival of reinforcements with a fleeting moment of confusion, but quickly recognized it as an opportunity. In a low voice, he commanded, "Advance towards his direction and break through from that side." "Understood," the Umbu ninjas replied, brandishing their long blades to fend off incoming attacks. Su Yin transformed his chains into a long whip, lashing out toward the rock ninjas ahead. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several rock ninjas struck the ground, summoning a multitude of earthen walls that arose to thwart the chain's assault. However, they also sustained numerous injuries in the process. With a swift motion, the short blade of White Fang cut through, its chakra-infused edge dismantling the earthen defenses and mercilessly slaying several rock ninjas who had sought refuge behind them. "Stay composed. Reinforcements will arrive shortly," shouted a visibly authoritative rock ninja. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground beneath Su Yin and his companions turned to muck, while massive semicircular stone walls abruptly rose on either side, gradually closing in. Acting decisively, Su Yin secured the chains around his comrades, who did not resist, and then yanked the iron chains toward an open space. Thud. The chains embedded deeply into the ground. The nearby rock ninja attempted to sever the chains with a kunai, but despite exerting all his strength, he was unable to destroy them. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Several menacing earth dragons surged toward them. However, all were obliterated under the brilliance of Kakashi's blade. With a sudden surge of strength, Su Yin pulled his comrades, including himself, free from the muck. As they burst forth, Su Yin and Kakashi charged directly at the commanding rock jonin. Realizing he could not evade their speed, the rock jonin attempted to employ ninjutsu for defense. Just as he erected an earth flow wall to block Kakashi's assault, Su Yin delivered a devastating punch that shattered his skull. Deprived of their leader, the remaining rock ninjas struggled to maintain coordinated command, and after a swift onslaught, they were easily dispatched, allowing the group to break free from the encirclement. Chapter 39, Mission or Companionship Breaking Through the Encirclement. The group traversed a dense forest and reached a clearing where they paused briefly to tend to the wounds of the injured ninja. Although Kakashi Shikamaru had escaped the peril, his expression bore no signs of relief. Rather, he seemed burdened by unspoken thoughts. However, upon seeing that the injured companions were still alive, he shook his head and turned to Su Yen, offering a grateful smile. "Thank you, but who are you?" Su Yen, without hesitation, merely nodded and replied nonchalantly, "It's just a favor returned. What are your plans moving forward?" Kakashi Shikamaru hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Su Yen closely, yet he could not recall this once familiar boy. This was understandable, as Su Yan's appearance had changed drastically. His stature was now more robust and imposing. After a brief contemplation, Kakashi forced a wry smile and said, "Well, I initially intended to carry out our mission, but if this injury remains untreated, it could lead to serious consequences." Observing that nearly all his comrades bore wounds, Kakashi's gaze became clouded with complexity. Su Yen, aware that their mission was classified, refrained from probing further. Instead, he recalled Jiraiya's words and curiously inquired, "Shouldn't ninjas prioritize their missions?" "Indeed, that is true," Kakashi conceded, "but the lives of comrades take precedence. We must evacuate this area swiftly." After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head again. Su Yen nodded in agreement, stating, "They are injured and cannot move swiftly. However, a merchant caravan is scheduled to pass through the land of grass. Perhaps we can seek medical assistance there." Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully before making a decisive remark. "Very well, let us make contact with them." With swift movements, the group assisted one another as they followed Su Yen through the woods. During their journey, several members of the Umbu exchanged subtle gestures with Kakashi, expressing their skepticism about Su Yan's benevolence. Kakashi, however, dismissed their concerns, signaling that everything was under control with him present. Su Yen sensed the distrustful gazes from behind, yet he remained unfazed. His sole intention was to assist Kakashi. Motivated by his own volition, what transpired thereafter was inconsequential to him. As they continued onward, they soon caught up with the sluggish caravan, which had reached the border between the land of earth and the land of grass. A squad of rock ninjas stood guard, halting the caravan to conduct searches. Kakashi signaled his companions to remain alert, then drew his short sword, readying himself for the opportune moment to break through once the caravan passed. Meanwhile, Su Yen discreetly observed the number of rock ninjas present. A total of 22 Jonin, 5 Chunin, and 10 Genin. And those 3, are they sensory ninjas? As he watched 3 ninjas forming hand seals, he detected an invisible ripple of chakra surrounding them. Realizing the potential danger, he urgently warned, "Stay concealed. There are sensory ninjas nearby." Kakashi Shikama cast a glance at him, nodding subtly to the dark members behind him. Within Su Yen's line of sight, the chakra of several individuals visibly transformed, as if enveloped by an invisible barrier, rendering them indistinct. This left Su Yen somewhat astonished. Shortly thereafter, 3 sensory ninjas confirmed their findings and allowed the merchant convoy to pass. Kakashi Shikama shared a brief look with Su Yen, gesturing towards the 2 Genin, and inquired, "Can you handle one each?" "I can," Su Yen replied quietly, nodding in affirmation. Kakashi Shikama then turned his attention to the rock ninjas, asking, "Is there anything you desire?" Su Yen paused, grasping Shikama's intention, recognizing his concern about ulterior motives. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "I wish to learn your swordsmanship." Kakashi Shikama regarded him with surprise, chuckling softly before nodding, "I want to teach you intentionally. How much you learn depends entirely on your own efforts." With a swift motion, Kakashi Shikama surged forward like a flash of white light, vanishing in an instant. Su Yen, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, though his speed was noticeably lagging. The two moved rapidly, and before the sensory ninjas could detect the surge of Kakashi Shikama's chakra, the short blade had already sliced through the necks of 3 men. Blood gushed forth as they collapsed. Without hesitation, Su Yen drew his soul-severing blade, striking down upon one of the Genin. When the opponent attempted to parry, Su Yen severed their weapon with a single stroke, inflicting a wound upon their chest. The agonizing tear of the soul momentarily dulled the Genin's awareness. And in that fleeting instant of hesitation, the soul-severing blade struck again, claiming the Genin's life under Su Yen's ambush. Meanwhile, Kakashi Shikama had already dealt with the other Genin using Earth Release, Earth Spear. The Nin quickly unleashed a ninjutsu attack, but alas, the speed of the earthen spear piercing through the ground was far too slow to catch up with the two. Bereft of Genin protection, the pair moved through the ranks of ninjas as if they were tigers among sheep, effortlessly dispatching them. Thick blood pooled across the exposed rocky terrain, Let us depart swiftly. If no reports are transmitted from this location for a while, the nearby Awagakure's Umbu will arrive, Kakashi Shikama remarked, shaking off the non-existent blood from his short blade. A group of them left the border, heading towards the land of grass, quickly catching up to the convoy. The leading middle-aged man noticed their presence, pausing momentarily. His gaze swept across the masked faces of Kakashi Shikamu and his companions, as well as the Konoha emblem on their shoulders, before adopting a respectful demeanor and inquiring. "Esteemed ninjas, what guidance do you seek?" Kakashi Shikama stepped forward calmly, stating, "We require a brief respite to receive treatment from the land of grass before returning to the land of fire." The middle-aged man hesitated. Reluctant to involve himself in ninja affairs, which could inadvertently lead to trouble, a misstep could result in a foreign demise. Sensing the man's apprehension, Kakashi Shikama reassured him. "Do not worry, it is but a short distance. Once we reach the land of grass, you need not continue with us. Moreover, Kusagakure is an ally of Konoha." Upon hearing the term allied forces, the middle-aged man's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he nodded in acceptance of Shikuki's proposal. He lent some of the supplies carried by the convoy, such as alcohol-soaked bandages, to a few individuals. However, he harbored his own ulterior motives. This group of ninjas clearly possessed formidable strength, and their presence implied a certain level of danger. The individuals also took on the role of guards. Shikuki, however, was unperturbed by this dynamic, as it exemplified their unspoken understanding. The middle-aged man arranged for them to be seated in the last cart, and the merchant convoy continued its journey. Before long, they reached the border of the land of grass, which starkly contrasted with that of the land of earth. A few grass ninjas were either leaning or sitting idly, their languid demeanor setting them apart from the industriousness of the earth country. Upon noticing the passing merchant convoy, the grass ninjas' eyes sparkled with interest. They brushed off the dust from their clothing, stood up slowly, and approached the middle-aged man with an air of arrogance, inquiring, "Where do you hail from? What goods do you carry?" Chapter 40. The Village of Grass Ninjas. The middle-aged man sighed inwardly, reflecting on the reasons for his reluctance to venture into the land of grass. While the land of rain was indeed chaotic, that very chaos signified opportunity. There were fewer instances of extortion and oppression, requiring only caution against the bandits and thieves along the roads. In stark contrast, the land of grass, particularly in Grass Ninja Village, was characterized by a fickle nature, where the locals tended to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Any merchant wishing to pass through would find it exceedingly difficult without paying a price. Clearing his throat softly, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Esteemed sir, we are merely transporting some ordinary goods, nothing of significant value. Might I suggest you take a look at this?" He presented the prepared silver coins to the leading grass ninja, who acknowledged with a nonchalant grunt, accepting the coins with an impassive expression. After a brief shake to gauge the amount, he pondered for a moment before nodding. This is acceptable, but a thorough inspection is still required. Please proceed to check again." He gestured to the remaining grass ninjas, who approached the convoy. The middle-aged man recognized this as unbridled greed on their part. Lamenting his misfortune while dutifully waiting alongside the leading grass ninja, several grass ninjas intermittently tapped their kunai and blades against various items, resembling a band of brigands vying for gain. Yet, the substandard, cracked kunai and the rusted swords served as evident markers of their identity as ninjas. Suddenly, one of the grass ninjas spotted a woman of seemingly acceptable appearance, despite her outdated attire and the dust that clung to her. She could not evade the keen eyes of the grass ninjas. He tucked away his kunai, rubbed his hands together, and approached, saying, "This one requires a more thorough examination." The woman, startled, took a step back, her eyes pleading for assistance from the middle-aged man. However, he averted his gaze, recalling that her choice of attire was his own suggestion, albeit ultimately futile. The prospect of offending the small ninja village over a mere commoner was something no merchant could afford to entertain. A woman's piercing scream echoed through the air, startling the two individuals engaged in a discussion about swordsmanship in the rear. Suyin harbored a profound admiration for Hatake Tsukumo's swordsmanship skills and frequently posed various inquiries along their journey. Hatake Tsukumo appeared unperturbed, as long as the questions did not pertain to the family's secret techniques of the Hatake lineage, for the fundamental knowledge of swordsmanship was not particularly rare. Nevertheless, even this basic knowledge, when articulated by Hatake Tsukumo, carried an air of profound wisdom, broadening Suyan's perspective and seemingly elevating his entire demeanor. A flicker of astonishment crossed Hatake Tsukumo's face. He recognized that such enhancements in willpower and presence were pivotal to a ninja's advancement. Although these improvements may not yield immediate power, their effects were long-lasting, and with ample time, one could reach considerable heights. Just moments ago, Su Yin had completed the elevation of his willpower to that of an elite Genin, indicating that, after a period of time, he was destined to join the ranks of elite Genin. Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't help but reflect on the prodigious talents within the ninja world, particularly given Su Yan's prowess at such a young age. However, the interruption caused by the scream clearly hindered their discussion. Hitaki Tsukumo peered ahead, his gaze sharpening. And in an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing near the woman. He grasped tightly the wrist of the grass ninja who was about to reach for her, causing the grass ninja to wince in pain and exclaim, glaring fiercely at Hitaki Tsukumo. "You bastard, how dare you?" The words abruptly ceased as the grass ninja caught sight of Hitaki Tsukumo's attire. The peculiar mask and emblem unmistakably revealed his affiliation with the Konoha Anbu. The grass ninja's demeanor shifted immediately. Retracting his hand, he ingratiatingly inquired, "Oh, it is you esteemed members of Konoha. Is there something we can assist you with? One of our members has been injured and requires treatment." Hitaki Tsukumo maintained a calm expression, his tone icy as he replied. That is the standard manner in which Konoha Anbu interacts, composed and unwavering. The grass ninja promptly nodded and hurried back to whisper a few words to their captain. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately allowed passage and even smiled and nodded at Hitaki Tsukumo, leaving an observer unaware of the underlying tension to assume a close relationship between them. Hitaki Tsukumo had no intention of fostering camaraderie and returned to the carriage as the merchant convoy proceeded. Once the convoy had departed, the grass ninja captain's expression shifted dramatically, disdainfully remarking, "A group of injured individuals, yet so audacious." The earlier grass ninja, rubbing his wrist, rolled his eyes and leaned closer to the captain, saying, "Captain, they clearly bear injuries from the land of Earth. Perhaps a Wagakure is currently hunting them down. We might consider spreading this information." The captain pondered for a moment before nodding, adding, "These few ninjas appear to possess considerable strength and should fetch a decent price. Let's disseminate this information through the black market, but be cautious not to reveal our identities." "Understood." Just as the ninja was about to depart, the captain called him back. "Wait, one of them is injured. Relay this news back. Hasn't the medical department been treating that individual like a treasure, reluctant to share with other departments? Let's see if the Konoha Anbu is willing to assist." "Yes, sir." Half a day later, Su Yin and his companions, who had been separated from the merchant convoy, walked to the village of grass ninjas. Su Yin had initially intended to accompany the merchant convoy to the Land of Fire. However, he was persuaded by Kakashi Shikamaru, who cited the need for an exchange of skills, to remain behind and collaborate with the Anbu of Konoha. Kakashi Shikamaru generously handed a mask to Su Yin, a gesture that elicited dissatisfaction from some Anbu ninjas, but was swiftly quashed by the authority of their captain. Kakashi Shikamaru believed that leveraging Su Yan's prowess would safeguard the remaining Anbu ninjas, as relying solely on himself might lead to dire consequences. Su Yin readily agreed. For him, such an opportunity to enhance his combat abilities without risking life and death was a rarity, as long as he did his utmost. The outcome of whether he could save them was another matter entirely. Upon entering the village of grass ninjas, they presented their identification and hastened to the hospital. The head medical ninja had received advance notice and was waiting at the entrance. Upon their arrival, he promptly led his subordinate ninjas to assist the injured Anbu ninjas into the facility for treatment. It was only at this moment that Kakashi Shikamaru finally exhaled in relief. Had it not been for the merchant convoy and the long journey, he feared a significant number of them might have perished. He nodded gratefully at Su Yin, but soon his expression shifted to one of concern, caught in a dilemma. While an S-rank mission allowed ample time, exceeding a certain duration without returning could lead to considerable complications, especially if the mission remained unfulfilled, potentially resulting in grave losses for Konoha. Su Yin, however, remained composed, his Anbu mask concealing any signs of his awareness of Kakashi Shikamaru's troubled demeanor. He inquired, "Shall we head to the training ground?" Kakashi Shikamaru paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Su Yan's intent. With a wry smile, he glanced at the bustling head medical ninja and nodded in agreement. Chapter 41. Sparring. After conversing with the medical department's jonin, he graciously provided a patch of ground resembling a training field for the two. Before entering the arena, Hitaki Tsukumo sought a secluded spot, biting his finger sharply and pressing it against the earth to summon a creature resembling a corgi. The creature's adorably foolish demeanor momentarily startled Su Yin. Hitaki then placed a scroll on the corgi's back before dispelling the summoning. Su Yin pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is this a summoning beast? Do you convey information in such a manner?" Hataki nodded, then shook his head, explaining, "Indeed, it is a summoning beast. But I did not inscribe any information. I merely indicated that my return would be delayed. Relying on such a method for transmitting information could lead to potential loss. Now, let us proceed." In the open space, the two stood facing each other. Su Yin drew out the dragon bone, cautiously fixating on Hataki Sakomo, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Hataki, in contrast, maintained a relaxed posture, slowly unsheathing his white-fanged short blade. Only then did Su Yin discern the blade's intricate design. The white fang appeared lightweight and agile, with a slender blade that had withstood numerous battles alongside Hataki, remaining in pristine condition. The chakra enveloping the blade indicated an almost flawless chakra conduction, suggesting it was composed of superior materials. Noticing Su Yin's prolonged stillness, Hataki took the initiative to strike first. A swift sound echoed, followed by a crisp clang as Hataki materialized before Su Yin in an instant, the short blade transforming into a streak of white light. With sharp eyesight and an almost instinctive reflex, Su Yin barely managed to parry the attack, producing a faint chime. So fast. Only when confronted by Hataki Sakumo could one truly comprehend the caliber of ninja they were up against. That seemingly delicate short blade, upon enduring the blow, remained entirely unaffected, illustrating Hataki's mastery of both swordsmanship and chakra control. With no other recourse, Su Yin reluctantly drew his chains, wielding them to sweep around in an attempt to counteract Hataki's instantaneous speed. A light clash resounded as the chains met the short blade. Su Yin transformed into an afterimage, surging forward with the dragon bone, which came crashing down. Boom! Hataki's chakra erupted in response, bracing against Su Yin's assault as the ground beneath them fractured like a spider's web. Once again, Hataki vanished, and this time, Su Yin ceased relying on sight, opting instead to navigate through the perception of chakra. In an instant, he felt as though he were engulfed in darkness, while Hataki's fleeting form was a beacon of light amid the void. With a surge of speed, Su Yin reached the point where Hataki would land, unleashing a chakra-infused strike with the dragon bone. Boom! The air was cleaved, and a fierce wind surged outward. To Su Yin's astonishment, Hataki remained utterly still, his chakra once again heightened, successfully withstanding the force of the blow. Just how strong is he? Su Yin exhaled deeply, adopting a calm demeanor, no longer fixated on victory. Instead, he meticulously studied the attacking techniques, swordsmanship, and combat skills of Kakashi Hataki. After 10 minutes, Kakashi called a halt, and the slightly breathless Su Yin wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kakashi could not help but marvel at Su Yin's physical prowess. His learning ability was remarkably swift, his physical strength impressive, and his recovery speed surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. The only point of curiosity for Kakashi was why Su Yin refrained from utilizing chakra. However, this was a personal matter, and he had no intention of probing further. Meanwhile, during their duel, a medical jonin observed from a distance within the hospital, squinting slightly as he turned to his subordinate and coldly inquired, "Have you gathered the necessary information?" The grass ninja shook his head, replying, "We can only confirm that they are leaf ninjas, likely involved in a mission related to the land of Earth. But we lack specific details." The medical jonin's gaze remained fixed on him, seemingly chastising him for his ineffectiveness. The grass ninja, sweating profusely, hastily said, "Lord Kobayashi, we can confirm that the white-haired ninja is indeed the White Fang of Konoha." So it is the White Fang of Konoha? Kobayashi responded, taken aback, his brow furrowing gradually. The appearance of such a figure in the land of grass was not a favorable omen, especially under unclear circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Kobayashi slowly asked, "Are those two aware of this matter?" The jonins Nidhi and Kato should already be informed," the grass ninja replied candidly. "TCH, troublesome," Kobayashi muttered irritably. Nida, Kato, and he were the three administrators of the grass village, with Kobayashi overseeing the medical department, Nida in charge of arms distribution, and Kato responsible for domestic and foreign affairs. Although they maintained a facade of cordiality, it was common knowledge that they were at odds behind the scenes, often sabotaging one another. At that moment, a figure rushed towards Su Yin and Kakashi. Kobayashi observed Kato's trusted aide approaching, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Kakashi was explaining to Su Yin, "Our areas of expertise differ, and thus our sword techniques vary. I often rely on speed. You must find your own path." Su Yin nodded, seemingly understanding, when suddenly a figure hurriedly approached, respectfully stating, "My lord, I am here on behalf of Jonin Kato, inquiring about the injuries of your team members and their treatment. Kakashi regarded the newcomer, sensing their ill intentions, seemingly relishing in something unsavory. Though it was not directed at him, and thus remained unfazed, calmly responding, "Thank you for your concern. After a brief period of recuperation, we shall take our leave. The injuries of several lords are quite severe. It may be difficult for them to recover in a short time. I am concerned about the potential impact on your mission's progress," the grass ninja insinuated. Upon hearing the mention of mission, Kakashi's mood plummeted, and he coldly retorted, "What exactly are you trying to imply?" The ninja, sensing Kakashi's anger, quickly abandoned any pretense, explaining, "Lord Kato's intention is that the medical department possesses methods for rapid recovery. However, we are puzzled as to why they have not been employed, which is why I was sent to inquire." Kakashi Shoma tilted his head, discerning that the other party was not deceiving him. However, he still harbored doubts regarding whether such methods truly existed within the realm of the Grass Shinobi village. Yet, the prospect of a swift return offered an added layer of security. Pausing briefly, he inquired, "Is there no side effect?" At that moment, Kobayashi hurried over, accompanied by a woman whose face bore the marks of fatigue and whose body was hunched. Were it not for the faint traces of youth still visible in her features, one might easily mistake her for an elderly woman worn down by years of toil. Kakashi Shoma furrowed his brow as he scrutinized her, then turned to Kobayashi and asked, "Who is this?" "Sir, this is a medical personnel from the medical department. She was previously resting and could not come forth, but she has come specifically to attend to the injured," Kobayashi replied with a smile. "Medical personnel?" Kakashi Shoma regarded the woman with skepticism. Kobayashi offered a faint smile, giving the woman a gentle pat on the shoulder. The woman, startled, seemed to regain her composure. Meeting Kobayashi's narrowed gaze, she quickly nodded in Kakashi's direction, saying, "Yes, sir. I can treat the wounded." In an apparent effort to quell Kakashi Shoma's doubts, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing a series of bite marks that marred her arms. A sight that was quite alarming. "As long as one can latch onto my body, they can recover from their injuries, even restore their chakra," Kobayashi explained at the opportune moment. Kakashi Shoma was taken aback, caught in a web of hesitation, while Su Yin remained fixated on the woman's striking red hair, pondering. It seems Nagato also had red hair. Chapter 42, The Five-Tailed Jinchuriki. After a moment of hesitation, Tsukumo Hatake inquired, "This method of healing, does it consume your life force?" Well versed in the ways of the world, even if he could not discern the entirety of the matter, he grasped the essence of the woman's ability to heal others. The woman paused, recalling her husband and the circumstances in the hidden grass village, and promptly responded, "My lord, there is no need for concern. I have chosen to do this willingly." Tsukumo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as this was indeed a matter pertaining to another ninja village, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere. He calmly stated, "Then I am grateful for your assistance." Upon returning to the hospital, Kobayashi instructed a grass ninja to demonstrate the technique. Once confirmed as effective, Tsukumo commanded several Umbu members to attempt the method. As anticipated, after the bite, a surge of chakra coursed through, and the Umbu ninja's wounds visibly began to heal. Some minor injuries even vanished instantaneously, as if they had never existed. Tsukumo breathed a sigh of relief. The prospect of returning home, while still incurring losses, was at least mitigated somewhat. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a serious tone. "Rest for a day. We shall depart tomorrow morning." "Understood." An hour later, the woman, dragging her weary body, slowly exited the hospital. Her steps were unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. A nearby grass ninja special jounin, observing her state, impatiently scolded, "Hey, could you move any faster? You're wasting my time." The woman, leaning against the wall, waved her hand apologetically. "I'm sorry, my lord, I'm a bit fatigued." "TCH, fatigued? I see you." The special jounin was about to retort when he noticed a figure ahead wearing a Konoha Umbu mask. The words caught in his throat, his tone subconsciously softened. "What do you want?" "I need to ask her a few questions," Suyin indicated the woman, speaking in a detached manner. "Oh, but this doesn't adhere to regulations." The special jounin hesitated. "You may observe from a distance. I assure you, I mean her no harm, just a few inquiries," Suyin insisted. Recalling Kobayashi's orders to ensure the woman's safety, the special jounin hesitated but was ultimately cowed by the pressure of the Konoha Umbu's presence. "Very well. I shall wait over there," he conceded, stepping away while keeping a vigilant eye on the two. Once the jounin had distanced himself, Suyin turned to the woman and said slowly, "I have encountered someone with the same hair color as yours." The woman paused, then smiled. Is that so? What a coincidence. Su Yan, wishing to inquire whether there was a connection between them, altered his question at the last moment. Do you wish to leave this place? The woman was taken aback, hastily raising her hand to protest, but Su Yan interjected, I can sense that there are no other ninjas around. A flicker of hope, disappointment, and despair crossed her eyes, and she finally responded with a hint of anticipation. How do we leave? Where to? If you survive, I will escort you to the land of rain. There, an organization will welcome you. Trust me, life will be far better than it is now, Su Yan spoke sincerely. He was captivated by the woman's remarkable ability to swiftly heal injuries, a trait of immeasurable value in the relatively deprived medical conditions of the land of rain. This way, she may remain safer. I wonder how she is faring now, Su Yan mused, recalling Xiaonan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Turning his gaze back to the woman, he noticed her deep in turmoil before she finally nodded and said, All right, I shall wait for you. As night fell, Su Yan had intended to rejuvenate himself through sleep, planning to gradually regain his strength alongside the merchant caravan. Unfortunately, the incident involving Kiki Shichao had deprived him of the rest he so desperately needed. Fortunately, the journey was not overly arduous, and his injuries had mostly healed. Just as he began to drift into slumber, he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Kiki Shichao silently entering the room. He looked at Su Yan and spoke softly, It is time to go. Su Yan paused for a moment, then nodded, rising to dress and gather his belongings. During the day, the Konoha Umbu had covertly communicated through gestures, and it was only due to his exceptional eyesight that he discerned them. Although he was uncertain of their precise meaning, he could surmise that they intended to depart ahead of schedule. It seems they do not wish to wait until morning, he thought. Once he was properly attired, he stepped outside to find the remaining few had already completed their preparations, restoring the previously cold and austere atmosphere. Let us depart, Kiki Shichao stated calmly. 10 minutes later, the group swiftly left the hidden grass village, attracting no attention. The night sky bore little resemblance to that of the land of rain, as a clear expanse stretched above them, with a few stars twinkling softly, casting a gentle glow. This was Su Yan's first glimpse of such scenery beyond the land of rain. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. He scanned the surroundings, spotting a distant light approaching. Focusing intently, he saw a pitch-black sphere hurtling toward them. Scatter. A primal instinct of survival gripped him. Being struck will mean death. Without a second thought, Su Yan transformed into a shadow, dashing away into the night. Kiki Shichao sensed the imminent threat as the attack materialized, and upon hearing Su Yan's warning, he swiftly grabbed the two Umbu ninjas beside him and evaded, shouting, Get down. The remaining ninjas attempted to remain vigilant, but the dark sphere reached them in an instant. Boom. In a split second, it felt as though the world had been paused. Even Su Yan, who had distanced himself, could perceive the sudden silence that enveloped his ears. A towering inferno erupted, illuminating the entire night sky with the brilliance of a mushroom cloud. The shockwave mercilessly propelled Su Yan away, and as the dust settled, a vast crater emerged where lush green grass once thrived, now replaced by scorched earth. Kiki Shichao bore injuries on his back, sustained while protecting the two Umbu ninjas beside him. Turning to look back, he discovered that the ninjas who had stood there moments ago had been utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. A flicker of anguish crossed his face before he steadied himself, drawing his white-toothed short blade and fixing his gaze on the approaching figure. You all retreat, he said calmly. With a swift motion, the dark ninja retreated without hesitation. The ground reverberated with faint sounds, revealing the silhouette of an imposing figure. Clad in a conical hat and a crimson mask, he donned a suit of red armor. Kakashi Hitaki's gaze darkened as he murmured, Is that the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails? Suddenly, he charged towards the two dark ninjas, but alas, it was too late. They remained oblivious to the impending danger. Only when the sound of his fist slicing through the air reached them did they come to their senses, hastily drawing their long swords to confront him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of impact, a deafening explosion erupted, and the two ninjas were instantly reduced to mere fragments, an explosive technique known as the Earth Release, Landmine Fist. Kakashi's short sword slashed through the air, but the ninja had already retreated. In a heartbeat, he leapt beside Han, gingerly touching the wound on his chest from the strike, blood slowly seeping out. With a slight frown, he remarked, I am no match for him. Han grunted in acknowledgement and replied nonchalantly, I am aware. You handle the one beside you. I shall contend with the Leaf's white fang. In an instant, Su Yan appeared beside Kakashi, fixated on the two adversaries ahead, casting a quick glance at Kakashi. only to discern an extraordinary aura emanating from him, a murderous intent swelling outward like a tide. Chapter 43, One-on-One. Remain calm, Suyin advised. Hatake Sakumo nodded. His expression icy. You distract one, that is the explosive ninja, Sho, adept in explosive release and bloodline limits. I will deal with the Jinchuriki. With a sudden whoosh. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Hatake Sakumo vanished. In Suyan's perception, he could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Sakumo. His chakra surging like a tidal wave, his speed significantly enhanced, almost surpassing Suyan's ability to perceive him. Clang. When he reappeared, he was already at Han's side. Yet, as he struck, he could only leave a mere shallow scratch. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that steam was rising from Han's entire being. Suyin cautiously observed the vast amount of chakra, pondering, the Jinchuriki, the five tails. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Witnessing the might of the tailed beast ball for the first time, Suyin grasped the vast chasm separating ordinary ninjas from tailed beasts. In the presence of the tailed beast ball, the disparity between high-ranking and low-ranking ninjas was drastically compressed. Suyin doubted whether it was his quick evasiveness that saved him. Had he been struck by that attack, he might not have escaped unscathed. With a whoosh, Suyin unsheathed his chains, swinging them aside. The air erupting with a thunderous crack. Boom. Sho's fist collided with the chains, resulting in a violent explosion, flames bursting forth as the explosive ninja was propelled back. He sneered, your sensory abilities are quite sharp. However, I wonder if you can maintain such acuity. Despite his words, Sho felt a lingering pain at the point where his fist had met the chains. It was the first time in years of combat that he had encountered such a sensation. At this age, another prodigy? This must be snuffed out here, he resolved grimly. With a flick, the only response to Sho was Suyan's dragon bone, a chilling glint slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Undeterred, Sho unleashed another punch. This time enveloping his fist in rock to enhance its density, generating shrapnel upon explosion, earth release, rock fist technique. He maliciously intended to obliterate Suyan's oddly shaped weapon. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The shockwave from the explosion not only failed to stagger Suyan, but even the rocks that grazed his body left no mark. The resilience of the dragon bone surpassed Sho's expectations, cleaving through the stone and leaving a deep gash on his fist, exposing bone. With a swift movement, Sho attempted to retreat, but Suyan's other hand seized him, an immense force propelling him aside. Thud. The ground was cratered to a depth of nearly a meter as Sho expelled a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Suyin swung the dragon bone down once more. Bang! The earth cracked open again, a narrow fissure forming amidst the swirling dust, as Sho dissipated into the ground. Earth release, earth clone. Without a moment's pause, Suyin sensed Sho's chakra fluctuations while he was forming hand seals, preemptively moving to his location and continuing his downward slash. Sho's expression hardened as he concentrated a substantial amount of chakra into his other palm, striking down with ferocity. A resounding shockwave surged towards Suyin, obliterating everything within a sweeping fan-shaped radius. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sho's mouth, but before he could revel in the exhilaration, Suyin, wielding the dragon bone, surged forth from the veil of dust to continue his assault. This time, several wounds marred his body. Yet they evidently did not diminish his combat prowess. The pain failed to alter his expression, as if he had long since acclimatized to such suffering. Sho no longer dared to confront him head-on. Suyan's physical resilience was palpably superior. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield him no advantage. Instead, he resorted to utilizing the earth release technique to ensnare his opponent, intermittently employing the earthquake core and earth flow wall to create distance. However, these tactics proved largely ineffective. In the face of Suyan's superior strength and speed, the ninjutsu merely served to buy time. Sho could not help but silently lament, fervently wishing for Han to swiftly overcome the white fang of Konoha. On the other side, the two individuals found themselves equally ensnared in a state of anxious tension. Initially, Han was severely suppressed under the might of White Fang's flagpole swordsmanship, even with the explosive infusion of chakra to enhance his strength. The ground trembled and shattered beneath the force of his strikes, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to land a blow on White Fang, as his opponent's attacks, imbued with rage and a thirst for blood, inflicted numerous wounds upon him. The emergence of the chakra of the five-tailed beast marked a significant escalation in Han's regenerative abilities and combat prowess. The crimson cloak of the tailed beast enveloped him, and a tail manifested behind him. With a slight enhancement in speed, Han compelled White Fang to exercise caution. Just moments ago, he had carelessly been caught by a kick that sent him soaring nearly 100 meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust and grass. Had he not swiftly adjusted his body to evade further attacks after being launched, he would have found himself in a grave predicament, as evidenced by the substantial crater left in his wake. Determined to exploit his newfound speed, Han began to gradually wear down White Fang. Each flash of his blade could pierce through the beast's cloak, leaving deep gashes in its wake. If he did not fully unleash his tailed beast transformation, defeat would merely be a matter of time. However, the challenge lay in Han's inability to master the tailed beast's power. Complete transformation could very well lead to a loss of reason. With a sudden surge, the color of Han's beastly cloak deepened, and 2 additional tails emerged, further enhancing his speed and strength. After several futile pursuits, Han's gaze shifted towards Su Yan. With a thunderous impact, Su Yan's chains lashed out, shattering the earthen wall. The chakra of the hunter neared depletion, and in a moment of hesitation while forming seals, he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch. Blood gushed from his mouth as his liver was ruptured, leaving him gasping on the ground, clearly unable to survive. Just as Su Yan prepared to deliver a swift end, he sensed a torrent of chakra rushing towards him. He quickly lifted the descending dragon bone. With a resounding boom, Han's tailed beast claw collided with the dragon bone, producing a piercing frictional sound. Acting swiftly, Su Yan unleashed the chakra of the dragon bone, causing the ground to fracture between the 2 erupting chakra bursts. Remarkably, he managed to withstand the blow, forcing Han to retreat. The moment Han was pushed back, Konoha Shikamaru appeared on his left side, the short blade of White Fang radiating a brilliant white light, akin to the sudden emergence of the Milky Way, dazzling and resplendent. A penetrating wound appeared on Han's back, spanning from his left abdomen to his right shoulder, with fragments of his internal organs spewing into the air. With a deafening explosion, steam coalesced around Han, erupting violently and sending waves of heat radiating outward. Shikamaru swiftly teleported to a distance, evading the blast while keeping a watchful eye on the cloud of dust enveloping Han. In a swift motion, Su Yan's blade sliced through the hunter's neck, extinguishing his life. Dark energy surged into Su Yan, replenishing part of his stamina as he teleported to Shikamaru's side. My apologies for not being able to hold him back, Shikamaru spoke in a solemn tone. Steady yourself. We must eliminate him, Su Yan replied coldly, sheathing the dragon bone and drawing the soul-severing blade. A series of heavy impacts resonated as a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the dust. Behind Han, 5 tails emerged, his entire form transformed into a deep crimson hue, his skin burning and flaking away. With a fearsome roar, he unleashed his fury. A deep and enigmatic roar reverberated, seemingly plunging Han's consciousness into chaos. Su Yan and Kakashi Shoma exchanged a glance, and in an instant, 2 fleeting shadows surged forth. Kakashi Shoma slashed towards Han's chest with his blade, blood gushed forth, while Su Yan wielded the soul-severing sword to sever one of the tailed beast's tails. With a swift motion, the severed tail, brimming with dark energy, surged into Su Yan's body, propelling him across the threshold into the ranks of elite Jonin. A thunderous roar erupted, prompting both individuals to swiftly reposition themselves, with Su Yan still absorbing his newfound power. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han's consciousness appeared to be utterly depleted. His deep crimson skin faded away, and white tissue suddenly expanded, inflating rapidly. In an instant, a fearsome white behemoth emerged, its 5 white tails thrashing, summoning a tempest that swept across the earth and sky. Chapter 44. The complete transformation of the tailed beast Bang. The 5 tails, Mu Wang, lashed out with a tail, instantly smashing down and creating a crater in the ground. After retracting its tail, the earth was left in disarray, scattered with dirt and grass. Su Yan and his companion had long evaded this strike. As Mu Wang's gaze began to search, a sharp, soul-rending pain surged through its tail. There stood Su Yan, gripping the spirit release blade with both hands, plunging it downward until the blade was fully embedded, leaving only the hilt visible. With a swift motion, Su Yan exerted force through his legs, drawing the long blade forward to carve a significant wound. As chakra dissipated, a thick, dark mist surged into his body. Mu Wang's eyes flashed with rage as it swung its tail, sending Su Yan flying. Thud. Su Yan crashed into the forest, stirring up a cloud of dust and snapping countless trees. Yet, he quickly rose, appearing once more, unscathed. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Yan's mouth, his eyes ablaze with the thrill of battle. He accelerated dramatically, transforming into a blur in the night as he launched successive attacks. Kakashi Hatake noticed the uniqueness of Su Yan's weapon and realized the damage he could inflict was formidable. He proactively drew attention to himself. Bang! Mu Wang exhaled a massive cloud of corrosive mist, the high-temperature steam within slowly eroding the surrounding hard rocks. With a swift leap, Kakashi jumped outward, recognizing that he lacked effective means to counter such a colossal beast. Conversely, Su Yin defied expectations, willingly plunging into the mist, causing Kakashi's pupils to constrict. Is he not afraid of being corroded and dissolved? Su Yin certainly did not harbor such fears. His chakra resistance effectively mitigated the boiling damage, especially after absorbing some of Mu Wang's chakra, which inadvertently enhanced his resilience against its abilities. For a brief period, he could maneuver without consequence. Su Yin darted through the mist like a small fish in the ocean, occasionally devouring strands of Mu Wang's chakra. Kakashi was not merely a passive observer. He concentrated chakra into his short blade and frequently unleashed a wave of cutting energy to slice through the mist, clearing obstacles for Su Yin while simultaneously inflicting damage on Mu Wang. Frustrated, Mu Wang opened its mouth, revealing a black sphere forming within. Su Yin's gaze pierced through the mist as he recognized the situation, quickly sinking his body to evade while calling out, "Be careful. It's about to use tailed beast bomb." Whoosh. Kakashi transformed into a flash of white light, distancing himself. However, Mu Wang extended its neck forward and swallowed the black sphere. Su Yin was taken aback. What is it planning? However, it did not take long for Su Yin to comprehend its intent. As it lowered its neck and prepared to open its mouth, Su Yan's heart raced. Suddenly, a black-purple shockwave transformed into a radiant beam of light, dispersing the mist in an instant. The King Mu turned to survey the surroundings. The beam swept across the landscape, obliterating the grass and forests in its path. As the brilliance faded, a nearly 1,000-meter diameter circular plane emerged below, smooth and unblemished. As if nothing could endure such terrifying power, the King Mu emitted a muffled groan, believing both adversaries had perished under this onslaught, having expended a considerable amount of chakra. Yet at that moment, Su Yin burst forth from the ground where the King Mu stood. He had anticipated the unavoidable and had swiftly excavated a pit to evade the attack, continuing to dig deeper. As the chakra dissipated, he seized the fleeting moment to break through the surface. With a swift motion, the soul-releasing blade pierced the King Mu's abdomen without hesitation. And Su Yin executed a rapid horizontal slash, leaving a narrow wound. The King Mu held in agony, the excruciating pain from its soul evoking a sense of fear. Its 5 tails thrashed against the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin disregarded the onslaught, accelerating his movements as the blade traced after images, inflicting wounds upon the King Mu's lower abdomen, limbs, and tails. Feeling the urge to retreat, the King Mu leaped several meters into the air, unleashing a torrent of steam that erupted into a storm capable of eroding everything in its path. Under such a concentration of chakra, even Su Yin could only wield his weapon as a barrier to fend off the assault. Once more, a black sphere descended, and this time Su Yin could not prepare to defend himself in time. Boom! A raging inferno erupted, and amidst the violent explosion, Su Yin was propelled like a projectile into the depths of the forest, while the King Mu had long vanished from sight. The silhouette of Kakashi Shikamaru emerged from the distance, observing the ravaged land and the flames ascending into the sky, his expression grave, lost in thought. He swiftly pursued Su Yin through the forest, covering nearly 100 meters before spotting him. At that moment, Su Yin was covered in wounds. Yet his demeanor appeared remarkably sprightly as he engaged in stretching exercises. Upon noticing Kakashi Shikamaru's approach, he confidently inquired, "Has the 5 tails escaped?" Indeed, a significant amount of chakra has been expended, and the 5 tails was determined to flee, making it difficult to detain, Kakashi Shikamaru replied. Su Yin had anticipated this outcome. There would be another chance in the future. He rotated his neck and nonchalantly stated, "What shall you do next?" Kakashi Shikamaru surveyed the chaotic battlefield, relinquishing the notion of collecting the fallen's remains, and calmly replied, "I will continue to execute the unfinished mission." His tone was devoid of fluctuation, as if this had been premeditated. "Are you relying solely on yourself?" Su Yin asked, somewhat astonished. "Yes, I wish you good fortune." Su Yin nodded slightly, refraining from uttering any words of discouragement. After returning the mask of the Umbu to him, he glanced in the direction of the Land of Fire and began to walk away. Although both he and Kakashi had fought side by side as ninjas of Konoha, they hailed from different villages and, naturally, could not undertake missions together. Su Yin yearned to embark upon a path uniquely his own. He waved farewell, and the two gradually drifted apart in opposite directions. Several days later, Su Yin arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire. He evaded the vigilant ninjas stationed there and remained undetected by sensory techniques, silently entering the territory. Not long after, he found himself captivated by the scenery before him. In the land of grass, he had not experienced such a sensation. He merely perceived a slight difference in the weather and a more vibrant growth of flora. However, upon stepping into the land of fire, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. The boundless, flat terrain was adorned with a harmonious blend of trees and wild grass as a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a refreshing fragrance. Exhaling deeply, Suyin sprinted toward his intended destination. He no longer donned the mask. His earlier purpose was solely to prevent Kakashi from recognizing him and to circumvent unnecessary complications. Upon reaching the location indicated in the intelligence reports, he discovered that many such places existed within the Land of Fire, but this one was relatively close to him. He gazed at the restroom-like structure, hesitating momentarily before stepping inside. Upon opening a concealed compartment, a hidden door revealed itself. As he entered, he was met with an unexpected sight. The flickering flames illuminated the passage, and the floor gleamed with cleanliness. Though a trickle of fresh blood snaked its way along the center, have they brought in a corpse? Suyin pondered as he descended to the lowest level and pushed open the door. Chapter 45, The Exchange Center. Contrary to the anticipated clamor, the Exchange Center was remarkably tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional murmur of conversation. Upon entering, Suyin noticed that the patrons merely glanced at his face, quickly discerning that he was not a figure of significant bounty, and thus returned to their own affairs. Suyin cast a cursory look around, generally assessing the prowess of the surrounding ninjas, but did not detect any elite jonin among them. Approaching the front desk, he was met by a young man, an ordinary individual. Behind him hung a wall adorned with bounties, the figures inscribed in the tens of millions, featuring targets such as those with Byakugan, tailed beasts, and the formidable leaders of various villages. After a brief survey, Suyin's interest waned. His primary concern remained the enhancement of his own abilities. Upon noticing Suyin's arrival, the attendant did not treat him with disdain, despite being an ordinary person himself. Instead, he warmly offered guidance, smiling as he inquired, "May I ask if you wish to post a bounty or claim one? I am here to seek a task." Suyin replied, after a moment's contemplation. The man, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, responded effortlessly, "I presume this is your first visit. It appears we have no record of you completing any bounties." At Suyin's nod, the man perused through the documents and continued, "In that case, you will have to choose from this selection of bounties." Suyin picked up a bounty notice, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. The targets listed were all genin, with even some wandering ninjas of the lowest tier. The rewards ranged from tens of thousands to a few 100,000, with some utterly absurd amounts as low as a few thousand. He set the notice down, calmly observing the attendant. The man offered a slight smile. Having encountered many who overestimated their capabilities, eager to pursue high bounty targets, such folly often led to their untimely demise and jeopardized the credibility of the underground market. Just as he contemplated summoning guards to expel or eliminate the intruder, an urgent report was hastily placed before him. Upon glancing at the document, his words faltered, and he looked at Suyin with palpable fear. The report detailed Suyin's achievements, specifically those pertaining to the Akatsuki organization, which were impressive enough to elicit astonishment. The man hesitated, lowering his gaze, and respectfully stated, "Ah, it is Lord Suyin. You may not be aware, but to maintain the credibility of the underground market, we require newcomers to commence with lower-tier tasks and gradually accumulate experience. After all, some bounties carry intelligence that is invaluable in itself." Understanding dawned on Suyin, and he nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "So, there are levels to this?" "Yes, indeed. We typically classify bounty hunters from D to S rank," the man elaborated. "S rank? Shadows?" Suyin inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone. In his view, while the Exchange Center possessed considerable strength, the notion of shadow-level capability seemed excessively exaggerated. "It is not so. This is merely our internal rating, a ranking reflecting task completion and efficiency, and does not transparently unveil one's true strength." The man, upon hearing this, first smiled modestly, then, with a hint of pride, remarked, "However, if we speak of shadow-level prowess, our exchange might not be lacking, for we do have individuals who have previously assassinated the first Hokage." Suyin could not help but marvel at the multitude of formidable figures within the ninja world. He reined in his thoughts, resolving not to dwell on such matters. Just as he was about to seek a suitable bounty, he noticed the man presenting another bounty list. Upon lifting his gaze, the man spoke, Given your strength, perhaps this list would align more with your interests. Our exchange seeks to befriend powerful ninjas like Lord Su Yan. Su Yan paid little heed to his words. The ability to undertake more advanced tasks was undoubtedly advantageous. He accepted the list and scanned it line by line. Soon, one target captured his attention, not due to its difficulty, which he could not discern, but because it featured the highest bounty among them. He set the bounty list down and, under the man's gaze, pointed to a figure with long black hair, violet eyes, adorned in a white shrine maiden's attire. May I adopt a code name? This way. Once you gain fame, individuals may directly request your services, the man suggested. Su Yan, he replied, having no better moniker in mind, opting instead to use his true name. In the village of Konoha, within the Root organization, Danzo leaned upon his cane, producing a dull thud as he traversed the metallic corridor, where the flickering lights added an air of gloom. Shortly, he turned a corner and arrived outside a room. Pushing the door open, he found a man conducting an experiment. On the operating table lay a figure, thrashing and howling, until a branch sprouted from its chest, ceasing all movement. The man, devoid of any expression, recorded the data and, with slit pupils, gazed at Danzo, rasping a laugh. What's the matter, Lord Danzo? If you were to become Hokage, the support you would garner would be far greater, rendering these shadowy experiments unnecessary. Danzo, gripping his cane firmly against the ground, replied coolly, Orochimaru, it seems you are concerned. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. He indeed harbored thoughts regarding the Hokage position but was not averse to the prospect of failure, particularly with the existence of the Konoha White Fang, whose strength and accomplishments surpassed his own. Danzo appeared to discern Orochimaru's apprehensions and calmly stated, the White Fang's current mission is likely to end in failure. Orochimaru responded with mild confusion. All his companions have perished, and he has been delayed significantly, recklessly pursuing the mission alone. When he returns to the village, I shall discreetly initiate impeachment to diminish his influence among the populace, thus weakening his chances of contesting for the Hokage position. Orochimaru licked his lips, quickly deducing Danzo's intentions, and with a smile, shook his head, saying, my master would never consent to such actions. Upon hearing this, Danzo's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to depart, calmly stating, you do not truly understand Nara Shikamaru. While he may cherish his reputation, he is not eternally steadfast and virtuous. He will not impede my endeavors. I await your favorable news, Orochimaru replied with a knowing grin. Once Danzo had exited, Orochimaru composed his expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. He had long grown weary of the intricate machinations between individuals, having endured the loss of his parents, as well as the deaths of Cat Dan and the Tree of Flies. He had developed a profound awareness of life's fragility, intensifying his desire for immortality. He yearned to explore the countless mysteries of the world with an endless existence. Regaining his focus, Orochimaru retrieved his notes, which included Su Yan's cellular experiments. Regrettably, he had been unable to discern any remarkable attributes, forcing him to set the research aside. After Danzo left Orochimaru's laboratory and walked through the corridor for a short while, a ninja emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully. Lord Danzo, we have news regarding Su Yan's whereabouts. Danzo paused, directing his gaze toward the Root ninja, who continued. The last recorded sighting was in the underground black market of the Land of Fire. The exchange for gold? Is he pursuing a career as a bounty hunter? For monetary gain? Danzo's brows furrowed momentarily, but then relaxed. Regardless of the motive, as long as there were desires, he could be manipulated. Money was the one thing he possessed in abundance. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coolly, when he returns, issue a task in the black market to assess his capabilities. If this blade proves sufficiently sharp, we may recruit him. Understood. In an instant, the Root ninja vanished from sight. Chapter 46. The Priestess of the Land of Ghosts. 5 days later, Su Yan arrived within the borders of the Land of Ghosts. The first matter at hand was to seek out a local tavern where he could indulge in a hearty meal. As he savored his food, he observed his surroundings. Noting that the inhabitants lived fulfilling lives, their faces often adorned with smiles, brimming with hope and happiness. Another remarkable observation was the conspicuous absence of any ninjas since his entry into the Land of Ghosts, which left him quite astonished. By this point, Su Yan had exhausted all the silver he had brought with him when departing from the Akatsuki organization. As he bit into the steaming, succulent beef, he meticulously organized the intelligence he had gathered. The Priestess of the Land of Ghosts had enlisted bounty hunters to address the imminent revival of the malevolent spirits. And should the situation deteriorate, they might need to confront the armies of these spirits. From the intelligence, Su Yin could discern that these armies were impervious to weapons, and only the priestess Methreya possessed the means to combat the malevolent spirits. Should the spirits fully revive, they would bring ruin to the ninja realm. Su Yin pondered this troubling prospect. If they were indeed powerful enough to obliterate the ninja realm, there should be records of such an event in the annals of history from other nations, yet caution was still warranted. Having organized the information, Su Yin wiped his mouth and proceeded toward the designated task location. Before long, he found himself outside the priestess's shrine. It was only at this moment that he noticed several ninjas, either leaning or standing idly, also awaiting an audience. His arrival stirred no ripple of reaction. A cursory glance was all it warranted before their gazes returned to their own contemplations. Su Yin chose to sit upon a stone pillar. The afternoon sun cast a slightly blinding glare, yet it was bearable, having little effect on him. He raised a hand to shield his eyes as he gazed at the structure that rose along the steps, a lofty abode belonging to the priestess, which appeared rather desolate. Ordinary townsfolk occasionally passed nearby, only to hastily distance themselves, seemingly wary of becoming entangled in something unsavory. Nevertheless, the reverence in their eyes towards the priestess was unmistakable. The purple drapery swayed gently in the breeze, and Su Yin yearned to catch a glimpse of the legendary priestess through the crevices, yet clarity eluded him. At that moment, a man approached, clearly another ninja waiting in the same vicinity. He bore a large blade on his back, his physique muscular and imposing, and a scar traversed his face, lending him an intimidating air. However, as he drew near to Su Yin, he smiled and rubbed his hands together, in stark contrast to his fierce appearance, and inquired warmly, "Are you here for the bounty as well? My name is Jin Yang. We should assist each other in this endeavor." As he extended his hand in greeting, Su Yin merely cast him a cold glance before averting his gaze, gradually closing his eyes to conserve his energy. He had discerned from the outset that this man was engaging everyone in conversation, seemingly intent on befriending all. However, Su Yin held no trust for such a makeshift assembly. His sole objectives were combat and personal growth. Jin Yang, observing Su Yin's disinterest, scratched his head, eager to continue the conversation, only to be interrupted by another nearby individual. "Hey, let this little brat be. He doesn't need to join the fray." The ninja wore a mocking expression, clearly displeased since Su Yan's arrival. Given Su Yan's youthful appearance, he had not yet reached adulthood, yet he was allowed to accept missions alongside them, which was irksome. The other ninjas observed the scene with a sense of amusement. Su Yin seemed oblivious to their presence, not even lifting his eyelids. Most of them possess chakra at the Chunin level. It appears the bounty information has been updated, though not by much, he mused. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you," the irritated ninja exclaimed, noticing Su Yan's disregard. Just as he was about to confront Su Yin, 3 kunai were embedded in his path. The crowd looked up to see a girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, standing atop the shrine steps, 3 kunai pinched between her fingers. Casting a disdainful gaze at the assembled ninjas, it seemed that should any further disturbance arise, those kunai would soon descend. The ninja glanced at the Iwagakure headband atop the girl's head and scoffed, choosing not to escalate the situation. The land of earth and the land of demons were neighboring territories. Naturally, should trouble arise in the land of demons, assistance would be sought immediately. Faced with a ninja from a major village, these rogue ninjas instinctively felt trepidation. 2 boys of similar age, presumably her companions, emerged from behind the girl and began conversing among themselves about the gathering of rogue ninjas, with the girl lamenting why they had to seek help from such individuals who might hinder their progress. Su Yin, utilizing his keen sense of hearing, briefly listened in, but soon lost interest. At that moment, Jin Yang quietly settled beside Su Yin and spoke in a low tone. "These IWA ninjas have been having a rough time lately, always appearing so embittered." Intrigued by his remark, Su Yin slowly opened his eyes. Jin Yang, noticing his interest, continued, "I heard that Kakashi Hitaki recently engaged in battle with the 5 Tails in the Land of Grass, and subsequently went to the Grass Village to demand accountability, suspecting them of leaking information. I've heard many lives were lost, and he then wreaked havoc in the Land of Earth, causing significant distress in Iwagakure." Su Yin raised an eyebrow, taking a serious look at Jin Yang. He was surprised by how well-informed Jin Yang was. He held a pessimistic view of Kakashi's actions. If he was assembling a team for a mission, it was likely one that could not be accomplished alone. The current destruction was probably a diversion, an attempt to find an opportunity. However, with Iwagakure on high alert, success was unlikely. especially since a declaration of war had not yet been made. The Wagakure would surely not overlook Kakashi's actions, and this delay might very well be a tactic to keep him occupied in the land of Earth. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded Jin Yang and asked casually, "Do you know me?" Not really. But it's impressive that you can undertake such bounties at your age. It would certainly be advantageous to collaborate, Jin Yang replied with a smile, speaking candidly. Su Yin nodded, not surprised, and inquired, "What do you know about the current situation?" It is known that the adversaries appear to be a peculiar group of ninjas who refer to themselves as the Immortals, yet the specifics remain elusive. Jin Yang, while explaining, subtly gestured towards the three figures on the steps and expressed his concerns, saying, "Those three individuals are disciples of Huang Tu, a Jonin from a Wagakure. And Huang Tu is the son of the third Tsuchikage, which underscores the significance attributed to this incident." Su Yin remained silent for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of connection with the ninjas from a Wagakure. At that moment, the murmurs of the surrounding crowd gradually subsided, and it seemed as if all eyes were fixed upon the steps. The sound of wooden clogs striking the ground echoed as the figure of a priestess emerged atop the stairs. Her long white hair flowing gracefully as she moved with a light step, the ribbons on her sleeves dancing gently, reminiscent of a butterfly. A stern and austere man followed closely behind her, his forehead protector confirming his identity as Huang Tu, the elite Jonin of a Wagakure, accompanied by three small figures. As the two descended the steps with a measured pace, all the wandering ninjas instinctively straightened their postures, as if their relaxed demeanor was a sign of disrespect towards Huang Tu's. Jin Yang, feeling the pressure, also stood up, yet Su Yin remained composed, seated calmly while his gaze remained fixed on the approaching figures.